250. Vol 2CH, 56. In the room, Leon placed the camera on the table and sat next to Rossvisser. There's a missing sentry from the 27 hidden posts along the eastern border, right? Leon asked. Rossvisser nodded, remaining silent as she waited for Leon to continue. And since there was no sound of fighting, it means this sentry was eliminated without a trace. Leon continued, typically, only the top-tier assassins could pull off something like that. But even the best wouldn't be able to bypass all your patrols so seamlessly. Whether the infiltrator stayed hidden to strike again or retreated after the hit, they would have left some trace behind. However, in this case, it's as if the sentry just vanished without a single clue to follow. As he spoke, Leon activated the camera's magical preview projection. Rossvisser took the camera and looked at the images Leon had captured from the eastern border, including the area where the missing sentry had been stationed. It was a thicket where the sentry had been camouflaged underground, using the bushes for cover. Now, although the thicket appeared undisturbed from the outside, the sentry inside had mysteriously disappeared. Keep going, Leon prompted. Rossvisser scrolled to the next image. It showed the thicket after the camouflage had been removed, revealing a deep pit where the sentry had hidden. The infiltrator didn't damage the bushes, nor did they engage in any combat. They simply made the sentry disappear. Leon spoke slowly. Sounds eerie, doesn't it? It is strange, Rossvisser admitted. And this post wasn't even near the border, it was more central. That means the infiltrator evaded at least 8 to 10 other sentries before taking out the one hidden in this bush. Leon explained, such advanced stealth techniques, even for dragons skilled in concealment, would be nearly impossible. Or rather, completely impossible. Rossvisser had encountered sentry attacks before. Most of the time, the targets were those near the boundary because they were the easiest to provoke or attack for tactical reasons. And the attacks had never been this strange. Compared to past incidents, this infiltrator was more like a ghost. Rossvisser stared at the camera's preview projection, her lips pressed together. Any other clues? Of course. Leon continued. Remember when we went to the border, and I suggested you reinforce your patrols? Rossvisser nodded. I remember. I asked you to do that because I noticed something unusual, a very clean, distinct boundary line along your territory. Boundary line? Yep. Leon scrolled through the camera and handed it back to Rossvisser. Here, look. She glanced at the image. Sure enough, there was a perfectly straight line, like a clean cut, separating the landscape. It wasn't long, but compared to the uneven terrain around it, it stood out sharply. Now, the world is full of strange things, and such a boundary could naturally occur. So, to figure out if it was a coincidence, I went to other vulnerable areas over the past few days. Leon flipped through more images in the preview. As expected, I found similar markings in every spot, so it's safe to conclude these lines aren't just a coincidence. But what do these lines have to do with the missing sentry? Rossvisser asked. They're connected. Leon zoomed back in on the image of the missing sentry's location and pointed to the edge of the bush. Look here, there are no signs of a fight, but this part of the bush seems to have been neatly cut. It's too smooth to be natural or from decay. Also, inside the pit, you'll see similar clean-cut marks. Leon set the camera down and looked at Rossvisser. I said earlier that even dragons skilled in camouflage couldn't pull this off because this goes beyond normal assassination techniques. This isn't just a simple attack, it's like seeing ghosts. He said the last part playfully, but a faint smile crossed Rossvisser's lips as she caught his underlying meaning. So, you're suggesting that this infiltrator didn't use conventional methods, but rather something we've never encountered before? Rossvisser asked, understanding his point despite his joking tone. Leon nodded. Aside from gathering these clues, I also did some research in your library. Your asterisk dragon history book was quite helpful. Rossvisser raised a brow. How so? It has nothing but glowing descriptions of the dragons, probably to avoid offending any dragon kings. Leon said, in one section I found a passage about Ravi Asterisk, the star dragon king. It described his mastery over spatial magic, saying that space, to him, was not just a concept but an art form. As Ravi's skills improved, he began using space magic for everyday tasks, including construction. It's said that all Star Dragon buildings are flawless and precise because Ravi didn't need tools for cutting, polishing, or blasting. His space magic could slice through any material with precision. After reading that, I dug deeper into space magic and found that it's capable of much more than just building things. Silently eliminating targets, retreating without a trace, leaving behind perfect cut marks, these are all things spatial magic can do. So, we can make a bold guess. It was Ravi, or someone skilled in spatial magic, who used this magic to attack your sentry. And it's also this person who created those perfect boundary lines along your borders and checkpoints. Leon summarized, Rosvisser, the one who attacked the sentry wasn't a ghost. It's someone using a method we've never dealt with before, spatial magic. Rosvisser followed Leon's train of thought. Indeed, if we assume spatial magic was involved, then everything makes sense. She paused before asking, but there's one thing I still don't understand. If the attacker is so proficient in spatial magic, why only take out one sentry and draw a few straight lines? Leon helped her analyze the situation further. In my opinion, there are two possibilities. The first is that spatial magic has significant limitations, with a range that's not very wide. The attacker's limit may have been taking out that single sentry in the middle of the forest. And the second is that it's a challenge. A challenge, Rosvisser's expression grew serious. Leon's face turned grim. The attacker is warning us that the next battle, one far more severe than the one with Constantine, is coming. (251) Vol 2CH, 57. 20 kilometers outside the Silver Dragon border, atop a towering observation post, a man approached Ravi, the Star Dragon King. I told you, scaring Leon Kasmod with intimidation won't work. Your little ghost trick didn't frighten him at all. Instead, it only made him even more cautious, and he started preparing defenses based on those small clues. A few days ago, Ravi had used his spatial magic to silently take out a hidden sentry in the Silver Dragon Forest. The plan had been to rattle the opposition and see what kind of adversary they were up against. But as expected, Ravi had underestimated his opponent's keen attention to detail and his quick reaction skills. The same night the sentry was eliminated, the Silver Dragon clan had removed all independent sentry posts, replacing them with 5-man mobile patrols. Each patrol maintained a 20-meter distance between members, forming a 100-meter line, making it impossible for any ghost to slip through unnoticed. Ravi could no longer act recklessly with his spatial magic. But despite the man's hindsight criticism, Ravi responded with a cold snort. And how are you so sure Leon Kasmod was the one who came up with the counter-strategy? The man shrugged nonchalantly. It's a tactic he used during his time serving the Empire. It's one of his classic counter-ambush strategies. Your spatial magic has a limited range, and his patrols are spread 100 meters apart, with each member watching the other. There's no way you could penetrate that. Hey, honestly, from the start, we should have just sent ****. Sta****, the king of the Radiant Dragons, was a figure whose rank in the dragon hierarchy even surpassed that of Constantine. Ravi slowly shifted his gaze from the Silver Dragon territory back to the man beside him. His voice lowered, carrying a hint of menace. Nacho Salaman, remember, the Empire and the Dragon Clan are merely cooperating. This is not a hierarchy. Don't presume to order Sta around as if he's at your beck and call. It was clear that Ravi held great respect for Sta. But Nacho wasn't fazed. He merely chuckled coldly. I'm not the one summoning Sta, that's an order from that person ***. When mentioning that person, Nacho's face turned reverent, as if the very mention of this individual demanded complete devotion. Ravi's brow furrowed slightly. He knew that Nacho, as a mere messenger, dared to speak so boldly to a dragon king only because he had the backing of that person. Ravi himself was here supervising because of that person's instructions. The order had been clear. While Sta was undoubtedly powerful, it was wise to have a backup plan. And that backup was Ravi. But Ravi couldn't comprehend how any human could be a match for Sta. So what if Leon Kasmod defeated Constantine? He still had a long way to go before he could claim to be unbeatable. Humans, such a short-sighted race, Ravi mused. Speaking of which, Ravi, you and Bry, Jagus, and the others should have completed that secret weapon by now, right? Nacho asked. If it weren't ready, do you think that person would have me as Sta's backup? Ravi's voice remained low and calm. Nacho knew the temperament of the Dragon Kings. They all had terrible tempers and viewed most humans as mere ants. But Nacho enjoyed this dynamic, being someone they couldn't stand, yet dared not dispose of. So he pressed on, casually continuing the conversation. By the way, when you were summoned back here, weren't you still in the Northern Expanse? How's the situation there? Ravi's patience was wearing thin, but he still answered the irritating messenger. It's going smoothly. I'm the only one in the Northern Expanse who can use spatial magic. Even if I delay things here, no one will suspect me. That's good. Nacho exaggerated a sigh of relief, acting as if it truly concerned him. Ravi glared at him. How could someone like Nacho, a mere messenger, act as if this was any of his business? I heard that the team in the Northern Expanse is full of talents, even Angelina Owlet. Of course. After all, they're dealing with Asterisk, that thing seal, Ravi replied slowly. Nacho had just mentioned that person, playing riddles. So, Ravi returned the favor by referring to that thing, leaving Nacho hanging. Nacho glanced at Ravi, knowing he wouldn't say more, and quickly changed the subject. Actually, for that thing's power, Leon Kasmod would make a suitable vessel. Ravi raised an eyebrow, finally asking the question that had been nagging at him. Do you really think Kasmod is that strong? Believe me, Ravi, he's stronger than anyone realizes. Nacho narrowed his eyes, staring off into the distance with a serious expression. That's why we need to use methods beyond the ordinary to defeat him. That's also why that person sent you here. You're not just Sta's backup, you're the unexpected key to victory. Ravi's vertical dragon pupils trembled slightly. Since when did the human race produce a monster so powerful that even several dragon kings working together needed to rely on an unexpected tactic to take him down? Ravi shook his head, pulling himself out of his wandering thoughts. He followed Nacho's gaze. In the distance, a man in golden armor was slowly approaching the Silver Dragon border. And at the gate, where Constantine's head still hung, two figures were walking toward him. Rosvisser Melkavi, she's joining the fight herself, Ravi murmured. This is going to be interesting, Nacho agreed with a grin. At the border, Silver Dragon soldiers and maids lined up in formation, with Anna and Shirley standing at the front. Unlike the last time Constantine invaded, the soldiers were no longer sacrificial pawns in the first wave. This time, the battle would start with a clash between dragon kings. Sta Asterisk, the radiant dragon king, do you think it really requires both Her Majesty and the prince consort to deal with him? Shirley asked anxiously. Anna slowly shook her head. Constantine was already beyond anything I could comprehend. I can't even imagine how powerful this Sta must be. Shirley, don't you think we've been fighting a lot more battles lately? Shirley hesitated before responding with a humor-laced sigh. The Silver Dragon clan has been thriving for 1,000 years. Maybe the world has finally noticed how valuable our beautiful land is, and everyone wants a piece. Anna chuckled softly. If that's the case, we might need to expand the border's entrance. Shirley blinked confused. Why? Anna glanced at Constantine's head, still hanging at the border. There's not enough room to hang all the heads. "252. Vol 2ch, 58. Leon squinted slightly, eyeing the golden figure in the distance. Do you know who that is? He asked. Rosvisser nodded, her expression serious. That's Sta Asterisk, the radiant dragon king, one of the legends from the previous generation of dragons. He outranks even Constantine. Didn't expect him to challenge us alone, Leon murmured. That's why there's no need to send our soldiers to their deaths, Rosvisser said. In the end, it's always going to be a battle between kings. Her tone was so heavy that Leon glanced at her. I've never seen you so tense, Rosvisser. Rosvisser's steps faltered briefly, but then she laughed softly. Not so much tense, more like excited. Excited. As a new queen, only 50 years on the throne, to challenge the radiant dragon king today. What incredible luck. Luck, I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or if you really mean that. The Silver Dragon clan, compared to most dragon clans, leaned more towards peace and rarely initiated invasions of other territories. But that was merely a result of their environment. At the end of the day, silver dragons were still dragons, and the instinct for battle and violence was embedded deep in their blood. Just like Rosvisser now. She had shed her gentle mother and aloof queen personas. The warrior instincts in her bloodline were gradually awakening. Facing a powerful opponent like Sta, there wasn't a trace of fear in her, only excitement. Leon suddenly recalled the time, over a year ago, shortly after he had awakened. During those days, Rosvisser's attempts at revenge on him were the most frequent. Every time she pushed Leon to his limits, her emotions would verge on losing control. There were moments when Leon genuinely thought she was so excited she might kill him. So, the tenderness, tsundere attitude, and stubbornness that made Rosvisser so endearing were all part of a contrast. This silver dragon queen, it seemed, had a bit of a crazy beauty trait to her. Leon knocked on his helmet with a clear metallic clang, pulling himself out of his thoughts. The nuances of his wife's hidden personality could wait for later reflection. For now, he needed to deal with the golden figure in front of him. Both sides stopped walking at almost the same time, leaving about 200 meters between them. In the middle was the border of the Silver Dragon territory. There was no need to wait for the enemy to cross the line to strike. Dragons didn't follow such rules. Though there were no troops behind him, Leon could still feel the immense pressure radiating from Sta, the radiant dragon king. Rosvisser wasn't wrong. This guy was definitely stronger than Constantine. A lot stronger. How much of your mana has recovered? Rosvisser asked, her eyes locked on the enemy. It had been nearly 6 months since they defeated Constantine, and Leon's mana had only recovered about halfway. 50%, he replied honestly. Oh, then it seems teaming up was the right call. Leon opened his mouth, tempted to say something like, I could still defeat the enemy without you, just to boost morale. But he knew Rosvisser didn't like it when he tried to play the hero alone. So instead, he said, I've never fought alongside a dragon before. Don't worry, we've always been in sync, Leon, always. Her words nearly made Leon stumble. He cleared his throat awkwardly. This is a battlefield, let's be serious. Rosvisser chuckled softly and said no more. It seemed like she had relaxed, and Leon felt relieved. Several kilometers away, Nacho stood on the observation platform, watching both sides bracing for battle, the tension building. His nerves started to get the better of him. Do you think they're discussing strategy over there? Nacho asked. Even if they are, we can't hear it, Ravi replied plainly. What if they've already come up with a plan to deal with Sta? Shouldn't you get closer to support him? Ravi ignored his suggestion. Just stay quiet and wait. You said it yourself, I'm the hidden card. No point playing it before the battle even starts. Nacho bit his lip, anxiously staring at the distant battlefield. On the Silver Dragon side, everyone was on high alert. Although they had faith in their queen and prince consort, they still needed to prepare for the worst. After all, war was no child's game, and victory was never guaranteed. At the border, Leon brought his hands together, slowly separating them to form a sword of pure lightning. The blade was encased in crackling blue electricity, arcs of lightning dancing along its edge. This was Asterisk Lightning Sword Formation Asterisk, a B-level lightning spell. Leon didn't plan to unleash his strongest moves right away. First, because Sta's power was undoubtedly far beyond Constantine's, and Leon wasn't sure of his limits yet. While confident in his own strength, there was a fine line between confidence and arrogance. Second, his mana reserves weren't what they had been during the battle with Constantine. He needed to use his strength wisely. As he considered his strategy, Sta stepped closer. They were now close enough to hear each other speak. Leon Kasmod, so it was you who killed Constantine? Came a voice from beneath the golden helmet, aged but commanding. Most beings, when faced with a dragon king like Sta, would struggle to even stand, let alone respond. That was the power of asterisk dragons might asterisk. But Leon had never known fear of dragons. Every time one of these dragon kings tried to lower their voice to sound more menacing, he just found it amusing. He slung his lightning sword over his shoulder, his tone bold. "It was me. What of it? Are you here to avenge him?" In truth, Leon wasn't naturally this brash. But after years of war, he knew one thing: never lose your composure in front of the enemy. So when confronted by Sta's question, he saw no reason to follow protocol. Being a bit cocky was fine. "HMPH, no human has ever spoken to me with such an attitude. You're the first." It was clear that Sta felt his authority had been challenged. "You think killing Constantine makes you invincible?" "I wouldn't say invincible." Leon raised his sword slowly from his shoulder, its blue glow cutting through the air in a half-arc, the tip pointed directly at Sta. "But taking you down on the side? That's no problem." Not only was Sta stunned by Leon's arrogance, but even Rosvisser, whose warrior instincts had awakened, was shocked by the boldness of her husband. Leon might not feel the dragon, might asterisk, but as a dragon king herself, Rosvisser could certainly sense the overwhelming pressure. To remain so calm under such pressure and even mock the opponent, well, Her Majesty had to respect that. Sta's expression darkened. He was done talking. After all, the Empire's orders were simple. They wanted Leon Kasmod's head. Since that was the case, things were straightforward. Sta closed his eyes, took a moment to center himself, then opened them again. A gust of wind stirred across the battlefield, and clouds began to cover the sun. A heavy shadow crept over the land from Sta's direction, enveloping the ground beneath their feet. Leon poured more mana into his lightning sword, the blade growing fuller, the electric arcs dancing wildly like excited spirits. "Aren't you going to wait for him to attack first?" Rosvisser asked. Even as she spoke, she was readying herself for battle. With a flip of her hand, dragon flames leaped into her palm. "I've always preferred attacking first." Leon bent low, holding the sword in a ready stance. "Let's go." "Right." In an instant, the couple became two silver blurs, charging towards Sta from both sides. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him, Leon slashing with his lightning sword, while Rosvisser unleashed her dragon flames. The war between kings had begun. (253). Vol 2ch, 59. The assault of lightning and fire struck simultaneously, leaving Sta with no escape routes. Yet, he made no attempt to evade. He stood his ground, intending to withstand Leon and Rosvisser's initial onslaught head-on. The blazing dragon fire hit Sta's golden armor first, triggering a series of chain explosions. The impact caused the ground beneath his feet to crack and sink, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Seeing Rosvisser's attack land, Leon followed up swiftly. With his lightning sword raised overhead, he swung it down with precision, aiming directly at Sta's back. However, all that was heard was a low, muffled sound as the lightning sword shattered upon impact with the golden armor. The blue glow from the broken sword fragments reflected on Leon's helmet, his gaze cutting through the fragmented lightning, meeting Sta's. The old dragon king turned his head slowly, and from beneath the thick helmet, his ancient, deep voice came through, laced with condescension. "Is that all you've got?" Leon sneered. "Don't worry, I won't disappoint you." As he spoke, the shattered fragments of the lightning sword and the scattered sparks suddenly flared with light, transforming into sharp lightning needles that shot toward Sta. The storm of lightning needles bombarded Sta's armor, crackling with energy. Though it wasn't enough to inflict real damage, Leon never intended this attack to do so. The needles embedded themselves into Sta's armor. At first, Sta felt only a minor irritation, as if the human's follow-up attack was just a harmless afterthought. But soon, a numbness began to creep through his body. The lightning needles, instead of hurting him, began paralyzing him. Like ants crawling under his skin, their electric charge spreading throughout his nerves and bloodstream. Seeing the effect take hold, Leon and Rosvisser swiftly moved to opposite sides, putting distance between themselves and Sta. Once they were far enough apart, the couple charged their respective elements, lightning and fire, and launched a synchronized attack at Sta. Rosvisser unleashed fireballs in rapid succession, while Leon's lightning converged into countless needles that intensified the paralysis, their sharp energy increasing the damage. The battlefield was quickly shrouded in thick dust and smoke as their combined attacks ravaged the ground. But the couple's bombardment continued. As Rosvisser had said before, they were perfectly in sync. They always had been. The smoke grew denser, covering Sta completely, but their barrage showed no sign of stopping. After a moment, they prepared to unleash their final strike. Both stopped their attacks simultaneously. Rosvisser spread her arms wide, gathering crimson flames in both hands, then brought them together. The flames took the shape of a dragon's head, roaring as it shot forward into the swirling dust cloud. S-rank fire magic, dragon flame mod, dragon fire obliteration. But the queen wasn't finished. As the flaming dragon head surged toward Sta, Rosvisser unfurled her dragon wings and beat them powerfully, creating air cannons that propelled the fireball with greater force. Not to be outdone, Leon prepared his own final move. After pausing the bombardment, he concentrated lightning into his palm. In the next instant, a wolf made of pure lightning burst forth from his hand, crackling and snarling as it charged into the storm of smoke and debris. A-rank lightning magic, Thunder Wolf Assault. The couple's ultimate moves collided with the cloud of dust where Sta stood, causing a violent magical disturbance. The residual energy of fire and lightning scattered through the air like brilliant fireworks. As the smoke and dust finally began to settle on the battlefield, the golden figure stood firm, unmoved. Surrounding Sta was a massive, translucent ancient bell, faint but clearly visible. Traces of Leon and Rosvisser's energy crackled on its surface, but Sta remained unharmed inside. Rosvisser's eyes widened, her silver pupils trembling slightly. What is that? Sta Asterisk, the radiant dragon king, one of the most ancient dragon rulers. But his abilities had never been recorded in any documents or tomes. Fighting against an unknown adversary always came with risks, and they had just encountered their first. From afar, Anna and the others watched in shock. Shirley, wide-eyed and trembling, muttered, "That was the combined attack of our queen and the prince consort. Even Constantine wouldn't have survived that. But it didn't even scratch him." "That's why the queen and the prince consort joined forces to face this enemy," Anna said, her voice heavy. "This opponent far surpasses Constantine." Though Anna wasn't on the front lines, she could feel the immense pressure emanating from Sta. He was far too mysterious and terrifying, and this was only the beginning of the battle. Would the queen and the prince consort find a way to break through? Several kilometers away, on the observation platform, Ravi finally allowed himself a smug smile. "I'll admit it, Leon Kasmod is impressive, forcing Sta to use this technique right from the start. But this is the end of the road for them." Nacho glanced at Ravi. "That giant bell, what is it?" "That's Sta's ultimate defense, something he spent a millennium creating. Asterisk absolute defense. Twilight Bell asterisk." Ravi explained proudly, eager to show off Dragonkind's magical achievements to the human who clearly didn't comprehend their grandeur. 400 years ago, in a realm beyond human knowledge, Sta fought against 4 other dragon kings for the golden armor he now wears. After obtaining the armor, he became the target of their combined assault. But none of their attacks could break through the Twilight Bell asterisk. It rendered their efforts as harmless as a child's scratch. Eventually, Sta won the armor and earned the title of Absolute Defense. Nacho listened, contemplating for a moment before asking, "So, no one has ever broken through his defense?" "Correct, no one in this world has ever done it. Not before, not now, and not in the future," Ravi said confidently. "That's why I say it's over. If they can't break through his defense, there's no point in continuing the fight. Leon Kasmod now has 2 choices. 1, wait until he's exhausted, and let Sta slowly kill him. Or 2, flee while he still has some strength, only to be executed later. Different choices, same result, it's just a matter of time. Nacho, knowing what kind of monster the Empire had bred, took a deep breath and said softly, "I think there's a third option." Ravi blinked, frowning. "What?" Before Nacho could answer, a sharp, piercing bird cry echoed across the battlefield. Sta turned his head toward the sound. Standing there was Leon, silver armor gleaming, and in his hand, the crackling energy of an attack took shape. Lightning Rush asterisk? No, in human terms, that spell is called asterisk Chidori asterisk, but it makes no difference. Are you really going to use such a trivial magic to try and break my ultimate defense? Sta almost laughed but restrained himself. He had expected more surprises from the man who defeated Constantine. But apparently, he had overestimated him. Leon crouched slightly, bending his knees, preparing to charge. "The strongest defense," he said, his voice calm, "often needs the simplest method to break. Old Dragon King, watch closely." As he spoke, the crackling energy intensified, the bird-like screeching filling the battlefield. Ripples of energy radiated outward, scattering dust and debris around Leon. He wasn't relying on just 50% of his mana to break that bell. He had a little extra trick. For example, the 9 infernal gates, 4th gate, open. With a powerful kick, Leon launched himself like a bullet. The Chidori in his hand hovered mere centimeters above the ground, tearing up the earth as he charged, leaving a long, deep trench in his wake. The trench looked like a giant serpent racing toward Sta, its speed and power awe-inspiring. With only half his mana left, Leon had no room to waste energy. The distance between them wasn't great, so to amplify the asterisk Chidori asterisk S power, he needed to accelerate. Opening the 4th gate increased his speed dramatically. At that speed, Leon became a blur, moving faster than Sta anticipated. Still, Sta planned to take the hit head-on. Absolute defense, Twilight Bell. The bell appeared again, surrounding Sta. He waited for the foolish human to crash into it, confident it would reduce him to nothing more than a smear on the ground. But there was no turning back now. Sta smirked, thinking, "Constantine, how could you have lost to such a brainless fool?" Lightning struck, the bird's cry pierced the sky. The Twilight Bell quivered violently under the onslaught of Leon's asterisk Chidori asterisk. Ripples of energy spread across the battlefield. And beneath the golden armor, Sta's smile slowly froze. Cracked. A visible fracture appeared on the surface of the Twilight Bell asterisk. What? How is this possible? There's no such thing as an unbreakable defense. If it exists, it just hasn't met me yet. Leon's Chidori shattered the Twilight Bell asterisk S supposed invincibility. And from above, the sky-darkening flames of Rosvisser followed closely behind. (254) Vol 2ch, 60. The third option, breaking your so-called indestructible defense, Nacho said, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his tone indifferent as he watched the battlefield. Good news, his guess was right. General Lai's face was practically glowing with invincibility. Bad news, that same General Lai was now his enemy. Nacho glanced at Ravi, who was standing nearby, his face dark with frustration. Now you understand why the Empire has gone to such lengths, even dragging out an old monster like Sta, just to kill Leon, right? Ravi's face remained grim, and he didn't answer. Seeing Ravi's silence, Nacho pushed further. Leon Kasmad just shattered that bell, and it's only a matter of time before Sta falls, just like you said. So, hurry up and prepare the finishing move. Ravi exhaled slowly and shook his head. It's not time yet. Not time yet. Are you waiting for Sta's corpse to cool, for his head to be chopped off and placed next to Constantine's? Having witnessed Sta's ultimate defense be shattered, and now being taunted by Nacho, Ravi suppressed his shock and anger. In a cold voice, he replied, "Do you really think Sta became a legend among the dragons just because of one unbeatable defense? More tricks up his sleeve. Of course, watch and see." Despite his words, Ravi's confidence clearly wavered. After seeing Leon's power firsthand, Ravi realized he'd better keep his boasting in check. After all, his bragging might get a rude awakening in the next moment, and the sound of that slap would be louder than Chidori itself, and it would hurt. On the battlefield, Sta, whose twilight bell had been broken, was hit by an attack from Rosvisser. A scorching wave of heat slammed into him, sending him flying. Sta's body crashed into a low mountain, embedding him deep within its rocky surface. Leon and Rosvisser regrouped. Rosvisser folded her dragon wings, placed one hand on her hip, and looked at the tunnel digger Sta with a smile. "We make a great team." Leon could tell she was joking, being self-deprecating. From an outside perspective, or even from her own, she had merely added to the damage. If it weren't for Leon breaking Sta's defense with Chidori**, they wouldn't have even gotten a chance to land a hit. But Leon was fully aware and far from underestimating himself. He calmly analyzed, "After breaking through his bell, I left an opening. If you hadn't followed up, I might have been counterattacked. You're right, we do make a great team." The queen gave him a sidelong glance, unsure if he was being sincere or just trying to cheer her up during the battle. Regardless, it did make her happy. Suppressing the urge to smile, Rosvisser muttered, "You're good with words." "Good with words? I've always been a smooth talker." You know, smooth talker is usually a backhanded compliment. True, but the focus is on smooth, right? Rosvisser furrowed her elegant brows and let out a small tusk before delivering an elbow jab to Leon's chest plate. "We're in the middle of a fight, stay serious." Her reminder ended their light-hearted conversation, bringing them back to focus on the battle. Meanwhile, Sta remained embedded in the mountain, not rushing to counterattack. Having his supposedly unbreakable defense shattered by Chidori** forced him to pause and think. No wonder the Empire is so desperate to kill him. If we let a monster like him live, wiping out all the dragons on the surface is just a matter of time. Sta pulled his arm free from the stone crevice and forced himself up amidst the rubble. "If I could, I'd like to see what kind of strength you'd gain by becoming a vessel." He gazed at the distant speck of light, his golden armor beginning to glow softly. "But, Leon Kasmod, since you've chosen to oppose the Empire, it means you won't live long enough to see the ultimate power unleashed. For you, everything in this world ends today." With that, the light from his armor began to shine through the cracks in the mountain. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, boulders tumbling down from the mountain peak with deafening crashes. Even Nacho, who was watching from a distance, felt the tremors. "What's happening? Is Sta turning into his dragon form?" Nacho hurriedly asked, "But didn't your master warn you that transforming into a dragon against Kasmod would create more openings? He's better at killing dragons than anyone. Just look at Constantine." "Your master should have excluded Sta from that. His dragon form is different from ours." "Different, how so?" "Stop asking, you'll see for yourself soon." "You." Nacho let out a snort and turned back to the battlefield. The low mountain was now crumbling, revealing the massive golden figure slowly rising from the debris. With a mighty roar, the remaining dust and rocks were blown away, revealing a gigantic golden dragon on the battlefield. It was so large that even the mountain couldn't contain it, and even from several kilometers away, Nacho could see it clearly. Sta's dragon aura had multiplied in intensity. Thud! Nacho immediately buckled under the pressure of the dragon's aura, collapsing to his knees. His entire body shook uncontrollably, tears, snot, and sweat dripping onto the ground. The fear gripped his bones and churned his insides. For a moment, as a human, Nacho even considered ending his own life. The dragons behind him weren't faring any better. The only one left standing was Ravi, though his face was drenched in cold sweat. Even a fellow dragon king like Ravi was struggling against the overwhelming pressure of Sta's aura. "I told you, Sta isn't part of your master's concerns," Ravi said calmly. Nacho stared at the enormous golden dragon and swallowed hard. "I shouldn't have come here. Maybe I shouldn't have even been born." At the same time, near the Silver Dragon clan's borders, Anna's heart pounded in her chest. Sta's dragon aura was driving her mad. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, drawing blood that trickled down her hands. She used the pain to force herself to stay conscious. She glanced at Shirley beside her, whose face and neck were beginning to sprout scales, her tail twitching uncontrollably. Her eyes were fixed on Sta's form. The unconscious dragon transformation was a response to sensing a powerful aura, a reaction usually reserved for members of the same species. But for Sta to affect dragons of other kinds, Anna had never seen anything like it. Anna placed a hand on Shirley's shoulder, softly calling her name. This snapped Shirley back to reality. She gasped for breath, as though waking from a nightmare. Head maid, I just. Sta's aura is too strong. Stay sharp, Shirley. Yes, I'm sorry. She steadied herself and looked toward the battlefield, concern filling her eyes. Your Majesty and the prince are much closer. How are they resisting this aura? Should we help them? Trust them. Anna sighed heavily. In a battle of this scale, the best help we can give is not getting ourselves killed. Roar. The dragon's roar tore through the sky, the golden dragon's majesty dominating the battlefield. Though the endless rumbling never ceased, it felt like a dead silence had fallen over everyone. No one could imagine what those two standing closest to Sta were feeling. Were they afraid? Had they broken down? Or maybe they were already thinking of surrender. The answer was, "You bastard." Leon Casmod raised his right hand, lightning erupting around him. Why are you shouting so loud? TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. $255. Vol 2ch, 61. The sky cracked, the earth trembled, and the terrifying pressure of the golden dragon enveloped the entire battlefield with just a breath. Even those watching from a distance were drenched in cold sweat, some falling to their knees under the weight of Sta's overwhelming dragon aura. However, standing before the majestic and terrifying form of Sta, Leon Casmod showed no fear. Lightning gathered in Leon's hand as he loudly expressed his dissatisfaction with the giant creature. He was really starting to hate how these dragon kings always roared when they transformed. Sure, transforming was fine, but did they have to make such a big deal of it? Did roaring make them feel more powerful? Come on, this is a battle, not a competition to see who can shout the loudest. Leon glanced over at Rosvisser. As much as he wanted to complain, he knew that the dragon aura from someone like Sta wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Even for someone like Rosvisser, who was also a dragon king, standing this close to Sta was challenging. The pressure from a more powerful dragon was a natural instinct, embedded in their bloodline. Rosvisser stared at the enormous creature, her face calm, her body relaxed. Leon opened his mouth, intending to check on her, but she beat him to it. Leon. That shout of yours just now, it was amazing. Leon blinked, surprised by her words, and looked at Rosvisser. She was smiling, her expression completely genuine, a smile full of heartfelt praise. Still, Leon noticed a faint trace of cold sweat glistening on her forehead and at the tip of her nose. In that moment, Leon understood. The overwhelming dragon aura had affected her more than she let on. The things buried deep in her bloodline couldn't be easily changed, even for another dragon king. Yet Rosvisser had shown no outward signs of discomfort, relying entirely on her strong willpower to withstand it. It was Leon's shout that had fully grounded her, helping her push through the overwhelming pressure. She wasn't lacking in courage, she just needed someone to back her up at a critical moment. And that person was Leon. If you complimented me like that more often, I'd be really happy, Leon said with a smile after his brief shock. So, how about saving another compliment for after the battle? Rosvisser spread her dragon wings, slowly covering herself with them. Just before her face disappeared behind the wings, she replied, "Depends on how you perform, idiot." With that, Rosvisser fully spread her wings, and the next moment, a silver dragon roared into the sky. The battle entered a new phase from that moment on. Dragons had different advantages in their humanoid and dragon forms. In humanoid form, they had finer control over magic, with more concentrated attacks, but lacked explosive power and had weaker defenses. In dragon form, these weaknesses were completely compensated for, though at the cost of agility and higher magic consumption. For the Silver Dragon clan, speed was their specialty, so in terms of size and magical power, Rosvisser was no match for Sta. To defeat this gleaming golden monster, she and Leon would have to work perfectly in sync, without a single mistake. Luckily, the two of them were in perfect harmony. They didn't even need to speak. A single glance was enough to understand what the other was planning. In other words, they had their own internal communication. Seeing Rosvisser take to the sky and get into position, Leon adjusted his stance. Round 2 begins. The couple launched their attacks on Sta simultaneously, Leon from the ground and Rosvisser from the sky. This time, however, Sta did not summon the Twilight Bell. In his humanoid form, his smaller size allowed him to more effectively channel his magic into the bell. But in dragon form, it would take many times more magic to summon a defense of the same strength. Besides, the bell had already been pierced by that human brat, so it probably wouldn't be as effective even if he tried again. Instead, Sta opted for offense, using his dragon form's immense power to intercept their attacks. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from Sta, and countless beams of golden light shot out from his mouth. It was like a golden rain, crashing down toward the ground. His first target, of course, was Leon Kasmod. After the earlier exchanges, Sta now understood why the Empire was so desperate to eliminate this man. If left alive, the chaos he could cause would be incalculable. Rulers had different ways of maintaining power, but there was one thing they all agreed on. Uncontrollable factors must never be allowed to exist. And Leon was uncontrollable. Boom, boom, boom. Golden beams of light exploded all around Leon, causing a series of magical detonations beneath his feet. His silver armor was swallowed by fire and smoke, temporarily obscuring him from Sta's sight. But before Sta could lock onto Leon's position again, he felt a wave of heat from above. Looking up, he saw 3 crescent-shaped flames streaking toward him. S-rank fire magic, chasing moon flames. The spell combined fire magic's explosive force and burning damage with a blade-like shape, greatly increasing its piercing power. The 3 crescents struck Sta's head, leaving noticeable scorch marks on his golden scales. But in the end, they only damaged his scales, a superficial wound for a dragon king. Dragons have truly fallen. For a new generation dragon king to only manage this much, Sta scoffed, not holding back his contempt for his enemy. If you still had such overwhelming power, why have you hidden in the shadows for the past century, even siding with humans? Rosvisser shot back without hesitation. I've allied with humans for the sake of the dragon's long-term future. The future of the dragons should be in the hands of the dragons themselves, not dependent on outsiders. Their brief exchange ended as Rosvisser flared her wings and unleashed a spiraling gust of wind. Immediately after, she gathered flames in her mouth and spat them out. The fire quickly caught up with the spiral wind, forming a twisting, flame serpent that shot toward Sta. S-rank fire magic, explosive flame dance. Sta's enormous size gave him overwhelming defensive power and magical output, but it also made him an easier target. Especially when faced with fire accelerated by the wind, there was no way for Sta to dodge. The flame serpent struck Sta's neck, and though his scales absorbed much of the impact, they couldn't completely block the intense heat. Sta growled, preparing to gather energy in his mouth to target Rosvisser. But before he could release the attack, a silver figure shot out from the smoke and fire on the ground. Leon, gripping a sword of lightning, charged straight for Sta. Sta had been keeping an eye on Leon, so he wasn't about to be caught off guard by a sneak attack. While gathering energy, he swung his massive dragon tail toward Leon. Leon didn't dodge, continuing his charge straight at Sta. Foolish brat, Sta thought with a sneer, you're dead. The golden tail swung down, casting a shadow over Leon and blocking out the sun. Leon glanced up just as the tail came crashing down. Boom! The tail strike was not just a casual swipe, it was nearly a full-force blow from Sta. With the massive advantage of his dragon form, even another dragon king would struggle to withstand such a hit, let alone a human. As the tail slammed down, Sta released the energy he'd been gathering, sending a blast toward Rosvisser in the sky. Known for her speed, the Silver Dragon Queen easily evaded the sluggish attack. Ha, a reckless brat who charges blindly and a new queen who only knows how to dodge. I don't even know how to describe you two. Rosvisser hovered in the air, her dragon eyes fixed on the shadow beneath Sta's massive tail. She believed in Leon. He wasn't foolish enough to charge in recklessly and get crushed. If you don't know what to say, how about listening to me? Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Sta's neck. His enormous body shuddered. Sta's pupils contracted. When did you? So my opinion is, old fossils like you should stay buried. Sta tried to turn and swat the pest, clinging to his back. But before he could, there was a crisp snap, and a flash of blue light appeared at the base of his tail. Immediately, a numbing sensation shot through Sta's entire lower body. A-rank lightning magic, thunder shadow illusion. When Sta's earlier attacks had filled the battlefield with smoke and fire, Leon had used the cover to create a temporary lightning clone. As Sta's attention was drawn to the clone, Leon silently moved behind his massive neck. This trick only worked on massive dragon kings. It would be easily spotted in a one-on-one duel. Of course, Rosvisser's cooperation was crucial. Without her 2 S-rank spells to distract Sta, the old dragon king might have seen through Leon's ploy. I'm sure someone told you not to transform into dragon form when fighting me, but clearly, you didn't listen. Leon gathered lightning into a sword. But it's not too late. You can review your mistakes with Constantine in the afterlife. The title, Why Fighting Casmod in Dragon Form is a Stupid Idea. With that, Leon swung the lightning sword, slicing through the hardened golden scales at the back of Sta's neck. Sta's dragon eyes trembled violently. Even Ravi, watching from a distance, was stunned by the sight. He actually pierced Sta's scales with a lightning sword. Still reeling from the oppressive force of Sta's dragon aura, Ravi now felt a new kind of fear creep over him as Leon Casmod's strength became clearer. But this fear was different. Dragon aura suppression was something inherent to dragon blood. Leon's overwhelming presence, on the other hand, came from sheer, monstrous power that far surpassed that of a dragon king. Nacho, too, had lost his smug demeanor. His expression had grown grim. Does Sta have any trump cards left? If not, we'll have to call in Bly and Jagus. It'll take all 3 of you. Ravi swallowed, not bothering to argue with Nacho this time. Understood, I'll go prepare. We can't let this monster live. He's too terrifying. He looked at Leon, murmuring once more, too terrifying. Ravi forced himself to tear his gaze away from Leon and turned to leave the command platform to prepare their final strike. But before he could take more than a few steps, Nacho shouted, "Wait, look, what's Sta doing?" Ravi turned back, his eyes widening as he watched. The massive golden dragon tilted his head to the sky and let out a long, deafening roar, completely ignoring the blood gushing from his neck. Light burst forth from his body, and an overwhelming energy began gathering around him. The power was so immense that it caused the sky to darken and the elements to go wild. Ravi recognized it immediately. He's converting his self-destructive energy into an attack. What does that mean? Nacho asked, confused. The ancient dragons, when cornered, choose to destroy everything. Ravi's voice trembled, cold sweat pouring down his face. And that includes themselves. "256. Vol 2ch, 62. Rosvisser flew behind Sta. Leon leaped onto her back, and the two quickly put some distance between themselves and Sta. Is he planning a final counterattack? Leon asked as he watched Sta gather energy. Rosvisser circled, observing Sta carefully. It didn't look like a counterattack. No, it looked more like mutual destruction. At that moment, Sta wasn't just gathering energy in his mouth. Even his heart was beginning to glow with power. He's using the power of his heart-shield dragon scales, Rosvisser said gravely. Sta plans to destroy everything here. Leon frowned at the unfamiliar term. Heartshield dragon scales? What's that? Rossvisser hesitated for a moment before explaining. It's complicated, but the bottom line is, if we don't stop Sta, everyone here could die. Leon could feel the terrifying surge of energy building inside Sta. If Leon were at his peak, he might have been able to gather enough power to counterbalance it. But right now, he only had about half his usual magic reserves, and the earlier exchanges had drained him significantly. If they were going to stop Sta, they would need a different plan. This energy has become uncontrollable. Even Sta knows that, Rossvisser said. He's like a giant, unstable bomb now, ready to go off at any moment. But we don't have enough power to match that energy and stop it. She knew how strong Leon was. At his peak, he was nearly unstoppable. But this wasn't a typical situation. Sta, in his current state, would be the strongest enemy they had ever faced. After a brief pause, Rossvisser asked, "What are you going to do? Retreat or stay and stop him?" Leon's brow furrowed as he analyzed the situation. "You just said the explosion's range is unpredictable. Noah and the others are still in the sanctuary. We can't risk it. We have to stop Sta here." Rossvisser thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, what's your plan?" Leon slowly raised his head and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a crazy idea flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, at the command platform in the distance, Ravi had prepared the space transport array. As soon as Sta self-destructed, he would teleport away. Ravi could hardly believe the old dragon was mad enough to destroy everything here. Didn't he understand the terrifying power he was about to unleash? Oh, maybe he did. But once this move was done, everyone would be dead anyway, so what did it matter? The inherent madness and obsession with revenge that ran through dragon blood was something even they couldn't always understand. Especially dragon kings like Sta, who had pure dragon blood. They couldn't accept failure, especially not such a humiliating one. Mutual destruction was always part of their battle strategy. Hey, Ravi, you're not going to leave me behind here, are you? Our master won't forgive you." Nacho grabbed Ravi's arm, panicking. Ravi shook him off in disgust. "If you want to live, shut up. Leon Kasmod is as good as dead. He's powerful, yes, but from what I've seen, he can't generate the kind of magic to counter Sta. Everything here will be leveled. It's not like we even need to intervene." "Why, yeah, Leon can't escape this time. Our mission's complete." Nacho, now desperate, nodded in agreement. "It's just a shame about Sta. What a brave dragon king, taking everyone down with him." Ravi bit his lip. Sacrificing Sta to wipe out a monster like Leon Kasmod is a fair trade. "Exactly, I never liked that kid since he enlisted. Wait, what are they doing?" Nacho asked, staring toward the battlefield. Ravi followed his gaze. Rossvisser, still in her dragon form, was launching fireballs into the sky. All the Silver Dragon guards stationed at the border had transformed as well, and were also firing flames into the sky. Hundreds of fireballs ascended into the clouds. Ravi frowned. Those fireballs wouldn't hurt Sta, so what were they doing? A ritual before death. On the battlefield, Sta continued to gather energy. The Silver Dragons, meanwhile, kept launching fireballs into the sky, one after another. Gradually, the once clear sky grew darker, and thick storm clouds began to gather. Plopped. A raindrop fell on Ravi's hand. He glanced down. It's raining. After that single drop, a torrential downpour followed. Ravi looked at the dragons, still firing fireballs, and muttered to himself. The dragon flames heated the air, creating an updraft that generated storm clouds. But are they planning to use rain to douse Sta's rage? What a joke, idiots. He stopped mid-sentence. No, that wasn't it. They weren't trying to use the rain. They were. Boom. A deafening thunderclap echoed from the clouds above. It felt as though the lightning had exploded inside Ravi's mind, leaving him speechless. Lightning? That lunatic. That guy's a complete maniac. Ravi suddenly realized what was happening, and it made him almost lose control. Next to him, Nacho was still clueless. What? Shouldn't we run? No. A twisted smile spread across Ravi's face. You don't get to see something like this every day. Missing it would be a once-in-a-lifetime regret. Natch's face paled. You're insane, you dragons are all insane. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the silver dragon hovered in the sky. Leon stood tall at the dragon's head, his right hand raised high. The rain poured down harder. The lightning within the clouds crackled like an awakened beast, roaring its fury at the world. Lightning, the most powerful element in nature, and also the most uncontrollable. Leon called upon the lightning, the thunder rolling in constant waves. But to stop something as uncontrollable as Sta, I'll need its power. Sometimes, Leon, I really think you think like a dragon, Rosvisser commented lightly. What human would come up with such a crazy plan? Dear Melkve, the mad one here isn't a dragon or a human. Lightning surged, shaking the heavens. The man in silver armor leaped from the dragon's head. The mad one is me. Gripping the power of thunder in his hand, Leon plunged toward the blinding golden light of Sta's impending destruction. "257. Vol 2ch, 63. As Leon leapt from Rosvisser's back, Sta had just completed gathering his energy. This attack would mark the end of his millennia-long life. And it would also mark the end of the reckless human standing before him. Sta would ensure that Leon learned the fate of those who dared to anger the Dragon Kings. Death was the only outcome. Mutual destruction, so what? As long as the enemy paid the same price, Sta didn't care. A sudden burst of golden light radiated from Sta, resembling a second sun rising from the horizon. This immense power rippled outward from Sta, who roared as he upheld the last remnants of his dignity as a Dragon King. The man who had driven him to this desperate state was also fully prepared for their final clash. The man in silver armor held the power of thunder in his hands, an element wild and uncontrollable, now tamed, an army of lightning at his command. He appeared like a general of salvation, leading the strongest force in the world, launching a full-force attack on the Golden Dragon. 1,000 bolts of lightning coalesced into the form of a roaring lion descending from the sky. This was Super S-rank lightning magic, Dragon Annihilation Asterisk, a spell never recorded in any book, a technique Leon Kasmod had created specifically to kill dragons. No lengthy incantation, no elaborate gestures, no sneaky tricks. It was pure energy, designed solely for one purpose: slaying dragons. The thunder clashed with the golden light. The lion fought against the Dragon King. This was a battle between two kings, and it would not end until one was destroyed. As the two forces collided in midair, the resulting explosion of energy rippled across the battlefield. The earth quaked, and it felt like the end of the world had arrived early. Blinding flashes of light reflected in Ravi's eyes, who watched in awe, muttering in a near-deranged tone, "Do you see that, Nacho? This is the ultimate duel to the death. You're so lucky to witness this at only 30 or 40 years old. I've lived for 1,500 years, and only today do I have the fortune to see such a battle. Dragons are all insane," their master used to say often. Nacho hadn't believed it before, but now he did. He knelt on the ground, watching the man and the dragon gamble their lives. Nacho couldn't understand. If the Dragon King's fury was uncontrollable and would destroy everything, what was Leon Kasmod fighting so desperately for? Leon could have escaped with the silver dragons to a safer distance. Even if Sta's self-destruction reached them, it wouldn't have been this dangerous. Yet here he was, throwing his life on the line. Watching the small silver figure commanding lightning to fight against the rampaging Dragon King, even the cunning Nacho couldn't help but think, if only someone like him stood on our side. Heroes, those who were fearless in the face of danger, were always admired by others. But Nacho would never understand, and could never understand, that Leon didn't live for others' admiration. He had something to protect, something worth risking his life for. Amid the storm of lightning, cracks began to appear in the man's armor as he shouted at the Golden Dragon. "How long have you lived, Sta?" 1,000 years, 2,000, maybe 3,000. In all that time, there must be something you regret more than anything, right? Maybe a wrong decision you made, or perhaps killing your own kind, or something else. But I'm telling you now, The thing you'll regret the most in your entire life is standing at my doorstep, screaming at my wife and kids, and then trying to blow up my house. The last dragon who scared my family is already hanging over my door. And your fate will be the same." Thunder roared as Leon used the lightning in his hand to shatter the golden light in front of him, forcibly pushing back the terrifying energy that could have leveled everything. The lion made of lightning roared, baring its fangs and swinging its claws as it charged toward Sta. In an instant, the dragon was swallowed by the lightning, the golden light extinguished. The sound of Sta's roar echoed through the explosion, filled with anger and bitterness at his defeat. Did the prince win? The prince won. At the moment of the explosion, Sta's dragon aura vanished completely. The Silver Dragon soldiers erupted in cheers, raising their arms in celebration. A relieved smile spread across Shirley's face. "We won, head maid." Anna finally unclenched her fists, blood dripping from her palms. "Yes, we won." On the battlefield, Rosvisser dove into the midst of the explosion, grabbing Leon in her mouth before flying close to the ground. The explosion's aftermath continued, the situation critical, so she had no choice but to use this somewhat undignified method to save Leon. That idiot, standing there trying to look cool instead of running to avoid the blast. She would have to ask Rebecca, the gunslinger, how she had dealt with this show-off in the past. While her thoughts wandered, a sudden shockwave slammed into Rosvisser, causing her to lose her balance and crash into the ground with Leon. Fortunately, they had already reached the edge of the blast zone, so the fall didn't matter much. Rosvisser, in her dragon form, quickly stopped herself. Once stable, she immediately ran to Leon, spreading her wings to shield him, using her own body to protect him from the residual shockwaves. Thankfully, the energy explosion soon ended. After confirming that there was no more movement, Rosvisser retracted her wings and returned to her human form. The couple lay on the devastated battlefield, gazing up at the clearing night sky. The clouds dispersed, and the first rays of sunlight shone on Leon's black and gold armor. He was exhausted, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. That last attack had been incredibly risky. It was a gamble, and luckily he had won. "Rosvisser." "What?" "Your teeth, they jabbed into my side earlier. You're lucky I didn't eat you." But being held in a dragon's mouth was a first for me. It was quite an experience. Rosvisser turned her head, giving him a look of pure disgust. "Bunny girl costumes are about as far as I'm willing to go. Any other preferences, you'll have to figure out on your own." The two of them lay on the ground, staring at each other. From Rosvisser's angle, she could only see the silver hunk of metal covering his head, but she was sure there was a goofy grin under that helmet. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed the queen's mind. She reached out, gently cupping the helmet of Leon's black and gold armor, then leaned in, her soft lips brushing against the cold metal. It was a brief kiss. As soon as it was over, she immediately pulled away, her face flushed, and lay back down. Leon froze for a moment before sitting up in a jolt. "That doesn't count. Why you kiss the helmet, that doesn't count." "Count it or not, I've done my part." "What kind of kiss is that?" "No, wait until I take off this helmet, and we'll do it again." Leon awkwardly fumbled with the helmet, trying to take it off. This blasted armor was great in combat, but taking it off was a pain. He should sell it someday. Black and gold armor. Huh, have I not been fueling your dreams lately, Casmod? In the end, Leon couldn't get the helmet off. He gave up, deciding he'd deal with it when they got back. Leon stood up and extended his hand to Rosvisser. "Let's go home." Rosvisser nodded, taking his hand and standing with ease. The couple looked back at the battlefield behind them. Golden scales were scattered across the ground, and Sta's massive dragon corpse lay motionless. Cleaning up this battlefield would take a long time. "His head's too big. It won't fit," Leon muttered quietly. "I'll arrange for some craftsmen to make you a special display stand for the heads of these old dragon kings. How does that sound?" Rosvisser teased. "That'd be a bit embarrassing. Honestly, I'm more interested in that bigger throne you mentioned rebuilding." With arms around each other, the couple chatted about nothing in particular as they slowly walked back toward the Silver Dragon territory. Anna, Shirley, and the others hurried to meet them. Without a doubt, this was a resounding victory. After this battle, the Empire likely wouldn't send another Dragon King to trouble Leon for a while. "Where do you think you're going?" A voice suddenly echoed from above. Leon and Rosvisser looked up to see a dark figure descending from the sky, landing between them and the approaching silver dragons. As the figure landed, two more shadows followed, dropping on either side of the couple. The three figures formed a triangle, surrounding Leon and Rosvisser. Rosvisser immediately recognized the leader. Ravi, the star-wandering Dragon King. (258). Vol 2ch, 64. If Ravi was here then. Rosvisser glanced at the two figures behind him. As expected, it was Bly and Jagus, the two Dragon Kings also adept in space magic. "Long time no see, Silver Dragon Queen," Ravi greeted her, raising his hand as dozens of space portals opened behind him. From the portals, hundreds of dragons poured out, immediately launching themselves at the Silver Dragon forces in the distance. The two sides clashed without hesitation. "I didn't expect you two to actually manage to kill Sta," Ravi admitted, his voice calm but carrying an edge. "To be honest, the man by your side has power far beyond anything I can comprehend." He continued, "Someone like him is a threat to both the dragons and the Empire if he continues to exist in this world. Silver Dragon Queen, you've chosen the wrong side. You could have preserved your clan's prosperity for centuries by staying neutral or aligning with us and the Empire. But instead, you chose to help Leon Kasmod. I'm afraid I have no choice but to inform you that both of you must be erased." Rosvisser stood tall, her back against Leon's, unyielding. Her voice was cold but full of authority. "There is no choosing sides here. I simply did what I believed was right. As for self-preservation," she chuckled, "have my years of keeping the silver dragons in the shadows made you think I'm a coward who fears death?" Ravi's brows furrowed slightly. After a brief pause, he responded, "I respect your courage to stake everything, Silver Dragon Queen, but as I've said, today both of you will be erased." "After your battle with Sta, you must be nearly out of energy," Ravi continued, his tone remaining calm. "But don't worry, I won't use violence to send you off. That's the beauty of space magic." Though Ravi kept his voice steady, internally, he was filled with anxiety. He wouldn't have dared to confront them if Leon and Rosvisser hadn't been so drained after their fight with Sta. Otherwise, it would have been a death sentence for him, Bly, and Jagus. Now it was time to play their trump card, Nacho's so-called surprise kill. Ravi raised his hand, conjuring a complex magic array in his palm. Bly and Jagus did the same. "Space magic? I have no idea how their attacks even work," Leon muttered. "But either way, let's deal with the one who talks the most first. Sound good?" Rosvisser nodded. "Sounds good." She paused before asking, "Are your magic reserves still enough?" Leon patted his chest. The last attack had nearly drained him dry of magic. He still had the 9 Infernal Gates asterisk technique, but against 3 Dragon Kings, relying on physical techniques alone was a gamble. But he had to try. There was no way he'd just stand still and let them treat him like a punching bag. "I probably can't use magic right now. I'll draw his attention while you attack from the side," Leon said. "Be careful." "Got it, let's do this." After quickly coordinating their strategy, the couple split to the left and right, charging at Ravi. Their speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, Leon was already right in front of Ravi, launching a powerful knee strike at his face. Using the asterisk 4th gate of speed asterisk, Leon's raw momentum turned the simple knee attack into a devastating blow. At the same time, Rosvisser gathered Dragonfire, preparing to strike Ravi from the side. Everything was going according to their plan. But just as Leon's knee was about to connect, a pale blue barrier suddenly appeared, rising from the ground to block his attack. Both Leon and Rosvisser quickly retreated, not taking any chances with the unfamiliar magic. "What's up with this barrier?" Leon muttered. Before he could finish, 2 more barriers erupted from the ground, forming a triangular enclosure that trapped him and Rosvisser inside with little room to maneuver. S-rank space magic, Gates of the Future asterisk. Rosvisser tried attacking the barrier with her dragon fire, but the instant the flames touched it, they vanished into thin air. A moment later, an explosion went off in the distance, where her attack had been redirected. "This barrier redirects magic to a distant location," Rosvisser said gravely, pressing her hand against the barrier. "And your physical attacks didn't affect it either. This is troublesome." The space barrier was unlike Sta's impenetrable defense. When Leon broke through Sta's defense, it had been thanks to a combination of his Chidori *S piercing power and the incredible force generated by his speed and physical prowess. But this space barrier was not only incredibly tough, it also redirected magic attacks. This meant that brute force was the only option for breaking through. If the fourth gate's attack didn't work, Leon began, lowering himself into a deep stance and placing his fists at his waist. An invisible force radiated from his body, causing pebbles on the ground to tremble and jump. 9 Infernal Gates, 5th Gate, Meteor Asterisk. The 5th gate massively enhanced Leon's physical strength and explosive power, building on the foundation of the 4th gate's speed. Of course, starting with the 5th gate, the side effects on the user's body grew much more severe. But Leon had no time to worry about side effects now. He had no idea what other tricks the space magic users had up their sleeves. He needed to break this dam barrier as quickly as possible. With the 5th gate activated, faint steam rose from the gaps in Leon's black and gold armor. It was the vapor of his sweat. With a low shout, Leon pushed off the ground, launching himself forward. In an instant, he was in front of Ravi, unleashing a powerful punch directly at the space barrier. As his fist connected, the ground trembled, and the barrier quivered under the impact. Ravi gritted his teeth, pouring more magic into the barrier to barely withstand the attack. The strain of maintaining the 5th gate was immense, but the power boost was equally overwhelming. Yet, despite the raw strength of the attack, the space barrier remained intact. Ravi let out a quiet breath of relief. "Stop struggling, Casmod. You can't break this barrier. As I said, you will be erased but without any pain. Accept your fate quietly." Leon grimaced, fighting through the pain coursing through his body. "Shut it, old man. Do I look like the type to surrender?" He retreated back to Rosvisser, speaking in a low voice. "There's no way Ravi's maintaining this barrier alone. Those two behind him are also contributing. There's an obvious advantage and disadvantage to this setup. The advantage is, as you can see, it's almost impossible for just the two of us to overpower all three of them. But the disadvantage is, if even one of them makes a mistake or lets their guard down, the barrier's strength will drop significantly." Leon's gaze shifted to the distant battlefield, where the Silver Dragon soldiers were locked in combat with Ravi's forces. He sighed quietly. "It doesn't seem like anyone out there can help us from the outside, though." Leon's plan was simple. If he could disrupt just one of the 3 Dragon Kings maintaining the barrier, he'd have a chance to break it. But the problem was, all the Silver Dragons were too busy holding off the Star-Wandering Dragons. No one could break through to lend them a hand. It was a desperate situation. And it was about to get worse. A magic array appeared beneath the couple's feet, and in its center, a small rift began to open. The rift glowed with an eerie blue light, its depths completely obscured. It was slowly expanding, threatening to swallow both Leon and Rosvisser. Rosvisser stared intently at the growing rift, her mind racing. Ravi's been talking about erasing us, not killing us, so this isn't some kind of sealing spell or spatial annihilation. It looks more like. She pieced it together, remembering how her dragon fire had been redirected earlier. A teleportation spell. Ravi is trying to send us somewhere completely unknown. "Well done, Silver Dragon Queen," Ravi said smugly. "You're absolutely right. This is a powerful teleportation array. In this world, there may be no magic strong enough to kill Leon Casmod, so the next best thing is to send him far, far away." The trump card had finally been revealed. But despite the plan's grand nature, it still wasn't going to kill Leon. No matter, though. As long as Leon was out of the picture, Ravi didn't care whether he lived or died. In that unknown world, Leon Casmod won't be alone. After all, you'll be there with him, Silver Dragon Queen. Oh, and you too have kids, right? I should have thought to capture them and send them into the array with you. That way, your family could be reunited in another world and live however you please. Ravi sneered, though I still can't comprehend how a proud dragon queen could lower herself to mate with a human. Bang! Leon slammed his fist into the barrier. Stay out of my business, old man. Tusk, Casmod, I've heard about your stubbornness, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Ravi, now confident in his victory, continued to taunt Leon. Rosvisser blinked and looked at Leon. So, you were famous for being stubborn, even before we got married. That's slander. I've never been stubborn, Leon muttered defensively. Really? Then when are you going to confess to me? There's no rush. Why not? I'm in a rush. Well, being in a rush won't help. The couple bickered back and forth, completely ignoring the expanding rift at their feet and paying no mind to Ravi outside the barrier. You awful man, are you trying to avoid responsibility? What do you mean? If I didn't want responsibility, would we have this many kids? I gave birth to them, I did all the work. You can't do it alone without me. Ravi, enough already. Dragons can hatch from cocoons, you know. Cocoons, the ones that get smacked around like those chubby dragons Noah defeated. Ravi, I said enough. What are you doing? You're on the brink of death and you're arguing. The couple stopped bickering in perfect synchrony, turning their heads to look at Ravi. What are we doing? We're distracting you. What? Before Ravi could finish, a sharp bird-like screech echoed behind him. A small black figure leaped into the air, lightning crackling in its hand as it struck toward Ravi's shoulder. "259. Vol 2ch, 65. As thousands of dragons clashed in battle, with spells colliding and dragons roaring, almost no one would notice the movements of a small child. But even so, crossing a battlefield still required immense courage and sharp instincts that far surpassed the norm. The lightning from Chidori illuminated the small, determined face of a mere 2-year-old child, Noah K. Melqui. Despite her age, her eyes carried a resolve and boldness that rivaled any adult. Many had said that Noah was merely a child known for excelling in studies or bullying her classmates, a mere queen of the classroom. But today, in the face of a formidable opponent like a star-wandering dragon king, her attack was made without hesitation. Just like her father, Noah had nothing to prove to others. She would do whatever she believed was right, even if it was dangerous, even if it meant risking her life, even if there was no return. Ravi slowly turned his head, but before he could fully grasp who was attacking him, a sharp pain shot through his right shoulder. He stumbled, but quickly regained his stance, sending a swift kick to the small figure that had attacked him. Ravi's eyes narrowed with fury. A mere child. Being caught off guard by a child was a humiliation too great for a dragon king to bear. But then he realized it must be the daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen and Casmod. Ravi's gaze shifted to the small, crumpled form of Noah lying on the ground. She was indeed far stronger than a typical young dragon. Yet, despite her strength, she was still just a child. Even though she managed to distract him and create an opening, she could not inflict any significant damage on him. Don't worry, little brat, Ravi growled. Once I'm done with your parents, you're next. You dare hurt my daughter. The moment those words left Leon's mouth, it was as if time slowed to a crawl. Ravi's instincts screamed danger. He quickly shifted his gaze from Noah back to Leon, but it was too late. The barrier shattered like fragile glass, and a massive hand reached through the shards, wrapping around Ravi's throat with crushing force. In that moment, Ravi felt his windpipe and bones straining under the pressure. He tried to stay calm and muster his magic to form another barrier. But it was too late. Leon hoisted Ravi off the ground like a rag doll, swinging him through the air before slamming him into the ground with such force that it cracked the earth, sending fissures radiating outward. The impact sent shockwaves through Ravi's body, his back nearly pulverized from the blow. His lungs burned, almost collapsing from the sheer force. The star-wandering Dragon King was left speechless, utterly shocked by the raw power of the man before him. He was a Dragon King. How could his body be so fragile in this man's grip? Ravi's dragon eyes flared with a mix of rage and disbelief as he gripped Leon's arm, desperately trying to free himself. Sweat and steam poured from Leon's black and silver armor, and he tightened his grip. Ravi let out a strangled gasp as his vision blurred and blood vessels in his eyes began to burst. Then in a low, emotionless voice, Leon said, "Don't move." The command was clear, not just to Ravi, but also to the two other dragon kings. As Leon subdued Ravi, Rosvisser rushed over to Noah's side. Noah, are you okay?" The Silver Dragon Queen knelt beside her daughter, cradling her in her arms. Blood trickled from Noah's lips. Although her distraction had given Leon the opportunity to break through Ravi's barrier, she was still a child, and a direct kick from a dragon king had left her battered and bruised. Rosvisser quickly used basic healing magic to stabilize Noah's injuries. The little girl slowly regained consciousness, blinking up at her mother. Her first words were, "Did I help Mama?" Tears welled up in Rosvisser's eyes as she gently wiped the dust and blood from Noah's face. "Yes, Noah, you helped us a lot." The pained expression on Noah's face softened into a weak but proud smile. "That's good." Rosvisser held her daughter tightly, rising to her feet and looked toward Leon. Leon, still holding Ravi, glanced back at her. She nodded slightly, signaling that Noah was okay. Just as Leon was about to respond, he noticed a slight movement in Ravi's breathing, and then, bam! Leon delivered a brutal punch to Ravi's face at point-blank range, driving the Dragon King's head into the ground with a sickening crunch. Blood seeped into the cracks in the earth as Ravi's limbs twitched weakly. "I told you, don't move." The last dragon who had threatened Leon's family had lost his head, and for this one, who had actually hurt Noah. Well, even breathing was a mistake at this point. Leon lifted Ravi's limp form again, holding him in the air like a rag doll. The other two dragon kings, Bly and Jagus, stood frozen in disbelief. This wasn't the man they'd been briefed about. According to their intelligence, Leon Kasmad's strength was supposed to be only slightly above Constantine's. Was this what humans called slightly? One punch had reduced Ravi to this. Bly and Jagus began to back away slowly, their space magic arrays fading. But the spatial rift in the ground remained, still glowing ominously. "What do we do now?" Bly swallowed hard. "Sta is dead, and Ravi is about to die. Do we really want to keep fighting that monster?" No answer came. Jagus. Bly turned to see that his companion had already vanished. Bly. Space magic was truly convenient. Jagus had escaped without even his own ally noticing. Seeing the situation, Bly wasted no time in following suit, activating his space magic to flee at lightning speed. Whoever wanted to deal with Leon could go ahead. He wasn't going to be part of that mess. With both of his allies gone, Ravi was left alone, held helplessly in Leon's iron grip. He was on the brink of suffocation, dangling in the air. Was there any way out of this now? The idea of a mutual destruction like Sta's crossed Ravi's mind, but that was impossible. Leon was far too unpredictable and powerful, such a tactic would be futile. In the face of this man, even Ravi's deep-seated desire for revenge paled in comparison to his fear. Desperate, Ravi's eyes caught sight of the spatial rift nearby. That might work," he muttered. "What was that?" Leon asked, his voice cold. Ravi's eyes gleamed as he spoke through the blood trickling from his mouth. "Let's make a wager, Leon Kasmad. Let's see if you truly would give up everything for your family." "What are you?" Before Leon could finish, Ravi kicked at Leon's chest with all his strength, causing a grotesque tearing sound as blood sprayed from his throat. With a self-inflicted wound, Ravi managed to break free from Leon's grip, stumbling toward the spatial rift. Clutching his bleeding throat with one hand, he placed his other hand over his heart. "I admit it, Leon Kasmad. No matter how many Dragon Kings are sent, none would return alive from fighting you." Ravi's voice was raspy and broken. "Your admission means nothing to me, Ravi," Leon growled. True, someone as powerful as you doesn't need recognition. But as I said before, can you really sacrifice everything for those you care about? What are you planning?" Ravi didn't respond. In the next moment, his heart began to glow. Slowly, he tore a scale from his chest, a scale that shone like a crystal. Rosvicer's eyes narrowed. That's a heart-protecting scale. Ravi wasn't preparing to self-destruct like Sta. Without the heart-protecting scale, a dragon king couldn't gather the necessary energy for such a move. So what was he planning? Say goodbye to this world, Leon Kasmod. Ravi raised the scale high, then slammed it into the spatial rift. The moment the scale entered the rift, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from it, instantly disintegrating Ravi's body. Leon reacted quickly, activating the asterisk fifth gate of the 9 infernal gates asterisk to shield Rosvicer and Noah, whisking them to safety. Fortunately, the explosion was contained to a small area and didn't last long. When the energy dissipated, Ravi's charred corpse lay beside a rift that had expanded to nearly 2 meters in diameter. The rift continued to grow, drawing in surrounding debris with a powerful suction force. Even Ravi's remains were pulled in. Within the rift, swirling black clouds and crackling lightning were visible, creating a stark contrast with the world around it. It was as if a tear had been ripped in the fabric of reality itself. He used the heart-protecting scale to forcefully activate the teleportation magic, Rosvicer explained. But it's clearly out of control now. The rift keeps expanding, and if it isn't stopped, it will swallow everything in its path. We don't know when it will stop. A new crisis had begun, just as the previous one had ended. With Ravi's death, the remaining Star W. Andering dragons had fled. The Silver Dragon soldiers regrouped, noticing the expanding rift. Anna stood beside Rosvicer, checking on Noah's condition before discussing the next steps to close the rift. What if we counter it with equal force? Anna suggested. Maybe that could shut it down. Rosvicer bit her lip. She wasn't an expert in space magic, but it was worth a try. They gathered their magical energies and launched a concentrated attack at the rift. But their efforts were in vain. Every spell they cast was sucked into the rift with no effect. Sweat trickled down Anna's forehead. Why isn't it working? Meanwhile, the rift continued to grow, now over 5 meters wide, and the suction force grew stronger. Rosvicer studied the rift. If it had gone out of control due to Ravi's heart-protecting scale, then perhaps another heart-protecting scale could stabilize it. And as the only dragon king present, the burden fell on her. If she could, she would give up her own scale without hesitation to save everyone. But her heart-protecting scale was all ready. I know what I have to do, Leon said, his voice grave. What? Rosvicer turned to him. Leon kept his gaze on the rift. Ravi said, would you give everything for your family? I think that was his final challenge. He turned to his wife, his eyes heavy with meaning. I'm the only one who can close the rift. Rosvicer froze, her silver eyes trembling. She realized what Leon intended. Leon, no you can't, absolutely not. Her voice shook with fear and desperation. She couldn't bear the thought of that outcome. No matter what, she couldn't accept it. Leon said nothing. He reached up, slowly removing his black and silver helmet. This time, the helmet came off easily. Beneath it was the same familiar face she had seen countless times, the face with scars she knew so well. Leon's expression was calm, even though his next action would tear her heart apart. He gently placed the helmet in Rosvicer's trembling hands. The helmet slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground with a hollow clang. She couldn't bring herself to hold it. Leon, no, you can't do this. Rosvicer's hand reached out to grip his wrist, her voice cracking as she sobbed. We'll find another way. There has to be another way. Leon hesitated for a moment, then gently pried her fingers from his wrist. He glanced at their unconscious daughter in her arms. The pain had knocked Noah out, and she remained still. Perhaps it was better that way. Better she wasn't awake to see this. Leon placed a hand on Noah's small cheek, smiling sadly. You're going to protect your mom and your sisters, Noah. I know you will. He believed in his daughter, just as she had believed in him moments ago when she bravely distracted Ravi, trusting her father to save the day. Your Highness, I'll take your place, one of the Silver Dragon soldiers called out. The Silver Dragons need you to survive. Leon's heart twisted at the offer. He looked at the soldier, shaking his head. Stopping the rift isn't about courage or sacrifice. It's about power, and I regret to say, I'm the only one here who has the power to do it. Ravi's final words were both a challenge and a curse. He had set this up to force Leon to make the ultimate decision. And unfortunately, as Leon had said, only he had the strength to close the rift. Rosvisser's power might not be enough. Even if it was, Leon would never let her do it. Her words about him being a confident, reckless hero weren't wrong. After all, what boy hasn't fantasized about being the one to save the world at the last moment, facing down the apocalypse alone? Leon was just turning that fantasy into reality. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, and then slowly stepped toward the rift. Leon, you can't do this. You absolutely can't go," Rosvisser cried out, clutching at him as if her life depended on it. "If you go, I'll hate you forever. I swear I'll hate you forever, so don't go." Leon's throat tightened. He didn't look at her, keeping his voice low. "You're a queen, Rosvisser. Don't lose your composure in front of your people." I'll go with you then." "What about our daughters?" Leon gently pushed her hand away. For a moment, she didn't try to stop him. He walked to the edge of the rift, standing tall before the churning abyss. The suction was pulling harder now, whipping wind through the air. Her long silver hair swirled around her face, but she couldn't look away from Leon. "Rosvisser Melqui," he called out, using her full name as he always did when he had something important to say. She hesitated, finally lifting her gaze to meet his. The towering figure of her husband stood at the precipice of the rift, half-turned toward her, a serene smile on his face. Then he spoke 3 final words. But the howling of the rift drowned them out. In the next instant, Leon vanished into the void. Thunderous lightning crackled in the sky above as the rift trembled violently. Everyone stepped back as bolts of energy shot from the rift, filling the sky with blinding light. Slowly, the rift began to shrink. Bit by bit, it grew smaller, until finally it disappeared entirely. "Your Highness," a soldier whispered. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Rosvisser, clutching Noah in one arm, staggered forward, wordlessly walking to the spot where Leon had stood. She knelt, picking up his discarded helmet and holding it to her chest. It was still warm, as if he had just been there. "260. Vol 2ch, 66. Leon slowly opened his eyes. Blue sky, white clouds, grass, forest, a gentle breeze. Hiss tilde. This scenery felt eerily familiar, like something from the memory of an old lunatic he once knew. He slowly sat up, scanning his surroundings. Not far away stood what appeared to be the remnants of a collapsed hill, covered in moss from years of neglect. Beyond it, a dense forest stretched out, with massive trees that clearly had been there for quite some time. After observing for a while and confirming there was no immediate danger, Leon finally got up. His body felt incredibly weak. His magic was completely drained, and he could feel a clear, aching pain in every part of his body, the after-effect of opening the 9 Hell's Gate. But at least he could still walk. Dragging his exhausted body, Leon moved toward the forest. Even though this place seemed deserted, Leon vaguely recognized where he was. The border of the Silver Dragon territory. But there wasn't a dragon in sight. Nor was there any sign of a battle. So, did I succeed in stopping that spatial rift? Leon had no idea how long he'd been unconscious, or if he'd even been unconscious at all. From the moment he stepped into the rift, he had no awareness of the outside world. All he knew was that he had to keep drawing out his magic. Only he could stop that rift. Now it seemed that Leon had indeed succeeded. Though it didn't seem like a complete success. Damn it, where is everyone? Where's my wife? My beautiful, gentle, and kind wife, who, despite being stubborn and tough as steel, I love to death. Where are my kids? My hard-working eldest daughter, my lucky charm second daughter, my youngest who dreams of becoming a scientist, my 3 super cute girls. Where the hell are they? Leon was filled with confusion as he entered the forest, heading in the direction of the Silver Dragon's sacred temple. If the rift was sealed, then Rosvisser and the others should be safe. But why haven't I seen them anywhere? Yet, if it wasn't sealed, why is the border of the Silver Dragon territory still intact? Leon silently analyzed the situation as he hurried along. But his mind was a mess, and he couldn't focus. He was worried about Noah, worried about Moon and Aurora, and of course, Rosvisser. To be honest, Leon was starting to regret stepping into the rift so decisively. But it wasn't the dying part he regretted. It was not saying more to Rosvisser before leaving. His head was still fuzzy, but he clearly remembered telling Rosvisser those 3 words right before entering the rift. Did that dumb dragon hear me? Even if she didn't, she could have read my lips right. Wasn't that the confession you've always wanted? Satisfied now, you dumb dragon. Muttering to himself, Leon kept moving. While making his way through the forest, he observed his surroundings. The trees here had grown wildly, with no signs of pruning. In fact, as the first line of defense for the border, these trees should have been trimmed regularly to avoid blocking sightlines. Back when Leon and Rosvisser patrolled here, the Silver Dragon soldiers had done a great job maintaining the area. But now, it was obvious that no one had tended to it in a long time. Leon noted this oddity in his mind and continued toward the temple. Based on the position of the sun, he estimated it was around 8 or 9 in the morning. But when he entered the rift, it had been close to dusk. Even if more than 10 hours had passed, the forest shouldn't have changed this much. Could I have taken the wrong path? Leon abruptly stopped walking. The possibility seemed slim, but it wasn't impossible. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to retrace his steps and carefully reassess his surroundings. As he turned around and took a step, his foot slipped into a shallow pit, causing him to fall flat. Damn it, who's the jerk that dug this hole here? The sudden fall worsened his already exhausted body. Leon sat in the pit for a while, catching his breath before climbing out. Just as he was about to stand, his peripheral vision caught something unusual in the nearby bushes. The bushes were thick, and it was because of this that Leon hadn't noticed the pit and had fallen into it. A pit and bushes. Leon felt a flicker of realization, and he immediately parted the bushes, revealing traces of something beneath. Sure enough, at the edge of the bush was a perfectly smooth notch that caught his attention. He examined the pit again, which, though mostly filled with dirt and moss, still had some traces that matched the smooth mark by the bush. This was the spot where that hidden sentry was silently wiped out by spatial magic. So he hadn't taken the wrong path. This was the forest leading to the Silver Dragon Temple. If there are no signs of battle or invasion here, that means they're safe, right? With that thought, Leon braced himself on the edge of the pit and hoisted himself up. Now certain this was Silver Dragon territory, Leon quickened his pace toward the temple. Leon reached the temple's outer area by sunset. But he had a bad feeling. From the border to the temple, he hadn't seen a single silver dragon. Rosvisser, with her cautious nature, would never leave the area completely undefended, without a single guard or sentry. Without stopping to think further, Leon, dragging his fatigued body, hurried toward the front gate of the temple. But what he saw left him utterly shocked. The once magnificent silver gate now hung loosely on crumbling stone walls, with weeds growing wildly at the entrance. Inside the courtyard, the flower beds were shattered, and moss covered the tiles. What surprised Leon the most was the temple itself. Its walls were scorched, and the left-wing buildings had been completely blown apart. It was a scene of ruin. Leon's pupils shrank in disbelief. Ignoring the pain in his body, he rushed into the courtyard. Noah. Moon. Aurora. He shouted his daughters' names. But all that answered him was the sound of the wind rustling the grass. Rosvisser, are you here? Thud thud. Several stones rolled off a nearby pile of rubble. Still, there was no sign of anyone. Fear exploded in Leon's heart. Had he failed to stop the rift? Had his wife and daughters already? In his daze, he caught a glimpse of a pink figure dashing past. Leon's sharp eyes locked onto the fleeting shadow. Who's there? Is that someone from the Silver Dragon clan? He couldn't care about who it was. He immediately ran toward the figure. Hey, I saw you, don't hide. Just tell me where's the Silver Dragon clan. Leon ran around the wall, but saw no one there. He frowned, the hope that had just flickered in his heart now extinguished. Did I imagine it? He murmured in disappointment, and was about to turn around when the pink figure suddenly appeared right in front of him. Then Leon felt a sharp pain in his jaw. Everything went black. Leon didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly woke up. It was now nighttime, and a small campfire burned nearby. Beside it sat a girl. She was young, around 20 years old, with long pink hair and a pair of black-rimmed glasses that highlighted her fair, smooth skin. Her side profile was delicate, like a finely crafted piece of art, and strangely familiar. She was wearing a worn-out white lab coat over a shirt and slim-fitting pants. The pants were torn in several places, exposing patches of her thighs. She was holding a skewer of grilled meat, likely her dinner for the night. Leon slowly sat up, rubbing his still aching jaw. The girl noticed him waking up, and a flicker of surprise crossed her pink eyes. Her previously frozen expression softened slightly. The man before her seemed to stir up heavy memories from her past. But Leon didn't notice her emotional shift. He licked his lips and cautiously asked, "Did you knock me out?" The girl stared blankly and nodded. "Just one punch, and I was out." For the first time, General Leon doubted his own physical defense. Even Dragon Kings couldn't knock him out with one punch, but this girl managed it. The girl glanced at her right hand, clenched her fist, and like Leon, seemed puzzled. "Yes, I don't know why, but when I saw you, I just couldn't help but give you an uppercut." Leon didn't retaliate, even though the girl had knocked him out. Firstly, because he was currently too weak. If they really fought, he'd be at a disadvantage. Secondly, if she were truly an enemy, she wouldn't be sitting here leisurely roasting meat. So that uppercut was probably a misunderstanding. Leon glanced at the girl's face. She looked very familiar. Too familiar. She looked exactly like a certain someone. "Have we met before?" Leon asked, moving closer to the fire. The girl blinked, then smiled faintly. She withdrew her gaze, staring into the fire. The flames reflected in her pink eyes like dazzling gemstones. "That's a terrible pickup line. How did you even manage to woo my mother?" The information in that one sentence nearly overloaded Leon's brain. He widened his eyes, stammering, You're. "My name is Aurora K. Melqui," she said, handing the skewer to Leon. "But you, of course, can call me by another name, Little Light." "261. Vol 2ch, 67. This is bad. My family." Waking up to a pink-haired beauty who looks about the same age as me, claiming to be my youngest daughter. If I calculate that right, that means I would have had Aurora when I was just a year or two old. Even though General Leon was tough enough to single-handedly take down the neighbor's rabid dog at 5, he wasn't so powerful that he could father children before turning 10. The campfire crackled nearby, casting light on Leon's utterly bewildered face. Aurora, watching his expression, knew he couldn't accept this truth so easily. So, for the time being, she suppressed her excitement at reuniting with her father and calmly said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask me anything about the Melqui family." Her tone was cool, carrying a detached air that reminded Leon of Rosvisser when they first met. But Aurora's voice, besides being cool, had the distinctive mechanical tone of a researcher, like everything was under her control. Even though her heart was in turmoil, her rational mind kept her grounded. In this situation, the first thing to do was to earn Leon's trust, then slowly help him adjust to this world that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him now. Leon snapped out of his shock just a little. It was hard for him to immediately believe the woman in front of him was really Aurora, but her suggestion wasn't unreasonable. So, for now, he decided to ask a few questions to test her. After thinking for a moment, Leon asked, "When's Rosvisser's birthday?" "October 25th, she's a Scorpio." "Noah's birthday?" "February 16th, Aquarius." "And Moon S?" "They're twins, so they share the same birthday." After smoothly answering these questions, Aurora quickly moved on to a rapid-fire response. "You, Leon Kasmod, born August 5th, Leo, 186 cm tall, 77 kg. You don't have a favorite food, but you hate eggplants and carrots. Mom's favorite is oranges, though her favorite thing ever was the orange-flavored ice cream you bought her at the Sky City Theater. She said it was the best ice cream she's ever had. On her 218th birthday, you made her a gigantic cake with 218 candles on it. You also have a sister named Issa, who's the queen of the Red Dragon clan and our aunt. The first word I ever spoke was Aunt Issa, because I thought it was funny to watch you and Mom argue every day, so I kept quiet on purpose. Constantine was the only dragon king whose death date you remembered clearly, because that was the day I was born. If you want me to continue, I can list a lot more. General Leon listened to her responses, which flowed as naturally as if she were reciting a menu, and found himself stunned once again. He swallowed and blurted out, You've been investigating me." Aurora blinked, then sighed helplessly. "I already told you I'm Aurora. These are just family details. Why would I need to investigate you? And besides, these are things no amount of surveillance could uncover." And that's true. As much as it was hard to accept, it seemed more and more likely that this really was Aurora. What finally convinced Leon, besides her rapid-fire answers, was the undeniable sense of familiarity that only family could bring. There's a certain connection between family members that's hard to explain, a natural bond that makes trust come easily. Even for someone as cautious as General Leon, he couldn't find it in himself to doubt the girl in front of him. But, no, wait. When I entered the spatial rift, Aurora was only 4 or 5 months old. Leon stretched out his hand, gesturing the size he remembered Aurora being, then widened his arms to measure the girl in front of him. How did a little nap turn my tiny daughter into a 170 cm tall, glasses-wearing woman? Dragon genes are impressive. Noah could handle lightning magic at 2 years old. But no matter how powerful, it shouldn't be possible for a cute baby dragon to grow into a tall, bespectacled woman overnight. Aurora raised her well-shaped brows. "A nap? That nap of yours sure lasted a while." "A while's how long?" Aurora propped her chin on her hand, extended 2 fingers, and held them up to her father. 2 days. She shook her head. 2 years. Another shake. Leon's mouth twitched. 20 years. Correct, Tilda. Aurora clasped her hands together and smiled with her eyes closed, almost like she was celebrating her father for guessing correctly, though her voice remained cool and indifferent. To be exact, it's been 20 years, 4 months, and 8 days. Dragons, with their long lifespans, usually didn't bother keeping track of time. But Aurora had remembered the exact 20 years, down to the day. Looking at his still confused father, Aurora continued. "To be honest, my mind's a mess right now too. I don't even know how to handle this. For you, the battle with Star Dragon King Sta and sealing the rift happened just yesterday. But for me, it's been 20 years. Aurora let out a long sigh, closing her eyes as she rubbed her temples. After the brief conversation with Leon, the emotions Aurora had been holding back were starting to slip. For her father had been gone in the spatial rift for 20 years. His sudden reappearance left her unsure how to react. Her heart was a chaotic mix of feelings, but the most prominent one was a sense of relief that she finally had someone to rely on. When Leon disappeared to seal the rift, she had only been a few months old. But even so, Leon had left a strong impression on her. Gentle, strong, with a deep sense of responsibility. It had always seemed like, as long as he was there, any problem could be solved. So, even though 2 decades had passed, the moment Aurora saw Leon again, the weight on her heart that had been there for 20 years finally lifted a little. But after that relief came an overwhelming silence. Aurora knew she needed to explain everything that had happened. But she didn't know where to start. She had so much to tell her father, so much to vent about. She took off her glasses, wiped her eyes clumsily, sniffled a bit, and put her glasses back on. Leon pursed his lips. He could see how overwhelmed and conflicted Aurora was. Even though he wanted to know more about these 20 years, he decided to comfort his daughter first. He glanced at Aurora's glasses and asked, You're nearsighted." As a father, of course, he cared about his daughter's health. Aurora nodded. "Yeah, I've been nearsighted for a long time. I read too many books." Leon thoughtfully nodded, glancing at Aurora's lab coat. He remembered what she had once told him about her dreams. You told me when you were little that you wanted to be a scholar or a scientist. So now, have you achieved your dream? Sort of. Sort of. Yeah, because what I research can't be made public. It'll never get official academic recognition from the dragons. Leon blinked. So what exactly are you researching? Aurora didn't answer, instead asking an unrelated question. When did you regain consciousness? Today. Aurora's gaze lowered, and she muttered softly, today, so that means there are 6 months left. (262). Vol 2ch, 68. 6 months left? What does that mean? What will happen in 6 months? Leon asked, his voice edged with worry. A bad feeling crept up his spine. This feeling wasn't just because of Aurora's mention of 6 months left, but also because he still hadn't seen Rosvisser, Noah, or Moon since waking up. And the ruined state of the Silver Dragon Temple behind him, it looked like it had been through a brutal battle. From now, 6 months later, I need to complete my research, or rather, I must complete it, Aurora said. But since the moment you disappeared, everything will change in 6 months. Leon sat up straight, feeling tense. He pressed on, does it have to do with your mother and your sisters? Where are they now, are they? Are they still alive? He couldn't bring himself to ask the final question out loud. Compared to the mystery of why he had drifted outside of time for 20 years, Leon cared far more about his wife and daughters. 20 years was more than enough time for the unimaginable to happen. Aurora smiled faintly. They're still alive. Those simple 4 words allowed Leon to release a long-held breath. His tense body relaxed. And where are they now? Leon asked, this time less urgently. Well, if I just told you, it might be hard to understand. So. Aurora stood up and stepped into a clearing. Leon stared at her, unsure of what she was about to do. Then, the next moment, Aurora's actions left her father completely stunned. She tilted her head slightly, and in an instant, a pair of dragon wings unfurled from her back. The wings folded around her, enveloping her body. Moments later, the wings spread open again, revealing a silver dragon standing in front of Leon. Leon was utterly dumbfounded. The skewer he had been holding fell to the ground unnoticed. He stared at the silver dragon in front of him, and though Aurora's dragon form was much smaller than Rosvisser's, it still left Leon speechless. It was like leaving your daughter at home, going off to work for a couple of years, and returning to find that instead of playing games like hide and seek, your daughter hands you an AK-47 and says, Dad, let's storm Point A. Utter madness. Thud thud. The silver dragon gracefully walked over to her shell-shocked father and nudged him gently with her head. Why haven't you transformed into a dragon yet? Leon snapped out of his daze. Me. Yes, hurry and transform so we can go find my sister. What? Transforming wasn't exactly something you could do at the snap of a finger. What do you think I am, some magical girl? Leon awkwardly scratched the side of his head. He realized Rosvisser had kept her word, never exposing his secret. She'd hidden it even from their daughters for 20 years. Since that was the case, Leon couldn't let the act slip now. He had to keep the secret going. Well, Dad just got out of the rift, and my body's not in the best shape yet, so I can't transform right now. Oh, tilde, so it's because your body's not in good shape, tilde. Aurora dragged out her words, clearly teasing, as if she knew more than she was letting on. Well, I guess I'll just have to carry you then. Yeah, I guess that's the only option. Once, in ancient times, there was a legend of crows returning favors to their parents. Today, there's Aurora, carrying her dad on her back, truly an example of fatherly love and filial piety. Aurora lowered herself, letting Leon climb onto her back. Are you settled? She asked. Yes. All right then, off we go. The silver dragon beat her wings, extinguishing the campfire in the process, and shot into the sky, a sonic boom trailing behind her as she disappeared into the night. You said we're going to find Noah. She's not with Mom and Moon, Leon asked. No, she's somewhere far away, waiting for you. Waiting for me. Memo. Leon opened his mouth to ask more questions. But seeing how Aurora wasn't eager to provide more information right now, he figured she didn't want to explain everything at once. Reading the atmosphere, Leon decided not to press further. He sat cross-legged on Aurora's back, the sensation exactly like it had been when he used to ride on Rossvisser. The wind roared in his ears, the unique high-speed flight of the Silver Dragon clan, everything was so familiar. Truth be told, Leon never expected to survive after stepping into the spatial rift. Yet here he was alive, even though 1,000 questions were now swirling in his head. But that was still better than being forever separated from his family, right? Still, Leon let out a heavy sigh, glancing down at the land beneath them. He couldn't shake the feeling that he no longer belonged to this world, 20 years after he had left it. Was it the disconnect between what he remembered and what he now faced? Or was it something else? He couldn't figure it out. All he wanted now was to see his wife and daughters as soon as possible. You know, I don't think I've ever seen your dragon form before, Aurora said, breaking his thoughts. Leon cleared his throat. Ah, well, when Dad's body recovers, I'll show you for sure. All right, but it seems like your body hasn't been in good shape for a long time, right? Aurora said, I remember when you were sick with a cold once, and I made you a potion, Dragon Vitality, and you were bouncing around by the next day. Should I make you another one? It might help you recover faster. No, that stuff has side effects if you use it too much. It's not suitable for regular consumption. Mostly, it's hard on the kidneys. Really? Well, okay then. Leon might not have realized it, but he had just been making up nonsense about the effects of dragon vitality in front of a dragon scholar who had spent 20 years studying magic. He did this because, in his mind, he still saw the dragon beneath him as the little girl who had once trailed after him, asking endless questions. And yet, Aurora had played along without calling him out. Was she sparing her father's pride, or was it something else? Hard to say, really. After a few hours of flight, the father-daughter duo reached the border between dragon and human territories. Leon recognized the place. He also guessed where Noah was waiting for him. Somewhere behind a waterfall, in a cave he knew well. But before Leon could feel excitement at the thought of seeing his eldest daughter again, a sudden realization hit him. If Noah was indeed here, did that mean she already knew her father was human? After all, the cave behind the waterfall was known only to him, Rossvisser, his master, and Rebecca. Earlier, Leon had carefully avoided mentioning his master or Rebecca, worried that it might raise Aurora's suspicions. But then again, if Aurora already knew about his identity as a human, why had she asked him to transform into his dragon form earlier? Thinking it over, Leon decided it was best to remain silent for now. As he had thought earlier, 20 years was enough time for the unexpected to happen. Until he fully understood the situation, staying quiet seemed like the best course of action. (263). Vol 2ch, 69. As Leon expected, Aurora gently flew into the gorge, finally stopping in front of the familiar waterfall. Aurora flapped her wings, parting the waterfall's stream. Her movements were identical to how Rossvisser had once brought him here. Leon couldn't help but wonder if this was a little trick her mother had taught her. This action only confirmed Leon's suspicion. His daughters must already know about his human identity. But why hadn't Aurora exposed the truth? Leon couldn't figure it out. After entering the cave, Aurora transformed back into her human form and called out into the depths, "Sister." Her tone was still cool and scientific, but Leon could hear a trace of familial affection beneath it. That single word made Leon nervous as well. As a father, he had often imagined what his daughters would be like when they grew up. Aurora, standing beside him, didn't differ too much from what he had envisioned. If he had to nitpick, well, he hadn't imagined that his now 20-year-old daughter would greet him with an uppercut. It seemed that the bond between father and daughter, this sense of mutual tough love, was etched into their very DNA. But what about Noah? What kind of person had the once diligent and mature older sister grown into? Leon felt both excited and apprehensive. He stared into the depths of the cave. Soon, a tall figure stepped out of the shadows. The sound of low-heeled boots echoed off the cold stone floor, her steps steady and rhythmic. The young woman emerging from the darkness wore a sleek, form-fitting black outfit. The tight pants accentuated her perfectly toned legs, and though her waist was slender, it radiated strength. Her hair was not long, a dense black with silver streaks woven through. Her face was a work of art, impeccably sculpted, without a hint of emotion. The women of the Melqui family were masters of keeping a straight face. Noah had grown taller, her steps more grounded, more deliberate. Her sharp, blade-like eyes hinted at the fierce warrior she had become, a far cry from the little girl Leon had once held in his arms. Noah. Leon couldn't quite describe the feeling welling up inside him. In his mind's eye, Noah had always been destined to be a cool, composed warrior because she was born a fighter, someone destined for an extraordinary life. But now that he was actually seeing the transformation of his little girl, his heart filled with a bittersweet mix of pride and sorrow. By the time Leon snapped out of his thoughts, Noah was standing right in front of him. She was beautiful, just like her mother. But there was a faint scar on that beautiful face. Though it had mostly faded and was barely noticeable, Leon's eyes caught it immediately. No scar, no matter how small, could escape a father's notice. It was just as he had suspected. Over the years, Noah had endured hardship. And with her personality, she was undoubtedly the one who had suffered the most of the three sisters. Leon gazed into his daughter's eyes, and Noah returned his stare. Her brows and eyes resembled Rosvisor's. At first glance, she appeared indifferent, as though nothing in the world could stir her. She exuded an air of cold detachment. But beneath that icy surface, Leon knew burned fierce emotions, just like her mother. Noah's pupils trembled slightly, and a flicker of emotion crossed her otherwise frozen expression. Unlike Aurora, who could suppress her feelings with absolute composure, Noah couldn't fully hide her emotions. She was mature, but she was also more dependent on her father. For Noah, it had been 20 years since she last saw her father. Now, standing before her, was the man she had longed to see for so many years. Memories rushed over her, threatening to break the dam holding back her tears. Leon noticed her emotional shift. He gently raised his hand, moving to wipe away the tears that were beginning to well up at the corner of her eyes. However, smack! Noah grabbed Leon's wrist with a sudden, firm grip. Leon blinked in surprise. "What's wrong, Noah? Ugh." Before he could finish his sentence, Noah delivered a sharp punch to his gut. Leon's knees buckled, and his head swam from the impact. But with the last shred of his consciousness, he managed to poke Noah's nose and mutter, "You Melqui women are not only good at changing faces, but also at patricide." With that, General Leon's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward, unconscious. Aurora's face briefly showed a hint of panic, but quickly returned to calm. She slowly walked over to her sister's side, glancing at their unconscious father. "Dad just came out of the rift, his body hasn't fully recovered. That punch was a bit too heavy-handed." Aurora, who had herself knocked Leon out with an uppercut just hours earlier, commented dryly. Noah wiped away the tear she had been holding back and adjusted her emotions. "That was only the first punch. There are still 3 more to go." Aurora raised an eyebrow, mentally calculating. "Actually, it's 2 punches, Mom's and Moon's. And yours." "I've already taken my shot." "Oh." Noah glanced down at her unconscious father, a hint of guilt crossing her otherwise cold face. "Maybe I did hit him too hard." Leon slowly opened his eyes to find himself seated in front of an old wooden table. He was sitting in a chair, and across the table were his 2 dutiful daughters. "Dad, you're awake," Aurora said, her pink eyes gleaming. Leon grinned through the pain in his abdomen, glancing at his younger daughter before turning to Noah. "Are you mad at me, Noah?" He had a pretty good guess as to why Noah had punched him the moment they met. After all, he had once promised her that their family would never be separated. But because of the rift incident, he had disappeared from their world for 20 whole years. Logically speaking, Leon had entered the rift to save their family, so it wasn't like he had left them without a reason. But when it came to losing a father, logic couldn't possibly override the emotional toll it took. Noah's punch wasn't about blaming Leon. It was the simplest way for her to communicate how they had survived all these years without him. All of her frustration, her longing, and every complex emotion she had toward her father, whether peaceful or intense, was packed into that one punch. Noah had considered hugging him, but a hug wouldn't have conveyed the range of emotions she needed to express. A hug would come later, but not at this moment of reunion. "I don't know," Noah answered honestly. Leon blinked, then dropped his gaze. "All right, whether you're mad at me or not, I apologize." "Okay, I accept your apology, though I'm still not sure if I'm mad at you." Feelings were always messy and unclear, and Noah genuinely didn't know if she should be angry with Leon. But who wouldn't take the chance to get a free apology from their stubborn father? Mom had always said there were fewer than 5 people in the world who could make Leon apologize. "Oh, you accepted that quickly. I thought there'd be more back and forth," Leon remarked. "Back and forth, what kind?" Noah leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms and legs, her posture a mirror of her mother's. "Like how you and Mom used to dance around each other, never getting to the point, even without a proper confession." Leon grimaced. "So your mom told you everything about us, huh?" Noah nodded. "Told us?" She went beyond that. She practically turned it into a full-blown, unedited, emotionally painful romance novel, Aurora added, cutting in. "Leon." "So, I'm the protagonist of some tragic romance novel with that stubborn dragon." "Amazing. Who writes a romance novel where the protagonists have kids before they even fall in love? This is absurd." "Besides your love story, or rather, let's call that awkward feeling love for now, right, little light?" Noah looked at her sister. Aurora nodded. Clearly, both sisters were being equally fair when it came to their parents' awkwardness. Their dad was stubborn, but so was their mom. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. "Other than your love story," Noah scooted closer to the table, fixing her eyes on Leon. "You love me, you love Moon, and you love Little Light, but have you forgotten the last member of our family?" Leon blinked, then suddenly realized, "Oh, tilde tilde tilde, I get it now." Go ahead, say it." "I also love the donkey." "Noah and Aurora." "Noah, I take back what I said earlier. That punch wasn't hard enough." Wham! Noah slammed her hand on the table. "Be serious, you old fool. Say it, do you love her or not?" "Do I really have to say it?" The sisters nodded in unison. Seeing no way out of this, Leon sighed, composed himself, and nodded seriously. "I love her, Rosvisser Melqui, your mother. I love her." He figured the confession he'd made before stepping into the rift hadn't reached Rosvisser. That's why his daughters were pushing him to say it now. But what Leon didn't understand was, why did he need to say, "I love you" right now? Couldn't he wait until he met the main character of his love story and say it to her directly? "264. Vol 2ch, 70. So, you've all known I'm human for a while now." Leon glanced at his youngest daughter. "Then why did you, Aurora, keep asking me to transform into a dragon? I mean, can I even transform?" Aurora smiled silently, saying nothing. Leon blinked and then suddenly realized. "Oh, you were just messing with me." When Leon had first met the future version of his little girl, her cold, mechanical way of speaking had made him think that 20 years of life had changed her playful nature. After all, this was the same little girl who had kept silent for 2 months, just so she could watch her parents bicker without them knowing. But now it was clear. Her nature hadn't changed at all. Aurora was still the same mischief maker, just a more beautiful, mature version wrapped in a lab coat. "Mom used to love seeing you get frustrated, Dad. I just inherited her sense of humor," Aurora explained, completely justified. "So, when can we go see your mother and Moon?" Leon asked, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. "You can go now," Noah interjected. "But I thought you'd have a lot of questions, like what's the situation now, and all that." Leon's eyes flickered as he answered, "I can ask questions on the way. Besides, no matter how bad the situation is, I can solve it. Right now, I just want to see your sister and mother." Hiss. Aurora sharply inhaled. If anyone else said that, I'd think they were just bragging, but coming from you, Dad, I actually believe it. This matched her feelings when she had first reunited with Leon a few hours ago. Dad was back, the strongest man was back, and everything would fall into place. Noah smiled knowingly as well. Her old man was just as confident, with that small hint of dramatic flair, as she remembered. All right then, let's go. Noah stood up and headed toward the cave's exit. Aurora, you must be tired from flying all the way here. Yeah, I'm pretty exhausted. Aurora rubbed her shoulder. I only recently learned how to shift into my dragon form, and flying such a long distance while carrying a 77-kilogram dumb old man took a lot out of me. Did you really have to specify the exact number? That's just how a scientist treats numbers, Dad. Leon chuckled. Talking with Aurora felt so much like his usual banter with Rossvisser. It made him even more eager to see her after all these years, as long as she didn't greet him with a punch like their daughters had. He could barely handle the strength of his girls, but if Rossvisser, a dragon queen, delivered a punch, she might actually shatter his entire ribcage. With these thoughts swirling in his head, the trio reached the cave's entrance. Noah spread her wings and shifted into her dragon form. Her form was similar to Rossvisser's, completely silver, a trait of the Silver Dragon clan. But due to her half-human lineage, some of her scales were black. It wasn't a jarring black, it was a smooth, elegant gradient. Apart from being smaller than Rossvisser, there was little difference in her dragon form. Leon and Aurora climbed onto Noah's back, and with a powerful flap of her wings, she soared out of the cave. As they left the gorge, Leon glanced back, remembering what Aurora had told him earlier, that Noah had waited here for him. Wait. Leon thought for a moment before asking, Noah, you've been waiting for me here the whole time, right? Memo. And, Aurora, you were waiting at the Silver Dragon Temple. That's right, Dad, Aurora said from beside him. Because those were the only two places we figured you'd return to. We weren't sure which, so we had to split up and wait. Leon let those words sink in. She had said they had waited for him at two different places, but she deliberately hadn't mentioned that they had waited for 20 years. Aurora was still the carefree girl who loved to joke around, but she had grown just as thoughtful. Leon scratched his head, thinking, and then asked, but what if I never came back? Then, we would have kept waiting, Noah finished for her sister. Leon looked down at the dragon beneath him. His daughters had grown, but in some ways they hadn't grown at all. They had become strong, mature, and responsible, yet they remained as stubborn as children. Waiting for someone who might never return was one of the hardest things in the world. Leon placed his hands over his face and let out a heavy sigh. Aurora quietly watched him, saying nothing. The silver dragon flew on through the night sky, heading toward the place where all the answers lay. After 8 or 9 hours of flight, Noah finally began to slow down. Below them stretched a dense forest, and they hadn't seen a single dragon village along the way. Noah descended into the forest, landing softly among the trees. She returned to her human form and glanced back at the others. Let's go. Leon nodded and followed her with Aurora close behind. They were far, far away from the Silver Dragon territory now. Judging by the surroundings, there were no signs of war here either. Leon didn't know if they had left the Silver Dragon Temple voluntarily or if they had fled from pursuers. But whatever the reason, he was about to see Rossvisser and Moon soon and finally learn the full story. They followed Noah deeper into the forest. The path twisted and turned, a maze of narrow trails. Without a guide, anyone could easily get lost. After walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived at a large stone wall. The path seemed to end here. Noah slowly raised her hand and gently pressed it against the stone. In the next moment, the stone began to shimmer and then vanished. An illusion. And a highly advanced one at that. Even Leon hadn't been able to tell. He had assumed there would be some kind of secret switch. Beyond the illusory stone was a hidden tunnel. The two daughters stepped forward, and Leon followed closely behind. Once they were all inside, the stone wall reappeared behind them. Their footsteps echoed in the dark tunnel. Noah bent down and picked up a torch from the corner, lighting it with dragon fire. The fire illuminated the path ahead. Leon was slightly surprised. Noah's elemental affinity was lightning, just like his. Although many people learned secondary elemental magic later on, it usually took much more time to master it. But Noah's control over fire magic was incredibly precise for someone her age. It seemed his hardworking daughter hadn't changed at all. "Keep moving," Noah's voice brought him out of his thoughts. "Got it." They continued down the tunnel until it ended in a spiral staircase leading underground. Following the stairs, they entered a well-maintained underground space. Noah placed the torch next to a wooden door, then pushed it open. As the door creaked, a cheerful voice identical to Noah's called out from inside. "Sis Aurora, you're finally back. What did you find this time?" "Mom's still the same. I've been chatting with her as usual." "Sis, can we have grilled steak later? Wait. Dad. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda." (265). Vol 2ch, 71. Moon had always been the one who couldn't hide her emotions ever since she was little. That's just the way she was. The moment she saw Leon, she didn't hold back her emotions like her younger sister, Aurora, who calmly proved her identity. Nor did she go up and punch their father straight in the gut like her older sister, Noah. Moon's way of expressing emotions was always simple and sincere. She practically threw herself into Leon's arms with all her strength, tears flowing like a flood, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Emotions can spread like a bomb, and Moon was the fuse that set it off. As Leon and Moon hugged, crying together after 20 years apart, Aurora lowered her head, took off her glasses, and silently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Noah, on the other hand, kept her hands in her jacket pockets, biting her lip as her pupils flickered before she turned her head away. Leon gently patted Moon's head, just like he used to when she was a child. Her hair still stuck up a little, and her features were just as delicate as Noah's. The two sisters had the same face, but while Noah looked like a mature, elegant beauty, Moon had a more approachable, girl-next-door charm. Unlike Noah, Moon hadn't cut her hair short. She kept her long hair, just like Rosvisser's flowing silver locks that shimmered like the Milky Way. After crying for a while in her father's arms, Moon stepped back, sniffling, her little tuft of hair bouncing with the rhythm of her sobs. Leon smiled and patted her shoulder. "You've gotten so beautiful, Moon." "Dad, you haven't changed much at all. Still the same as 20 years ago," she replied. Aurora, the pink-haired troublemaker, having gathered herself, put her glasses back on and jumped in. "Hey, Dad, why are you only complimenting Moon on her looks? What about me and Noah? Don't we deserve some praise too?" Leon immediately realized she was stirring things up. Noah, leaning against the stone wall, played the cool older sister role seriously. "Moon and I are twins. Complimenting her is the same as complimenting me, so the only person left out is you, Aurora." Aurora froze. Noah had a point. And just like that, the one who had been stirring the pot turned beet red. "All right, you old bastard. Looks like one uppercut wasn't enough to remind you of your love for your youngest daughter, huh?" Leon scratched his head with a chuckle and quickly tried to patch things up. "You're all beautiful. I passed out as soon as I saw you too, didn't I? I didn't even have time to say it." Moon blinked her pretty eyes and looked at Leon. "Dad, why did you faint?" "Sweetheart, you still love to ask endless questions, just like before." "Oh, it was nothing. I was just a bit tired," Leon lied without hesitation. "Being knocked out by your daughters. Yeah, that's not a story worth spreading." Still, Leon was glad that Moon didn't punch him like her older sisters. See, now this is what a true daddy's girl is. The other two, pure thorn-covered armor. "All right, Dad, next it's time to see her." Leon's smile faded, his expression growing serious. He knew exactly who Aurora was talking about. He nodded, "Okay. Mom's in the innermost room. Let's go." The three sisters led the way, and Leon followed behind them. It wasn't far from the entrance to the innermost room. The underground space wasn't large, just enough for 1 or 2 people to live in daily. But with each step Leon took, his heart grew heavier. Even though he was so close to Rosvisser, his unease only intensified. Suddenly, he remembered something Moon had said earlier as they entered the underground space. "Mom's the same as always. I've kept her company and talked to her every day." The same as always, and what did she mean by talking to her? What's happened to that foolish dragon? The mountain of questions in his heart was about to crush him. Leon struggled to steady his breathing, trying to calm himself. "We're here." The 3 sisters stopped in front of a stone door. This time, the stone door wasn't enchanted with illusion magic. Aurora raised her hand and triggered a hidden mechanism in the wall. The door slowly slid open to both sides. Beyond the door was a small room, with torches burning on the walls. In the center of the room was a chair. In front of the chair lay a crystal about 2 meters long. The dim light at the doorway made it hard for Leon to see the details. However, as his daughters led him into the room and he saw the crystal clearly, it felt like he had been struck by lightning. He froze in place. Inside the crystal lay a beautiful silver-haired woman, her eyes closed, her hands resting on her abdomen, holding a photo beneath her palms. She was so still, as if peacefully asleep. But who would just be sleeping inside a crystal like that? The unease in Leon's heart finally exploded, washing over him completely. His body grew cold, and his spine felt like it could no longer bear his weight, as if he might collapse at any moment. He stared wide-eyed at his wife inside the crystal, his mouth opening, but the countless words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat, like stones he couldn't swallow or speak. He was nearly suffocating. Leon reached out a hand, trembling uncontrollably. Just placing his palm on the crystal took all the strength he had left. The crystal was cold, just like his heart, which was gradually freezing over. "Rosvisser, Rosvisser," his voice trembled. Noah stepped forward, looking at her sleeping mother, and slowly began to speak. "You disappeared into the spatial rift, with no word of whether you survived, to stop that disaster. After that, Mom became depressed, sinking deeper into despair every day, using alcohol to numb herself. Watching her like that reminded me of how she was after she gave birth to Moon and me. She was just as lost, staring blankly at your unconscious body for days on end. But this time, it was different. There was no one for her to stare at. She didn't even know if this long wait would ever end. No one understood Mom's sorrow and grief at losing you. Aunt Anna said that without you, Mom became the loneliest queen on the throne." Noah calmly revealed the truth. Her words practiced in her mind every day for the past 20 years, all for this moment when Leon would return so she could tell him everything. Later, Mom stopped drinking and threw herself back into her work. We thought she had finally moved on from the pain, but the truth was she hadn't. She worked like a maniac, sleeping less than 6 hours a week, no makeup, no diplomacy, refusing to even talk to Aunt Issa. She rejected everything from the outside world. That's when we realized she hadn't recovered at all. She was sinking even deeper. Alcohol no longer worked for her. She could only use work to distract herself. Noah paused and turned to look at Leon. The man's face was already full of regret and guilt. He was on the verge of collapse, so Noah slowed the pace of her story and brought up something else. "Do you know why I pushed myself so hard to become stronger when I was little?" Leon looked at her, shaking his head. "For you." Noah said, "I thought if I became stronger, you wouldn't leave us, and Mom wouldn't have that sad look on her face. But in the end, I couldn't achieve either of those goals. You disappeared into the rift, and Mom cried every day. All my life, I've been afraid of this family falling apart, even if it was just a fragile facade. But like you once said, the appearance of a family might be a lie, but the love between us is very real." She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath in and slowly letting it out, as if trying to calm her emotions. 6 months after you disappeared, the Silver Dragon clan was attacked again. 2 dragon kings and a human named Nacho Salomon attacked us day and night. Aunt Issa was surrounded as well and couldn't help us. In the end, Mom killed one of the dragon kings, but she was too exhausted to face the other. But miraculously, in the last moment, she unleashed an overwhelming amount of power, wiping out the careless Dragon King in one strike. However, that strike didn't come from the energy of her heart-protecting scale. She didn't sacrifice herself, but she was left too weak to even get out of bed. She realized that this wasn't the Empire's last attempt to wipe out the Silver Dragons, but as a Dragon Queen, she was no longer able to fight, and there was no one left to inherit the throne. So, Mom disbanded the clan, sending everyone off to escape, hoping that most would survive. But Anna and Shirley stayed. They said they would stay with her until the very end. While she was bedridden, she told us sisters the story of you and her, how you met, got to know each other, and eventually fell in love. She said she didn't really understand love between a man and a woman, but she thought she probably loved you. She said she would wait for you to return, to hear you say it yourself. She wanted to hear your confession, face to face, not some heartfelt words in the heat of life and death moments. But Noah gently placed her hand on the crystal. She didn't get to hear it. The sun and moon took turns at her window, but the you she was waiting for never returned. That powerful strike didn't come from her heart-protecting scale. It was the miracle of a mother on the brink of death. And the price of that miracle was her falling into a deep sleep. Her last words to us were to keep living, no matter what, until you came back. Because she believed that as long as you were here, everything would change. Later, great-grandmother came and created this crystal for Mom. It can keep her body functional, and as long as Mom wakes up and uses just a little of her strength, the crystal can be broken from the inside. Of course, a specific external magic command can break it as well. Great-grandmother said that even though Mom is in a deep sleep, she should be able to hear us. So Moon has been talking to her all this time, not wanting her to be alone in her dreams of waiting for you. For the past 20 years, great-grandmother and Aunt Issa have been searching for a way to wake her, while we've been waiting for you, hoping that you could change everything. Moon moved the only chair in the room behind Leon, tugging at his sleeve to guide him to sit down. He slumped into the chair like a puppet whose strings had been cut, completely drained. Noah sniffled, waiting for a while, then asked, "Are you feeling better? If you are, Aurora will explain the method we've come up with. Time is tight, and we don't have much left to mourn." Leon blinked hard, squeezing the web of his left hand to clear his head with the pain. "Okay, I'm listening." Aurora walked over to Leon and spoke slowly. "First of all, let's correct a misunderstanding, Dad. You didn't sleep for 20 years in that spatial rift before waking up. No spatial magic can last that long. In that battle, Ravi used his heart-protecting scale to forcibly alter the nature of the spatial magic, causing an uncontrollable change. And that change is what transported you to 20 years later, here." Leon listened carefully, transported, here. Aurora nodded. "Yes, here is just a simple term. You can think of it as a point in time, or space-time, or more accurately, a world 20 years in the future, where Leon Kasmod no longer exists. For you, it's only been a few hours, but for us, in this world where you didn't exist, it's been a full 20 years. To give you a simple example, the world is like an assembly line, and each person is a cog in the machine. But one day, you, a cog, were removed from the assembly line. That didn't cause the machine to stop working, but everything connected to you was changed. For instance, Noah, Moon, and I without you, we became the people we are today. But if you had been here, I'm sure we wouldn't be like this." Aurora paused, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. She glanced at Noah. At the very least, Noah would probably have long hair. Leon quickly processed what Aurora was saying. He understood the reasoning and also the humor in her joke. The idea of Noah changing from a short-haired cool sister to a long-haired beauty was just a metaphor. His absence from their childhood had affected far more than their appearances. He and Rosvisser had made a pact to raise their children in a loving, balanced environment with both a father's and a mother's love. A childhood without a father was incomplete. Aurora was right. If he had been there, they wouldn't have turned out this way. Even though they had become strong, there was no doubt that their early years, if guided by Leon, would have made them even greater than they were now. It was certain. And that also explained the sense of displacement Leon had felt ever since he regained consciousness. He didn't belong here. He didn't belong, in a world where Leon Kasmad no longer existed. Now that we've corrected that understanding, here's the key point, Aurora said. For the past 10 years, I've been studying Ravi's space magic, trying to reverse it. Reverse magic, Leon's thoughts raced. Are you talking about time travel going back to the past? No, Dad, time doesn't work like that, Aurora quickly corrected him. Through a series of coincidences, you were sent 20 years into the future. We see that as moving forward. But in the rules of time, you can't go backward. All events can only progress forward as time flows. No magic, no matter how powerful, can change that. Even with Ravi's heart-protecting scale, the uncontrolled magic could only send you forward, not backward. Hearing this, Leon frowned. So, there's no way to change any of this. Don't be so quick to give up, Dad. Even though the rules of time are set in stone, I've found a loophole in those rules, Aurora said, flashing the confident smile of a scientist. It's what I mentioned earlier, reverse magic. We can't go back in time, but that doesn't mean we can't reverse known magic. For the past 10 years, I've been studying Ravi's space magic, and I've managed to create the prototype for reverse magic. If I complete it, you can go back and correct everything, change everything. Leon lowered his head, his mind racing. After a moment, he asked, I think I understand, but I remember you said earlier that we only have 6 months left. What does that mean? That battle that put Mom into this deep sleep happened 6 months after you disappeared into the rift, Noah explained. But what does that have to do with Aurora's research? Once reverse magic is perfected, couldn't it send me back to the exact moment I disappeared? No, Dad, Aurora said. For example, from the moment you woke up until now, about 18 hours have passed. That means time has already passed for you by 18 hours. So even if I complete the reverse magic right now, it could only send you back to 18 hours after you first entered the rift. Time moves in a straight line, and it affects the world, and it affects you. If you went back to 18 hours ago in your current state, no one knows what would happen. It might tear your body apart. Do you understand now, Dad? Leon shook his head, confused. Not really. Aurora expected this and turned to Moon. Moon, can you explain it in simpler terms? Oh, sure. Moon stepped forward, looking at her father. Let's say you ate a big steak at noon, stuffed yourself until you were full, and it took you until 12:30. Then, using reverse magic, you go back to noon. If you tried to eat the same steak again, you'd definitely burst your stomach. That's pretty much the principle. Leon, now I get it. One last thing, Dad, Aurora said, stepping in front of Leon. Noah and Moon stood beside her. The three sisters looked at their father, their expressions serious. You're the only one who can go back using reverse magic. This world is like a chessboard, and you're the only piece that can move outside the rules. You're the variable, Dad, and you're the key to saving everything. In 6 months, I'll complete the reverse magic, Aurora continued. And you, Dad, need to become as strong as you were before. Only the strongest version of you will have the power to reverse everything and reshape the future. Moon stepped forward, kneeling in front of Leon, wrapping her arms around him. Mom and all of us will be waiting for you, Dad, in the real future. (266). Vol 2ch, 72. Leon worked hard to digest everything his daughters had told him. Although there were still some parts he didn't fully understand, one thing was clear. If there was a chance to change everything, Leon would do whatever it took to make it happen. 20 years had passed without him being by his daughter's side, and for someone with a strong sense of responsibility, this was a wound that cut deep. The absence of a father's presence would undoubtedly change a person's life, and those changes were often negative. Especially when Leon was an exceptionally good father, a fact even Noah had to admit, back when their relationship hadn't yet softened. And aside from his daughters, Leon lifted his head, his gaze falling on the crystal. Inside the crystal, the silver-haired beauty lay peacefully, her brow relaxed, her eyelashes perfectly defined, her delicate features soft and serene. She looked calm and beautiful. But she shouldn't be like this. She was the queen of the Silver Dragons, the mother of their daughters. She was also his wife. This cunning and proud dragon deserved a better future. Noticing her father's gaze, Aurora raised an eyebrow. When she was little, hiding between her parents and watching them exchange looks had already been cheesy enough. But now, just watching her dad gaze at her mom like that, with so much emotion, it was almost unbearable. How much unspoken love for mom had this stubborn, tight-lipped old fool been holding in all this time? No, this was too much. Aurora realized that if they stayed here any longer, she and her sisters would be crushed under the weight of this invisible dog food, public displays of affection. She nudged Noah with her elbow. Noah glanced at her. Aurora gave her a look. Noah was momentarily confused, but then glanced at Leon and quickly caught on. Time is tight, and I need to keep working on reverse magic. You guys chat, I'll get back to my research, Aurora said, making a quick escape. I'll stay and chat with Dad. I have so much I want to tell him, Moon said excitedly. After all, as a kid, she had followed Leon around everywhere, calling out Dad, Dad, Dad nonstop. After 20 years of holding back, of course she had endless things to say. But Noah grabbed her sister by the back of her collar and dragged her toward the door. You can talk to him while we cook. Come on. No, I want to stay with Dad, Waya, Moon whined. He's only a year older than you now. If you keep calling him Dad, every other word, someone might die of embarrassment. Moon's feet and tail left shallow marks on the floor as Noah mercilessly dragged her out of the dark room, her eyes big and teary. Once the three sisters had left, Leon shook his head with a chuckle. It was clear they had finished discussing the important matters, and were now leaving him some time alone with Rosvisser. As for Noah's comment about him only being a year older than her, well, that did sting a little. Leon had been 23 years old when he entered the spatial rift, and Noah and Moon had only been 2 at the time. But now, in this timeline, the twins were already 22. He couldn't help but marvel at the thought, 22 is such a beautiful age. But then, the realization that he was only a year older than his daughters turned that thought into, is this really too beautiful of an age? Leon shook his head, pushing away the ridiculous thoughts. He dragged the chair over to the crystal and stared closely at the beautiful woman inside. She was still as stunning as ever. In fact, Leon hadn't seen Rosvisser's sleeping face that often. Back when they were living together, they'd always fallen asleep together, and sometimes their nights lasted well into the early hours. By then, they were too exhausted to appreciate each other's sleeping faces. Occasionally, when passing through the temple hall after lunch, Leon would catch a glimpse of Rosvisser taking a quick nap, her head resting on her arm like a student dozing off during morning class. Her cheeks had a bit of softness to them, and when she rested her head on her arm, the flesh would squish a little, which he found adorable. But these short naps never seemed to fully relax her. Her brow would always be slightly furrowed, as if she were sleeping uneasily. There were several times when Rosvisser caught him secretly watching her nap. She called him a creep. He'd retort that she drooled when she slept. Of course, Rosvisser would never lose composure like that, so she'd snap back, asking if he wiped the drool away. Leon would smile and say, I drank it. Rosvisser, you. They liked to joke around like that sometimes, with a bit of playful grossness. Looking at her face now, it was as beautiful and delicate as ever. He couldn't get enough of it. How could she be so beautiful? In the past, whenever Leon secretly admired how beautiful she was, he would always follow it up with a critique. She's beautiful, but she's so stubborn and contrary. Or, what good is being beautiful when she's so merciless with her words? But now, all he wanted to do was quietly admire his wife. She was so beautiful, beautiful like a masterpiece crafted by an artist over a lifetime. Rosvisser, I'm not very good at talking to someone who's already asleep, but Noah and the others say that even though you're unconscious, you can still hear what's going on around you. Leon pressed his lips together, his head lowered, nervously rubbing his palms together. I have so many things I want to say to you, things I should have said to you 20 years ago, but back then, there just wasn't a chance. Now I have the chance to say them, but I can't hear your response. He paused, then chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. As for your response, That's why I didn't say these things back then. I was afraid your response would be rejection. I was pretty scared of you rejecting me. When I led my troops into battle, I always told my men, it's better to make a mistake than to do nothing at all. But when it came to my feelings for you, I became someone who would rather do nothing than risk making a mistake. Even talking to you like this now, it's because you're still unconscious. Leon's bitter smile turned into a self-mocking grin as he rubbed his palms red. Honestly, Rosvisser, whenever I'm in front of you, all those words get stuck in my throat. And I think that's your fault. You're too beautiful, and when you smile, you're even more beautiful. I've never dated anyone before, so seeing a woman as gorgeous as you, it's natural for me to lose my head, right? But logically speaking, you're a dragon, and I'm a dragon slayer. No matter how beautiful you are, I shouldn't have had any improper thoughts about you. So maybe it's because you're just too beautiful. Every word he spoke was filled with sincere admiration for his wife. These compliments, if Rosvisser were awake, he'd never be able to say them, no matter what. As Leon had admitted earlier, it was only because she was unconscious and unable to respond that he dared to speak so freely. After delivering another round of compliments, Leon stood up and patted the crystal. I'm going to check on our daughters. I'll come back to see you later. With that, Leon turned and left the dark room. Once outside, he realized he wasn't very familiar with the layout of this underground space. So, he started wandering around aimlessly. Eventually, he stumbled upon Aurora's research room. Despite being called a research room, it was quite basic. There were bookshelves on both sides, filled with ancient texts and literature on space magic and reverse magic. In the middle was an extra-long stone table, cluttered with various materials for magic arrays and Aurora's handwritten notes. Hearing movement at the door, Aurora looked up and adjusted her glasses. Oh, Dad, need something. Leon shook his head. No, just wandering around. All right, but it's a bit messy in here, so feel free to look around, she said, her attention already back on her research. Okay. Leon scratched the corner of his mouth before asking, is there anything I can do to help with this reverse magic? I've been working on this for over 10 years, so even if you're smart, Dad, you wouldn't be able to catch up in a short time. Is that so? Well, do Noah and Moon help you with the research? Leon asked. Aurora shook her head. There's only the three of us here. If Noah and Moon focused all their time on researching reverse magic, they wouldn't have time to train. In other words, my sisters handle the fighting, while I'm just a scientist. I don't have their strength, so I take care of the logistics. That's how we've always divided things. Everyone has their role. Oh, I see. Leon already knew Noah was good at fighting. But could Moon handle combat as well? That little girl had always hated fighting and violence. So, Dad, don't worry about helping me. Just focus on getting your strength back. The 9 gates of hell, keep practicing them. They're really powerful. Leon shrugged. I can open the 5th gate right now. I'm at the 8th gate. General Leon. Aurora smiled. I'm just a scientist after all. I don't have their kind of strength. (267). Vol 2ch, 73. The 9 Gates of Hell is an advanced form of martial arts, and it's not something one can master easily just through practice. Although it's labeled as martial arts, the initial stages require an extraordinary degree of control over one's mana. A slight mistake during practice can result in the technique backfiring. The mildest consequence could be injury, while the worst could lead to death. When Leon first unlocked the 1st gate, he needed Rosvisser's assistance, a dragon queen, to help him. Moreover, the 9 Gates of Hell becomes progressively harder to master as one advances. The text even explicitly states that after the 5th gate, it's common for practitioners to be stuck for years without any progress. This was why, despite Leon's natural talent and hard work, his progress slowed dramatically after reaching the 5th gate. But his youngest daughter had already unlocked the 8th gate at such a young age. It seemed impossible unless Aurora had begun practicing the asterisk 9 Gates of Hell at an age when other little girls were still playing with dolls. How old were you when you started training in the asterisk 9 Gates of Hell asterisk, Aurora? Leon asked, still in disbelief. The 9 gates of hell was different from magic. With magic, once a dragon's mana circuits were mature, they could officially start learning. Most young dragons would begin learning magic around 5 or 6 years old, while Noah had started learning magic at Leon's side when she was just over a year old. But to train in the asterisk 9 gates of hell asterisk, one's physical strength had to meet some absurdly high standards. Leon vividly remembered those standards, like being on the verge of death and still needing to maintain breathing for 12 hours. If Aurora had truly begun training during childhood, how could her body have met those extreme requirements? Aurora thought for a moment. I started when I was around 8 years old, I think. 8 years old, Leon was shocked. 8, seriously. What's wrong with 8? Aurora asked, leaning in closer. Leon quickly waved his hands. Nothing, nothing, but did you really meet the prerequisites for the asterisk 9 gates of hell at 8? Aurora laughed. Well, no, but I had a great teacher. A great teacher. The first person that came to Leon's mind was his master, the old man. In this timeline where Leon had disappeared, his daughters had learned about his true identity and past. It was possible that Rosvisser had told them about his master too. After all, the 9 gates of hell had originally been a gift from his master, so it wasn't unreasonable to think that in the span of 8 years, his daughters had found a way to contact him. Yep, Aurora said, and it's someone you'd never guess. Leon blinked, trying to guess. Is it an old man named Tiger Lawrence? Nope, not Grandpa Tiger. Grandpa Tiger. That affectionate title cleared up a lot of things. At least Leon was sure now that his daughters had met his master. But this also raised another important question. What had happened to his master, Rebecca and Martin? 20 years had passed. Had they left the Empire, or had something worse happened? As Leon's thoughts shifted to these concerns, his expression grew more serious. Noticing her father's worry, Aurora quickly added, the last time I saw Grandpa Tiger was a few years ago. He was getting on in years and couldn't stay in the Empire any longer, so Grandma Charlotte took him back to her homeland. Charlotte was the name of Leon's master's wife. So, in these past 20 years, it seemed that his master, Rebecca, and the others had been quietly sabotaging the Empire from the shadows. Knowing that the old man hadn't gone to challenge the Emperor head-on after hearing his disciple had disappeared into a spatial rift was a sign that the old guy had mellowed out with age. If this had happened when he was younger, causing chaos in the Empire alone wouldn't have been enough. He would have made a spectacle of it. If it wasn't my master, then who was this great teacher of yours? Anna Issa, Rosvisser's grandmother. None of them seemed to be martial arts experts. Claudia Poseidon. At that name, Leon's thoughts were pulled back to the past. He vividly remembered that very special surname. Rosvisser had told him that Poseidon was the royal family name of the sea dragons. And Claudia was the author of asterisk 9 gates of hell asterisk. What? The author herself. Other people called on the gods for good fortune before battles, but your little darling here actually summoned the person who wrote the book. After Mom fell into her coma, we were taken care of by Anna and Shirley for a long time, Aurora explained. Of course, even after disbanding the Silver Dragon clan, many of Mom's followers stayed behind to protect us. But the Empire never stopped hunting us. At first, we thought it was to silence us, but after learning that Mom was in a coma, they kept coming. So there had to be another reason behind it, one we didn't understand. Anna, Shirley, and Milan all gave their lives to protect Mom and us sisters. Great-grandmother wasn't a warrior-type dragon, so she could barely fend off the Empire's attacks. And Aunt Issa's Red Dragon clan got dragged into the chaos of war. They wanted to help us, but they couldn't. So, in the end, great-grandmother and we were constantly on the run, but we couldn't escape the combined forces of the Empire and the dragons. In our final moments of despair, Claudia of the Sea Dragon clan appeared and saved us. She brought us to this hidden underground space. After resting for a while and ensuring we were safe, great-grandmother set off alone to find a way to wake Mom. Meanwhile, Claudia took care of us and taught us all sorts of survival skills. That's when she taught me the techniques of the 9 gates of hell asterisk. After listening to Aurora's explanation, Leon rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Did great-grandmother know Claudia? No. Then why did she trust her to take care of you all? We'd been together for a while by that point. If Claudia had wanted to hurt us, she would have done so long before great-grandmother left, Aurora said. Plus, everything she did later proved she genuinely wanted to help us. She personally taught me the *9 gates of hell*, and she also helped Noah with illusion magic and guided Moon's dual awakening. Wow, this sea dragon sure was multi-talented, Leon said in awe. Martial arts, illusion magic, spellcasting, she did it all. And she taught them well. Noah's illusion magic had already reached an impressive level. The illusion of the boulder at the entrance to the cave was proof of that. Did you ever ask Claudia why she helped you? Leon asked, still curious about the sea dragon. Rossvisser had once mentioned that the sea dragons had isolated themselves from the world for over 30 years. But now, not only had Claudia of the Sea Dragon clan helped Leon by giving him the *9 gates of hell*, but she also saved his daughters after his disappearance, even becoming their teacher. What was her reason? Of course, we asked, but Claudia only said that she was helping us on someone's orders, Aurora replied. Leon thought for a moment. Do you have a picture of this Claudia? Yeah, I have one. It's a photo Moon secretly took. With that, Aurora dove into a nearby box and rummaged through it for a while. After a bit of searching, she pulled out a yellowed photo and handed it to Leon. Leon took the photo and examined it. It was a side profile. The image captured a graceful woman, still retaining her charm despite her age. Leon stared at the photo for a moment, muttering, "I feel like I've seen her before." Aurora patted her father on the shoulder, giving him a knowing look. "Dad, I've told you before, your flirting skills are terrible. Starting with, 'I think I've seen you before,' is a guaranteed way to embarrass yourself." Leon shook his head. "No, seriously, I feel like I've seen this Claudia before, but I just can't remember where. It's frustrating." That feeling of recognition, but without being able to place it, it was maddening. It was like having the first line of a song stuck in your head, but no matter how hard you tried, you just couldn't remember the next line. So annoying. "If you can't remember, then don't think about it for now," Aurora suggested. "You said you're only at the 5th gate? Come on, I'll help you unlock the rest. That way, when you return to the past, you can crush those dragon kings who hurt Mom." That suggestion hit right at the heart of Leon's fatherly instincts. "I swear by my beloved donkey, every dragon that hurt Rossvisser Melqui will pay." *268. Vol 2ch, 74. After Aurora's suggestion, Leon couldn't help but smile. Aurora's proficiency in the *9 gates of hell was impressive. With just a few simple words, she helped Leon understand the mistakes he had been making during his practice. After passing on some key techniques, the father and daughter sparred a bit to test his progress. As expected, the weakened Leon was easily defeated by his youngest daughter. Thus, the second dragon to ever defeat Leon Kasmod emerged. Who was the first dragon to defeat him, you ask? That would be Rossvisser, of course. This just goes to show that the unbeatable hero can only be bested by his family. After their sparring session, Leon lay on the soft grass in a starfish position, exhausted. Even such a simple practice session had put a significant strain on his worn-out body. Aurora stood next to him with her hands in the pockets of her white lab coat. "Mom used to say that if you could defeat Dad, you could walk all over this continent. So, by that logic, I, Aurora, am now invincible." Leon let out a soft chuckle and slowly sat up. Aurora sat down beside him, mimicking her mother's usual sitting posture. Knees slightly bent, arms wrapped around her legs, and her chin resting on her knees, resembling a well-behaved cat. After sitting down, Aurora pulled out the photo of Claudia she had shown Leon earlier. Looking at the photo, Leon asked, "When did Claudia leave?" "About 5 years ago, I think," Aurora replied, "but she didn't leave on good terms." "Not on good terms? What do you mean?" "That day, she was teaching us some new magic. Based on the pace of her lessons, she was supposed to stay with us for at least another half-month. Aurora gazed down at the photo, reminiscing about the past. But in the middle of teaching, she suddenly seemed to notice someone and rushed over to meet them. They disappeared behind some bushes, and it sounded like they were arguing. After about 10 minutes, Claudia returned and told us that our teacher-student relationship had come to an end. She said we now had enough strength to protect ourselves, and that from then on, we weren't allowed to mention her name to anyone. After giving us those instructions, she left. Leon was deep in thought. She saw someone, and they argued. Aurora nodded. Yes. Did you get a good look at who she was talking to? No, but from the sound of it, the other person was also a woman, probably around Claudia's age. Leon scratched his head, feeling even more puzzled. He already knew very little about Claudia and her mysterious interventions. Now, there was another unknown woman involved, which only added to the mystery. When Rosvisser had first told him about the Sea Dragon clan, she had made it clear that there were no diplomatic relations between the Silver Dragons and the Sea Dragons. But here was Claudia, not only helping Rosvisser's family in their darkest hour, but also staying with them for an extended period as their teacher. What was her motivation? Why had she come to help them in the first place? And why had she left so abruptly? There was no making sense of it. Leon let out a frustrated sigh, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. Dad, I have a bold theory. Leon raised an eyebrow. Oh, let's hear it. What if Claudia had a secret crush on you all along? She admired your handsome looks for years, and after learning that you were in trouble, she came to our aid. Aurora's eyes sparkled with mischief. After saving us, she quietly left, hiding her feelings and her contributions. Isn't that just the most heartwarming story of an unspoken love? When Mom wakes up, I have to tell her this. Ow, that hurts. Leon flicked his daughter's forehead playfully. I have a small suggestion regarding your theory. You should take a closer look at my history. I never even set foot in the Sea Dragon territory, let alone meet Claudia. There was no secret crush, Leon said. Aurora rubbed her sore forehead, pouting. So you're denying everything I just said? Leon shrugged. What else am I supposed to do? Does that include denying the part where I said you're handsome? That part I'll allow, Leon replied, smirking. Aurora pushed her glasses up with a grin, a habit she'd picked up. Besides, Dad, she said, Claudia wasn't young. In fact, when Mom married you, even by human standards, she was considered robbing the cradle. And now you're trying to pair yourself with someone even older. Rosvisser was over 200 years old, while Leon was in his 20s. Put nicely, the Queen had a fondness for younger men, but in less flattering terms, well, let's just say some might be shocked. Age doesn't matter that much among dragons. Relationships between dragons several hundred years apart in age are quite common, Aurora explained. But since you're human, it's different. She adjusted her glasses again, a habitual gesture. Curious, Leon's eyes twinkled with a sudden thought. Wait, do dragons even get nearsighted? Pure-blooded dragons don't, Aurora said. But I'm half human, and I spend all my time in the underground lab reading ancient texts, so nearsightedness was inevitable. When she mentioned being a half-blood, Aurora's tone was light, as if it didn't bother her in the slightest. Leon pressed his lips together, hesitating before asking cautiously, Aurora, how did you feel when you first learned that half your blood was human? Aurora blinked, immediately understanding the deeper meaning behind her father's question. She smiled softly. Dad, are you asking if I can accept being half human? Yes. Of course I can, why wouldn't I? Aurora turned to look at Leon, her pink eyes serious and sincere. I could even ask you in return, why would you think that your daughters might struggle to accept their heritage? Leon was taken aback, clearly not expecting that response. Well, It's not your fault. Mom had the same concerns when she told us, Aurora continued. She worried that we might resent you or be ashamed of ourselves. She spoke to us at length, hardly letting us get a word in. She was so worried that we would hate our human bloodline or feel ashamed of our origin. In the end, it was Noah who reassured her. Noah said that in your mind, the first lesson you ever taught her might have been tutoring her for the Saint, his academy entrance exam. But for her, the first real lesson you taught was how to accept oneself. You woke up from a 2-year coma with no idea how to be a father. But you embraced your new role and accepted Noah and Moon as your daughters. You knew they weren't fully human, yet you still loved them without hesitation. Because first and foremost, they were your daughters. Their bloodline was secondary. At the time, I didn't fully understand what Noah meant. But now, I think I'm starting to get it. Aurora slowly stood up, gazing into the distance. The horizon, where the green of the earth met the blue of the sky, was a clear dividing line in her eyes. Accepting oneself is no easy task, she said softly. But Leon Kasmod managed to do it effortlessly. So, as his daughters, why couldn't we do the same? And besides, Aurora looked down at her father, the seriousness in her face fading into a mischievous smile. You, the strongest dragon slayer in the human world, fell head over heels in love with the Silver Dragon Queen. Are you really going to stand here talking about bloodlines? (269). Vol 2ch, 75. Whenever Aurora talked about her father's love for her mother, she always spoke with a proud tone. It was clear she wasn't bothered by being a half-blood. In fact, when she first learned that her father was human, Noah was the first to accept it, openly embracing the concept of accepting oneself. Of course, little Moon at the time likely didn't fully understand, and Aurora had chosen to remain silent, playing the part of the quiet observer. But regardless of the circumstances, the best outcome was that there were no racial barriers between Leon and his daughters. Leon breathed a silent sigh of relief. The reason he had brought up the subject earlier was because he had noticed something subtle. Ever since he reunited with the adult Noah a day ago, she hadn't called him Dad even once. Not even once, he was sure of it. Moon had called him Dad like before, and Aurora, with her more casual attitude, had referred to him as Old Man. But Noah had only referred to him as you or him, always avoiding the word Dad. Leon understood that Noah might still be angry with him for his 20-year disappearance. But he also worried that her reluctance to call him Dad might have something to do with his human bloodline or perhaps some other reason. Just like when Noah was younger. For a long time after Leon had awoken from his 2-year coma, she hadn't called him Dad. The first time she said Dad was at a family sports event at St. His Academy. Watching Leon compete with everything he had for the honor of their family, Noah had cheered him on with a loud, "Go, Dad." Afterward, Leon had hugged her and asked her to call him that more often. Though Noah had been a bit tsundered, she had obediently done as he asked. Little Noah's emotions were easy to read, and Leon had gradually won her heart through his actions. But now, adult Noah had an air of aloofness about her, like she was saying, "Don't mess with me." Her expressions were hard to read, and Leon had no idea what she was thinking. Do you know how important it is for a doting father to hear the word Dad? Rossvisser's husband might rank second, but the daughter's Dad was always number one. Leon's beloved donkey doesn't count, since it can't speak. Even though Aurora had reassured Leon that Noah wasn't troubled by her mixed bloodline, Leon still wanted to know what was going on in his eldest daughter's mind. After chatting with Aurora for a while longer, it was time for dinner, and the father-daughter pair returned to the underground space for the meal. Dinner was simple: wild fruits, grilled meat, and mushroom soup, all ingredients they could gather from the wilderness. Leon understood the situation. The times had changed. There were no longer maids to prepare meals for the royal family. Now, with Rossvisser in a crystal, the daughters busy with research and magic training, and Leon gone for 20 years, the fact that they weren't starving was already impressive. The seating arrangement at the table was also interesting. Moon and Aurora, of course, sat close to their father. But Noah sat alone at the other end of the table, slowly sipping her soup. "Dad, try this. It's made from the dangerous beast meat I hunted myself," Moon said proudly. "All right, I'll give it a try." Leon cut a piece of the meat and took a bite. The flavor was good, but the meat was a bit overcooked, with a slight char that affected the texture. "How is it, Dad?" Moon's eyes were full of anticipation. "It's good, very good," Leon said, finishing the rest of the meat. How about I teach you a few more ways to cook meat later? Dad, I caught the beast, but my sister was the one who cooked it, Moon admitted. Leon was surprised. He glanced across the table at Noah, who didn't seem to have any intention of saying anything. Oh, I see. Yeah, try this, Dad. My sister's cooking is amazing. Moon chimed in, eager to share. Noah, the sister who wasn't particularly skilled at cooking, was lucky to have a sister who adored her and a father who doted on her. Noah remained silent, eating her meal without comment. After the simple dinner, Moon and Aurora took on the task of cleaning the dishes. Noah, meanwhile, went outside on her own. Leon hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow her. When he stepped outside the underground space, Noah was nowhere to be seen. He looked around, but with the late hour and the thick canopy of towering trees blocking the moonlight, his search was made difficult. After a few minutes of searching, Leon sighed, lowering his head as he prepared to return inside. Just as he took a step, he heard Noah's voice from above. Do you have something you want to say to me? Leon stopped in his tracks and looked up. Noah was sitting atop the large boulder near the entrance, one leg dangling over the edge, her arms wrapped around her knees. Yeah, I was hoping to chat with you, Leon said. Do you have time? I do. Should I come up there? Leon nodded, and after glancing around, found a slope that wasn't too steep and carefully made his way up to sit beside Noah. Noah didn't pull away, but she didn't get closer either. She remained in the same position, gazing out into the deep night sky. Leon looked at her profile. Her face was refined and elegant, her eyebrows carrying a resemblance to her mother, S. The two of them sat in silence, neither making an effort to start a conversation. A cold wind blew past, and Noah shivered slightly, pulling her shoulders inward. If you don't say something soon, I'm going back inside. It's cold out here. Oh, right. Don't just say oh. You said you wanted to talk, so talk, Noah urged. Leon scratched his head, unsure of how to start. His daughters were grown now, with their own thoughts and perspectives, so he couldn't communicate with them the way he had when they were younger. After thinking it over, Leon decided to be direct. Noah, are you upset with me? Noah turned her head slightly, glancing at him. Why do you think that? Well, because, from the moment we reunited yesterday, you haven't called me Dad. Noah raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. That's what this is about. Yeah, Leon admitted. When you were younger, there was a long time when you didn't call me Dad either. Back then, it was because you thought I didn't love you. Is that what this is about now? Do you still think I don't love you? His heart was racing. Leon was normally calm and composed in his interactions, but now he was desperate to understand what Noah was thinking. Noah was aware of her father's usual demeanor, but she wasn't surprised by his current urgency. She let out a small huff through her nose, then looked down, speaking seriously. I'm just scared. Leon blinked in surprise. It wasn't the answer he had expected. Scared of what? We used to have such a happy family, didn't we? Noah said quietly. I once responded to your love with everything I had. You know, I was always proud to be your daughter, Leon Casmod. I knew my father was strong, unbelievably strong. I was proud to have a father like you. I felt the same way about Mom. Being your daughter was the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. But all of that was shattered by that disaster. Everything I cherished, everything that mattered to me, everything that loved me, along with my love for you, was buried 20 years ago. I thought that as long as you came back, everything would be okay. Noah buried her face in her arms, gripping her own arms tightly. But it's not that simple. Now, I'm even more afraid of what will happen when this all ends. What if you fail? What if you leave again? What will Moon, Aurora, and I do then? What will Mom do? I do love you, Dad. I love you so much, but I can't love you the way I did when I was a child. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes meeting Leon's. In that moment, Noah's face, marked with faint scars, seemed to overlap with the image of her younger self in Leon's mind. Her voice trembled, but her words were clear. Because I'm terrified of losing you again. Noah, the strongest of Leon's daughters, had the most fragile heart. She had always carried more weight in her heart than Leon had realized. Looking at her, Leon slowly reached out and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. When he saw she didn't pull away, he carefully pulled her into his embrace, letting her rest her head on his shoulder. "I'm sorry, Noah," Leon whispered. "It's my disappearance that caused all of this, that made you and Mom suffer so much. I won't make any big promises, because none of us can know how this will end. But Noah, please believe me, no matter what, I'll do whatever it takes for you, your sisters, and your mother." Noah, still leaning on her father's shoulder, wiped her tears and murmured, "People who make big promises, they're all talk." Leon blinked, glancing at his own tailbone. "Well, that's a problem, isn't it? I don't even have a tail to talk with." Noah burst into laughter through her tears, sitting up and wiping her nose before holding out her fist to her father. Looking at her slightly raised fist, Leon immediately understood. When she was younger, Leon had used this gesture to make promises to her. "All right." Leon smiled, nodding as he reached out his fist. Their fists bumped gently, just like they had back then. "But before you save the world, I'm still not calling you Dad," Noah said, her stubborn side showing, just like her father and mother. Why not?" "Why not? That's just the way we Melqui women are, stubborn to the bone. You got a problem with that?" Leon chuckled, "None at all. Apart from being stubborn, the women of the Melqui family, from the eldest to the youngest, were all remarkably good at keeping Leon Casmod wrapped around their fingers." 270. Vol 2ch, 76. After having a heartfelt conversation with Noah, Leon felt a sense of relief, as though a heavy weight had finally been lifted from his chest. For the next few days, Leon focused on storing magic energy and training in the 9 gates of hell technique. With Aurora's guidance, his training progressed much faster than before. However, just like in the past, the energy storage in his body remained slow. His dragon tattoo and some unknown element within his body seemed to siphon off a significant portion of the magic he was trying to store, making the process painfully slow. Despite all his efforts, Leon still hadn't figured out what was wrong with his body. He asked Aurora if she had any insights on the matter. She regretfully admitted that her research mainly focused on magical arrays and wasn't very specialized in the intricacies of the human body. With no other option, Leon continued his usual method of slowly accumulating magic within his dragon tattoo, hoping for a breakthrough. The 4 of them, Leon and his daughters, continued to live in the hidden underground space, taking care of Rosvisser, training, and awaiting Aurora's research to bear fruit. 3 months passed. Finally, Aurora decided it was time for the first test of her reversal magic array. Everyone gathered in Rosvisser's crystal chamber as Aurora activated the magic array on the floor. The array was intricate, its lines and symbols complex and sprawling. Any scholar or professor specializing in magical arrays would have marveled at the sheer magnitude of the work. After all, this was the result of Aurora's 10 years of dedicated research. She wasn't just trying to reverse an ordinary spell, this was the key to changing everything. Aurora stood before the array and activated it with a wave of her hand. Immediately, the room was filled with a bright glow, and the array began to react. The 3 others watched with nervous anticipation. Whether Aurora succeeded or not would determine the future of their family. The light emitted from the array grew brighter and brighter, and the entire chamber began to tremble. Leon instinctively raised his arm to shield Noah and Moon behind him. "Aurora, is everything all right?" Facing away from them, Aurora waved dismissively. "It's fine." But her tone wasn't right. She didn't sound excited like someone about to succeed. Instead, her voice carried something else. The next moment, the light from the array suddenly flickered, as though a string had snapped, and the magic dissipated into thin air. The chamber fell silent. The array on the floor was now charred, leaving blackened marks as if it had been burned. Aurora slowly lowered her hand. After a brief pause, she whispered, "It failed." It was a simple statement, but the defeat in her voice was unmistakable. 10 years of dedicated research had resulted in failure, and for someone like Aurora, who had always dreamed of being a scholar, it was a heavy blow. What made things worse was that there were less than 3 months left until the anniversary of Rosvisser's coma. If they couldn't complete the reversal magic in time and send Leon back to the past, Rosvisser's fate would remain unchanged. No one wanted to accept such an outcome. Yet the cold reality of failure felt like a knife, deeply wounding Aurora's spirit. "Hey, Aurora," Moon started, trying to comfort her sister. "It's okay. This was just a test." But Aurora didn't respond. Her shoulders slumped lower and lower, as though an invisible weight was pressing her down, threatening to crush her under the burden. After a moment of silence, Leon stepped forward, standing beside Aurora as he gazed at the scorched array on the ground. "What caused the failure?" he asked softly. Aurora's pink eyes trembled and her voice wavered. I don't know." Leon looked at his daughter, her face filled with fear and uncertainty. At that moment, he realized that what she feared most wasn't failure itself. It was being unable to save their family. "Aurora, have you ever heard this saying?" Leon began. Silence. "With great power comes great responsibility." Leon continued. "My teacher taught me that for a long time. But later, I realized that the reverse of that saying is also true." Aurora blinked, slowly lifting her dejected head to look at her father. "The greater the responsibility on your shoulders, the greater your power must be. Everyone believes in you, which is why they entrusted you with this task. But don't let that responsibility become a chain that binds you. Remember what Noah told your mother about accepting yourself. Accepting yourself is important, but accepting failure is equally important. If someone can't handle failure, then they don't deserve success." Leon gently placed his hand on Aurora's shoulder. Just moments ago, her shoulders had been weighed down by invisible despair. But now, with her father's warm hand resting there, she felt a sense of comfort and stability. "Push those thoughts of failure and its consequences out of your mind, Aurora. You've been working on this reversal magic for 10 years. Trust yourself, you can do this." Her mother had once told her that what she loved most about Leon was the sense of security he gave her. As long as he was around, she always had the courage to face anything. Back then, Aurora hadn't understood what her mother meant by that. But now, in this moment, she began to understand that feeling. Beneath her glasses, Aurora's pink eyes regained their sharp focus. She furrowed her brow and turned her attention back to the charred magic array. After observing it for a long time, she slowly spoke. "The fact that the array started glowing means it can be activated. At least, the first phase was successful. The problem must have occurred in one of the later phases. A magic array has 4 phases to completion: activation, operation, maintenance, and termination. Our issue occurred during the operation phase. In most arrays, to ensure they operate properly, they need a sufficient amount of power. I knew that, so I prepared a large number of power-storing crystals, but it seems they didn't work." With that, Aurora walked over to the crystals and picked one up for closer inspection. "The energy inside hasn't been used up. That means these crystals didn't participate in the array's operation." "But why? I've tested these crystals many times, and they've always worked with other reversal spells. Only in this case, with Ravi's space magic, did they fail. If the array lacks sufficient power during the operation phase, then will also fail at the maintenance phase. We need to figure out why the crystals aren't being integrated into the array's operation." Leon crouched beside her, observing the crystals as well. After a moment, Leon spoke. "You mentioned Ravi's space magic, right?" "Yeah, because that's the magic that sent you to this future," Aurora confirmed. "But Ravi's magic was unstable at the time, wasn't it? And the reason for that instability was his heart-protecting dragon scale." "The heart-protecting dragon scale?" Aurora's eyes lit up, as if she had just grasped a lifeline. "The reason these power crystals didn't work is because their energy isn't compatible with Ravi's space magic. When you were sent to this time, it was because of the energy from Ravi's heart-protecting dragon scale. So we need a source of power similar to Ravi's scale to successfully operate this reversal magic." Leon smiled, pleased to see his daughter's quick thinking, but he had to point out the next challenge. "But where do we find something like Ravi's heart-protecting dragon scale?" Aurora paused, scratching her head. "Normally, A dragon needs to be at least 100 years old to start forming a heart-protecting dragon scale, but the three of us together aren't even 100 yet. And even if we had a scale, its energy would be different from Ravi's, Noah added. We're silver dragons, while Ravi was a star traveler dragon. Our power sources are fundamentally different. Right, exactly, Aurora sighed, threading her fingers through her messy pink hair in frustration. So where are we going to find a heart-protecting dragon scale like Ravi's, especially one from a dragon king? I did receive some reliable intel recently, Noah said casually. It's possible we might find the scale we need in the Empire. Leon looked at her surprised. The Empire? (271). Vol 2ch, 77. Why would the Empire have the heart-protecting dragon scales? Leon asked, his brow furrowed. After a brief pause, he added, and I still don't fully understand what these scales really are. People say they're like a detonator, but that doesn't quite fit. Are they just some energy storage organ? Seems like something more. Noah took it upon herself to explain. The heart-protecting dragon scale is extremely important for dragons. Its function isn't as simple as storing energy for a last-ditch explosion. In truth, the scale acts more like a safeguard. A safeguard? Leon asked, intrigued. Yes, Noah nodded. Dragons with heart-protecting scales can better control their immense power. Pureblood dragons are known to have a natural thirst for violence. During battle, they might lose control, fighting without considering the consequences. The scale steps in at critical moments to prevent a dragon from being overwhelmed by its own strength. It also has other functions, like extending a dragon's life force or serving as an emergency detonator, as in the case of the Star Dragon King, Stana. Leon pondered this new information, rubbing his chin. A safeguard, to prevent being consumed by power. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Rosvisser, still lying peacefully in the crystal. Could it be that the reason your mother fell into a coma after using all her strength is related to her heart-protecting dragon scale? Noah nodded again. Great-grandmother said that Mom's heart-protecting dragon scale was unusual. It was there, but it wasn't functioning properly. When she unleashed that miraculous power, the scale didn't activate, which may have led to her current state of unconsciousness. Of course, the scale might not be the only reason. There could be multiple factors that led to Mom's condition, but the scale was definitely part of it. Leon absorbed this and hummed thoughtfully, not pursuing the topic of the scale further. He returned to the more pressing matter. So, why does the Empire have such a valuable item as a dragon's heart-protecting scale? Noah shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. The person who provided the intel only told me that the Empire holds several heart-protecting scales. Leon raised an eyebrow. And who is this source of yours? Noah smirked mischievously. Not telling you. Tisk, keeping secrets from your old man now, huh? Leon grumbled, feigning frustration. Noah stuck her tongue out playfully, but remained tight-lipped about her informant. Though Leon was curious, he wasn't too concerned about the source's identity. What mattered more was, can this person be trusted? Absolutely, I trust her more than anyone else. Now Leon's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Whoever this informant was, to earn Noah's unwavering trust spoke volumes. But it seemed Noah intended to keep the mystery alive a little longer. Besides the Empire, is there any other way we can get a scale with the same power properties as a star dragon? Leon asked. Ravi died just 20 years ago, Noah replied. The Star Traveler Dragon tribe likely hasn't selected a new Dragon King yet. The process of choosing a new Dragon King was incredibly long and complicated for every dragon tribe. They needed to identify candidates, channel resources into their development, evaluate their performance, gather the people's support, and pass several tribal elder tests before undergoing the final Dragon King trial. Even under ideal conditions, the process could take years, sometimes decades, if not longer. And that's assuming the previous Dragon King had died under normal circumstances. With Ravi's sudden death, the situation would be far more chaotic. There might not even be a suitable successor in the tribe, leading to internal power struggles or other obstacles. If it's not a dragon king-level heart-protecting dragon scale, we might not be able to activate the reversal magic array, Aurora added. We don't have the luxury of time for trial and error. With only 3 months left, the next attempt must succeed. The four of them exchanged glances before their eyes collectively drifted toward Rosvisser, still resting in her crystal. The silver-haired beauty lay there, serene and graceful. But Leon longed to see the Rosvisser he knew, the sharp-tongued, mischievous Silver Dragon Queen. To leave her trapped in an endless slumber was the cruelest fate imaginable for someone like her. After a long pause, Leon finally spoke. We were going to the Empire. Leon never imagined he would return to the Empire under such circumstances. After eliminating the internal spies and leaving, he had always assumed his next visit would involve toppling the Emperor's throne. But time passed, new challenges and problems arose, leading to the situation he now faced. Leon had no choice but to return to the homeland that both enchanted and tormented him, for the sake of saving his wife and his family. Standing in the forest a few kilometers from the Empire's walls, Leon couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. He pointed to a nearby hill and turned to Aurora. This is where you were born, Aurora. Dad, are you already suffering from early-onset dementia at 23? Aurora teased mercilessly. I was born in the Silver Dragon's territory, Mom told me. Leon chuckled. What I meant was, this is where I came up with your name. At this point, Leon's grin was as wide as the horizon. Ah, your mother was holding me here, begging me not to leave her, crying her heart out. Ah, the tears, the drama. Hey, where are you girls going? Wait for me. His 3 daughters, clearly uninterested in his trip down memory lane, were already heading for the edge of the forest. They reached the outskirts of the Empire's walls, taking cover behind a slope as they surveyed the scene. The gates were busy with merchant caravans, supply wagons, and various task forces entering and exiting the city. Commoners rarely passed through, as the process of obtaining entry papers was lengthy and cumbersome. It seemed that aspect hadn't changed in 20 years. Do we have a way in? Noah asked. My source said the Empire now has a detection barrier over the walls, so invisibility magic won't work. We'll have to go through the gates. And Dad was a wanted man 20 years ago. I'm not sure if the bounty is still active, Noah added. Whether it's still active or not, we can't just stroll in through the front gates, Leon agreed. Moon was carefully listening to her father's assessment, trying to absorb all the tactical lessons for future stealth missions. But her concentration broke when Leon, in all seriousness, declared, it would draw away too much attention if a handsome man strolled into town with 3 beautiful women. Moon, Noah, and Aurora's. Enough already, Dad. The closer they got to home, the thicker Leon's skin seemed to become. Aurora sighed and asked, so Dad, the handsome man, what's your brilliant plan? Leon's eyes settled on one of the passing merchant caravans. An excellent warrior won't be defeated by the same move twice. But the Empire's guards, they probably would be. Now, let's see how well you girls have kept up with your training, Leon said with a sly grin. Especially your core strength. We're going to need some planking. (272). Vol 2ch, 78. The number of merchant caravans entering and leaving the Empire had significantly increased compared to the past, which greatly reduced the difficulty for Leon and his daughters to infiltrate. If there were only a few merchants, the guards would likely search each one thoroughly. But with one carriage after another, inspecting each one would take all day, and they wouldn't let many caravans through. That would seriously slow down the tax revenue collection process for the officials, and that simply wouldn't do. So, a turn-a-blind-eye approach seemed good enough. However, one new guard, not yet hardened by reality, seemed to think otherwise. Captain, are we really doing our jobs properly? Isn't this just slacking off? Asked the new recruit of the Imperial Patrol team. The man referred to as Captain leaned back in his wooden chair, puffing on his pipe. Kid, how much do you earn a month? 20 gold coins, the newbie replied honestly. Exactly. You do the job of someone earning 20 gold coins. If you're stressing yourself like you're earning 200, That's called overstepping your rank, the captain said with the tone of a seasoned veteran. The newbie still didn't get it, but what if something really happens? Something happens? Kid, ever since that guy named Leon Kazmod disappeared, the Empire has been peaceful for 20 years. Nobody dares to stir up trouble here. Leon Kazmod. Never heard of him? Well, that's not surprising, it's old news. I'll tell you the story during the next shift change. Oh. The captain continued to puff his pipe leisurely. 20 gold coins wasn't a small salary, but not enough to warrant checking every carriage under the sun. I swear, back when I was the head of the Dragon Slayer Corps, I only made 100 gold coins a month, and these security guys now get 20 without risking their lives. Had I known, I would have become a guard. It would have saved me 20 years of headaches, Leon muttered. But Dad, if you had become a guard, you wouldn't have met Mom, right? Ah, that's where you're wrong, sweetheart. I never said I had to be a guard in the Empire. I could have been a guard at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary and still met your mom. A Silver Dragon Queen marrying a guard sounds pretty far-fetched. And a Silver Dragon Queen marrying a human does. Tilde. Noah interrupted their banter. We're about to pass through the gate, keep quiet. The group immediately held their breath and pressed close under the carriage. The merchant caravan stopped in front of the imperial gates for the standard inspection. The inspection, as expected, was just a quick glance over. As long as there were no suspicious or dangerous items, everyone was allowed through. Such a lax approach wasn't just due to the guards' laziness, but also their confidence in the strength of the Empire. As the captain had said earlier, apart from Leon, no one would dare to cause trouble in the Empire. As the strongest human kingdom, simply having the opportunity to trade with them was a privilege. Who would dare plan mischief? The inspection ended, and Leon and his daughters successfully slipped into the Empire alongside the merchant caravan. After walking a few streets and confirming there were no patrols nearby, the group took their chance, sliding out from under the carriage and ducking into a side alley. Leon stood at the mouth of the alley, pressed against the wall, peeking around to make sure no one had spotted them and no one was paying attention. He turned back to his daughters and started discussing their next steps. The informant didn't specify the exact location of the dragon scales, just that they are stored in a hidden fortress somewhere in the royal city, Noah said. We'll need to do a bit more digging to find them. Leon nodded. He hadn't expected to easily find the Heartguard dragon scales. The Empire wouldn't collect such items without reason. The Heartguard dragon scales were essential for the dragons, acting as a kind of safety mechanism. If humans had obtained them, there could be many possible uses. Given how valuable the scales were, the Empire would have kept them well hidden after acquiring them. The fact that Noah's mysterious informant had even discovered that the Empire was collecting Heartguard dragon scales was impressive enough. If they also knew the exact storage location, the Empire's security would be embarrassingly poor. The real challenge had just begun. Getting past the guards was the easy part. I have 2 strategies in mind, Leon said. First, we split into 2 teams and search the areas around and inside the royal city until we find where the scales are stored. Second, we capture someone important enough to interrogate and extract the information we need. The first option is safer but will take more time. The second is faster but riskier. My suggestion is to start by searching in teams, and if we don't find anything within a short time, we move to the more dangerous option. What do you think? The 3 sisters exchanged glances before nodding in agreement with their father's plan. Great, now let's decide on the teams. Leon continued, Noah and Aurora will be one team and Moon and I will be the other. Is that okay? Moon's eyes sparkled with excitement. I get to do a secret mission with Dad. Yes, are you happy? Leon chuckled. Super happy, so excited. Moon's tail would have wagged if she hadn't hidden it for this mission. Noah gently poked her little sister's cheek. All right, little shadow, behave yourself once we split up. Don't run off and don't slow us down. Tusk, you still treat me like a child, Moon pouted. Noah fondly ruffled her hair. You always act like a kid around him. Tilde. After finalizing their initial plans, Leon gave one last instruction. If something urgent happens, avoid combat as much as possible. Try not to use magic. Remember, our main goal is the Heartguard dragon scales. Aurora suddenly added, "Oh right, Moon. If you have to use magic, stick to just one element. Don't use both at once. Dual awakening is extremely rare, especially lightning and fire. If anyone in the royal city is familiar with Mom and Dad's history, they might easily figure out who we are." Moon nodded. Got it, understood. All right, let's begin. Whether we find the dragon scales or not, we meet back here in 3 days, Leon instructed. Got it. Noah and Aurora left first. Leon led Moon through the narrow alleyways. No one in the Empire had ever seen Noah or Aurora, and for the past 20 years, the three sisters had been careful to avoid any contact with the Imperial Dragon Slayer forces. So, inside the Empire, they wouldn't be recognized, and there was no need for them to disguise themselves while walking the streets. But Leon, on the other hand, had been one of the Empire's top criminals 20 years ago, transforming from a dragon slayer hero into a human traitor. His notoriety and the drama surrounding his story could easily land him in the textbooks. Even though 2 decades had passed, there was still a risk of being recognized, so it was safer for him to stick to the shadows. "Dad, are we heading to the royal city now?" Moon asked as she followed Leon. "We'll wait until nightfall. Unlike Noah's team, we can't just walk around the streets. Nighttime will be our best cover." "Oh, okay." One benefit of splitting into teams was that not all the daughters had to stick with Leon. Noah and Aurora, who hadn't been seen in the Empire, had more freedom to move around. If all 3 of them were together, it would be more noticeable, so Leon had decided to split them into pairs to ensure mutual backup if anything went wrong. Leon and Moon took a detour through the alleyways, eventually reaching the rooftop of an abandoned bell tower. From there, they could see the distant royal city. "Now we wait for nightfall," Leon said, as he gazed at the grand and shining structures in the distance. Who knew what kind of monsters lurked beneath the glamorous exterior? "273. Vol 2CH, 79. As night fell, Leon carefully observed the patrol routes of the Imperial Guards. Finding the right moment, he led Moon to the base of the tall walls surrounding the royal palace. The spot was secluded, and a patrol only passed by every 10 minutes. The father and daughter crouched by the wall, discussing how they could sneak in. Getting into the royal palace, located in the heart of the Empire, was not going to be as simple as their earlier infiltration. The people living there were either royals or nobles, with even the lowest ranked among them accompanied by at least 4 or 5 guards at all times. As for those with real power, they were naturally even more heavily protected. Leon raised a hand and gently pressed it against the cool, rough surface of the wall. Beneath it, he could sense the faint flow of magical energy. "Of course, there's a barrier here too," Leon muttered. If the outer walls of the city had a sensory barrier, the royal palace would undoubtedly have an even more complex and powerful one. "If we try to climb over, the barrier will definitely detect us," Leon said. "I'll try to make a small hole in the barrier. Moon, keep watch and let me know if you hear anything." "Yes, Dad." Moon stood up and kept a careful lookout, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Leon began working on the barrier. During his time at the Dragon Slayer Academy, he had been taught some basic principles and techniques for breaking through barriers. After all, in war, it was common to encounter enemy barriers with different purposes. But no matter how complex the barrier's function, at its core, it was still a type of magic array. If he could find its operational pattern, he might be able to disable it. However, after several attempts, Leon was unsuccessful. He couldn't force his way through, as that would alert the Royal Sorcerer Corps. The sorcerers were responsible for maintaining the barriers around the outer walls, the royal palace, and all the other important buildings in the Empire. They also taught magic to the royal family and their descendants. Back when Leon was leading troops in battle, he hadn't liked the sorcerers much. To him, they all seemed like madmen, unhinged, with no ethical boundaries. He'd heard rumors before the Silver Dragon War that they were conducting dangerous magical experiments on tamed, dangerous species. From what he'd encountered on his last return to the Empire, it seemed those experiments had been successful. Who knew what more terrifying things they'd come up with in the 20 years since? This isn't working. The barrier is far more complex than it was 20 years ago, Leon finally admitted. Besides, breaking through barriers wasn't his specialty. He could easily blast a hole through the wall with a powerful spell like Chidori Asterisk, but that would immediately reveal their presence. Their goal in sneaking into the Empire was to find the Heartguard dragon scales, not to pick a fight. Moon tried her hand at it too, but she also failed. Her tuft of hair drooped as she sulked. Why is this so difficult? Leon patted her on the head, comforting her. This is the barrier protecting the royal palace, after all. It was designed by a whole team of experts. If we could break it so easily, they might as well retire. So, Dad, what do we do now? Since sneaking in won't work, let's see if we can find some cover, like earlier today, and blend in with the crowd. Okay. It wasn't the most reliable plan, but it was better than doing nothing. They had to try. Leon and Moon avoided the patrols, making their way to the roof of a way station near the main gate of the royal palace. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the situation at the entrance. There weren't many carriages coming and going, but the few that did were extravagantly decorated. It was obvious that the people inside were wealthy. The carriages were so fancy that they were practically one step away from having diamond-encrusted horseshoes. It's different from the city gates, Leon mused. The guards here are carefully checking every single carriage. If we try to hide under one, we'll be discovered for sure. Didn't you visit the royal palace often when you were in the Empire? Moon asked. Leon thought for a moment and then shook his head. I did at first, but not so much later. Why not? Moon asked curiously. As a soldier on the front lines, the only times I was allowed into the palace were for ceremonies or after major accomplishments. Moon blinked, but didn't you just say you used to come here often? That's because I accomplished a lot back then. Leon recalled, at that time, I was defeating a dragon king about once a month, so I had to come to the palace for a medal ceremony every month. Normal people only came once a year. After a while, both the officials and I got tired of the ceremonies, so we agreed to make it once every 6 months. Moon's eyes widened in admiration. Wow, Tilda, that's amazing, Dad. Leon coughed lightly, not wanting to continue basking in the praise. And why was that? Because back then, in Leon's eyes, her mother was also quite the grand achievement. But those were old stories, best left in the past. After all, he had married his grand achievement, so there was no need to boast about his past glories. Did you get any rewards for those ceremonies, Dad? Moon asked. Leon nodded. Yeah, money, food, clothes, stuff like that. My squad members used to say that every time I came out of the royal palace, it was like I was stocking up on supplies. Moon giggled. You must have been quite the charming guy when you were younger, huh? What do you mean, younger? You saying I'm not young anymore? Well, you're 23 now. That's kind of old. Leon pinched her cheek. If I'm an old man at 23, then what are you at 22? I'm the daughter of an old man. As they bantered, they noticed a new commotion at the palace gates. They both quieted down and looked down below. A relatively plain-looking carriage had just arrived. 3 people stepped out of it. Leon observed their outfits and posture, noting that they looked like soldiers who had recently returned from the front lines. As for whether they were part of the Dragon Slayer Corps, he couldn't be sure. But Moon recognized them immediately. That's the 3G team, she said seriously. Leon was confused. The chicken team, are you hungry, kid? No, not chicken, the 3G team. Moon explained earnestly. 5 years after you disappeared, the Empire began gaining the upper hand in the human-dragon war, and it was all thanks to those 3. Leon raised an eyebrow. Are they strong? Yes, survivors from defeated dragon tribes say these 3 are absurdly powerful. It felt like they were back in the era of the black-armored king. Leon missed those days when the black-armored king ruled supreme. After a moment of nostalgic reflection, he asked, do you have any details about them? I only know their names, Moon said, recalling Ginny, Giddy, and Gaim. Those names sound oddly familiar. They remind me of an old acquaintance. Leon sighed. Bring your daughter to court, Casmod. 274. Vol 2CH, 80. The three foundational special forces is just a nickname based on those three people's names. 3 days later, Leon and his daughters regrouped. Noah began explaining the details of those individuals to Leon. Their actual operation code is Sharp Blade, and as the name suggests, they are elite soldiers that the Empire developed 15 years ago, 5 years after you disappeared. Each one possesses extremely strong individual combat abilities. After a brief pause, Noah added, some even say they've surpassed the black armor from back then. What? Upon hearing this, General Leon was no longer sleepy. Who said that? Who said that? Noah, predicting this reaction, merely shrugged nonchalantly. That's what the defeated dragons say. Though they are strong, their power seems somewhat unstable. Aurora, adjusting her glasses, chimed in, I happened to see one of their battles a few years ago. Their coordination is seamless, but midway through, the leader, Kinney, seemed to lose control of his power, which led to the battle ending prematurely. And, Big Sister, didn't you also sense something strange? The power they use. Noah picked up where her sister left off. Doesn't belong to them. Doesn't belong to them? What does that mean? It's just a feeling, Aurora said. Their magic is strange, but I can't quite pinpoint what exactly is odd about it. Still, that's not the main point. The key is that the Sharp Blade Special Forces have come to the capital for some kind of official recognition. Just as Leon had told Moon a few days prior, no matter how high-ranking soldiers are, they can't freely enter the capital unless it's for ceremonies. It didn't matter if they were part of the Sharp Blade or any other special force. Entry was restricted. Are you thinking of sneaking in during the award ceremony? Leon asked. That might not be feasible. The ceremony is inside the royal palace and no one is allowed to carry weapons. They'll perform body searches. Noah shook her head. Getting into the palace is out of the question. The barrier is too complex for even Aurora to break. So, we'll have to resort to our second plan, capture and interrogate. Capture those three. No, the members of the Sharp Blade Special Forces wouldn't know the location of the heart skill. Noah said, but their superior should. Their superior? A man named Nacho Salamander, Noah explained. He's in charge of coordinating between the dragon-slaying army and the royal palace. Essentially, the entire dragon-slaying army reports to him. Nacho, huh? What's that look for? Do you know this Nacho? Leon rubbed his chin and frowned slightly, nodding. 20 years ago, he was just a clerk in the dragon-slaying army. I didn't expect him to climb all the way up to a position of power. Boss or top leader was just a simplified way of putting it. In reality, managing an army of hundreds of thousands of people couldn't be done by one person alone. Back in the day, Leon's specific role was commander of the battlefield, meaning that when the cannons started firing, even the highest-ranking officers had to listen to him. As for off the battlefield, there were plenty of high-ranking officials managing other aspects of the army. The position Noah mentioned, coordinating between the dragon-slaying army and the royal palace, could indeed be considered a top leader role. So this Nacho had risen from a small clerk to one of the bosses, quite the career climber. The higher the position, the more likely he is to know where the heart skill is kept, Aurora added. All right, if we're going to capture Nacho for interrogation, do we know his movements? Leon asked. My informant provided fresh intel yesterday. After the award ceremony, Nacho is hosting a banquet at the Hisna Manor outside the capital for the Sharp Blade Trio. He does this every time they return. Leon nodded in understanding. That's indeed a tradition in the dragon-slaying army. We used to do the same thing back then. So, the banquet is our opportunity. Exactly, but even with a clear target, we still need to come up with a detailed plan. Nacho will secure the entire manor, and the guards will be posted at every exit. I'll handle that part, Leon said. I can get close to Nacho without being detected. Good, Nacho always arrives early at the manor. That would be the best time for you to approach him, Noah said. Leon blinked. Is that information also from your informant? Yes, for years now, Nacho has always arrived early. It's not out of politeness, he just wants to control the event. Noah shrugged. He seems to want to control everyone and everything, no matter where he is. To gather this much intel on the top leader of the dragon-slaying army, I'm getting more and more curious about this informant of yours, Leon mused. When can I meet this mysterious big shot? No rush, Noah replied. After we've captured Nacho and my informant finishes her work, you'll get the chance to meet her. In the meantime, feel free to raise your expectations. Leon thought to himself, if his eldest daughter had been born in peaceful times, she might have been an excellent serialized novelist. She was too good at building suspense. Noah then provided a more detailed itinerary of Nacho's movements and times so that Leon could finalize his plan. After assigning everyone their roles for the operation, the conversation returned to the Sharp Blade Special Forces. Although they are technically part of the dragon-slaying army, they don't follow its orders. They report directly to the royal family, Noah explained. 15 years ago, the Sharp Blade Trio appeared out of nowhere, wielding powers strong enough to rival ancient dragon kings. They won battle after battle on the dragon-human front. Aurora added, Aunt Issa had to relocate the clan deeper into dragon territory because of the pressure from these three. It's safer there, but it's just a stalling tactic. At the rate things are going, the Empire will push deeper into dragon territory within a decade. And when that happens, there will be nowhere left to hide. Leon began to ponder. The Sharp Blade Trio had become active on the battlefield 5 years after he disappeared. During his service, he had never heard of their names. Could they have been secretly trained by the Empire? Unlikely. If they were secret weapons, why hadn't they stepped in when Leon was cleaning out traitors or during his battles with the Star King? It seemed more likely that these three gained their strength during the 5 years after his disappearance, through some means. You said earlier that the Sharp Blade Trio's power doesn't feel like their own, Leon asked. Yes, normally when we use magic, the process can be simply described as gathering power and then releasing it. Noah explained, but with them, it feels like borrowing power from somewhere and then releasing it, and their power sometimes goes out of control. That's highly unusual. Did your informant uncover anything about their backgrounds? Noah shook her head. No. The Sharp Blade Trio really did seem to appear out of thin air without giving anyone time to react. Aurora's expression grew serious. They are strong, so strong that, as other surviving dragons have said, they rival ancient dragon kings. Moon, sitting nearby with her legs curled up, hugged her knees. Faced with such a serious discussion, she didn't dare speak up and only listened quietly. She was well aware of how powerful the Sharp Blade Special Forces were. If it came down to a battle with them, there was no certainty they could win. Dad, Aurora suddenly broke the silence. I noticed you were lost in thought just now. Were you thinking about something? Just reminiscing about something funny from the past. Leon, sitting cross-legged on the ground, chuckled softly as he lowered his head. Noah blinked. What could be so funny? You. Me. Leon looked up at his eldest daughter. The Sharp Blade Trio. They reminded me of when you took on 3 opponents at once back in the day at St. His Academy. Hearing this, the playful atmosphere returned as Aurora laughed. What? Big sister fought 3 people. Why haven't I heard this before? Tell me everything. Leon animatedly recounted Noah's glorious battle from her school days. Aurora patted her sister on the shoulder after hearing the story. You truly are the pride of the Melkwev family. Noah blushed and turned her head, looking bashful in a way that resembled her mother. It was just an anti-bullying thing, nothing special. Well, I think the Sharp Blade Special Forces aren't much to fear. If necessary, I'll show you all what the Melkwev family's 1 versus 3 looks like, Leon said with a confident grin. Noah froze for a moment. Wait, why was her father so bold all of a sudden? Oh. She understood. This was exactly what her mother had meant when she said, once he's charged up, he'll become unstoppable. But his confidence was built on his power. As his daughter, Noah had never doubted his strength. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. (275). Vol 2ch, 81. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the lush green lawn of Hisna Manor, where servants busily scurried around, making the final preparations for the banquet about to begin. Nacho stood on the veranda, watching everything unfold while fiddling with a silver coin in his hand. The coin bore the emblem of the Empire's dragon-slaying army, two crossed longswords forming an X between a pair of dragon wings. In the Empire's royal hierarchy, coins made from different materials represented different statuses and powers. From the lowest to the highest, there were copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and the unicorn crystal, which symbolized being second only to the emperor. It had taken Nacho Salamander nearly 20 years to turn the copper coin he once held into the silver coin he now possessed. Although it seemed neither here nor there in terms of high status, it was an achievement far beyond the reach of most people. Beyond that, the next step was a chaotic whirlpool in the power structure of the empire, where those holding gold coins were all cunning politicians and high-ranking ministers. Nacho knew he wasn't at that level yet. Guarding his own territory and keeping his head was the greatest success he could hope for. Looking back on his rise to power, Nacho wasn't most grateful to the Lord who had promoted him along the way. No, he was thankful to a ghost who had disappeared 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Nacho had witnessed an unprecedentedly fierce battle and had truly seen the dragon's fanatical obsession with revenge. That man, Leon Kazmod, had been absurdly powerful. If Lavis hadn't died together with him in the end, the peaceful life the Empire enjoyed now would never have been possible. And Nacho wouldn't have received his promotion and honors afterward. At that time, Leon had been the prized target of the Empire's nobility. Anything even remotely related to him was an opportunity for promotion and wealth. So Nacho was deeply grateful to that guy. Without him, Nacho wouldn't have reached his current position. Of course. Nacho glanced at the silver coin in his hand, a slight smile forming on his lips. He could only thank that monster, strong beyond this dimension, silently in his heart. Thanking him in person was impossible now. At that moment, a tall servant passed by in Nacho's field of vision, carrying a tray with his head lowered conspicuously. Nacho's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. He glanced at the tall servant's back and muttered, "Strange, I don't recall seeing that person before." "Sir, the room is ready. Let's go and wait for them," said another man who approached Nacho respectfully. "Scott, have you seen that dark-haired servant?" Nacho asked. Scott was Nacho's current deputy, assisting him with daily tasks. When Nacho received his next promotion, Scott would likely take his place. Following Nacho's gaze, Scott narrowed his eyes, studying the servant's figure carefully, then shook his head. "I haven't seen him before. He's probably new. Hisna Manor has strict standards for hiring servants, so don't worry, sir." Nacho nodded and didn't give it further thought. The two passed through the hallway and headed to the most luxurious dining room in Hisna Manor. After sitting down, Nacho asked, "How long until Kinney and the others arrive?" "About 20 minutes, Scott replied. "Good, go take another round and make sure all the guards are ours." "Yes, sir." Nacho was always cautious. He would arrive early at every banquet, setting up the guards and arranging positions himself. He liked the feeling of having everything under his control. 20 years ago, Nacho had no concept of power. But Kazmod's disappearance had indirectly allowed him to taste it. Power was like an intoxicating poison. Once you tasted it, you couldn't stop. Nacho sat at the table, closing his eyes as he waited for the arrival of the Sharp Blade Special Forces. Creak. The door opened. Then came slow, heavy footsteps. "Didn't you say they wouldn't be here for another half hour?" Nacho didn't open his eyes, his voice tinged with irritation. He didn't like Scott messing up the time, nor did he appreciate those three idiots arriving early, disrupting the plan. It gave him an unsettling sense that he wasn't in control. But the person he addressed didn't answer. They simply closed the door quietly. Nacho slowly opened his eyes. I asked you a question, Scott, you. He froze when he saw the black-haired man standing in the room. The man wore a servant's uniform and carried a tray with a knife and fork on it. But Nacho knew that, given the man's abilities, anything, even a fork and knife, could become a deadly weapon in his hands. For a moment, Nacho thought he was dreaming. Or maybe he was seeing a ghost. Fear exploded in his chest. He wanted to scream, but the pressure emanating from the man in front of him choked off his voice, as if a stone was lodged in his throat. His hands started to go numb, the sensation spreading down to his feet. Nacho's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting in the whites of his eyes. Finally, he managed to speak the man's name. Leon Kazmod. Saying his name felt like unlocking the invisible chains around Nacho's body. It was as if saying the name would bring some relief. Nacho's heart pounded, but he forced himself to remain calm. Secretly, he lowered one arm beneath the table, digging his nails into his palm in a desperate attempt to stay composed. Leon, seeing that Nacho still recognized him, wasn't particularly surprised. He slowly walked forward, pulled out a chair, and sat down, placing the tray with the knife on the table in front of him. Leaning back in his chair, Leon lazily stared at Nacho. He said nothing, just kept watching him. Nacho couldn't bear to meet Leon's gaze and swallowed hard with great effort. Damn it, where were the guards, the patrols, his personal attendants? Why hadn't anyone reported this? Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the dining room. Scott burst through the door, panting heavily, and shouted, "Sir, something terrible has happened. All our men have been taken out, Leon Kazmod." After a brief moment of shock, Scott reacted quickly, turning to flee for help. But as soon as he turned, he found himself face to face with two tall girls. They had their hands in their pockets, nodding slightly with serene expressions. Snap! Leon snapped his fingers. "Why are you standing outside? Come in and sit down." Noah stepped forward, her body suddenly flickering with faint electricity. Scott, seeing no other option, awkwardly returned to the room, sitting next to Nacho. Leon stared at Nacho with a cold, unreadable expression, watching as his unease grew. After a brief silence, Leon spoke quietly. "I'm sure you're wondering how I'm still alive, but I don't have time to explain that. What I need from you now is to tell me where the Empire is keeping the Heartskill." Leon's tone was calm, but there was an underlying force that made it impossible to resist, sending Nacho's fear soaring to new heights. He opened his mouth, intending to stall for time until the sharp blade trio arrived. No matter how strong Leon might be now, he would be no match for the trio. But Nacho paused, staring at Leon's face. He was shocked to realize that Leon hadn't aged a day since 20 years ago. He looked exactly the same. Could it be he had undergone the same procedure? "Nacho, we're old friends. Let's not waste time here," Leon said, standing up and walking slowly behind Nacho and Scott. Wham! He slammed his hands down on their shoulders. The heavy blow made Scott tremble. Nacho, however, remained completely still, staring ahead. "All right, since you're not cooperating, I'll have to use more direct methods." "Leon, you." A swift chop to the neck, and Nacho's world went black as he lost consciousness. "Sir, are you all right?" "Oh, I forgot about you." Another quick chop, and Scott collapsed onto the table, unconscious beside his master. Leon hoisted the two men over his shoulders. Noah and Moon entered the room. "The sharp blade trio is here. We need to leave quickly." "Okay." The three of them swiftly exited the dining room, heading around to the back door of Hisna Manor. Aurora had already prepared the carriage, and once they climbed in, the horses galloped away, leaving the manor far behind. (276) Vol 2ch, 82. At midnight, in an abandoned wine cellar, Leon and his daughters were discussing how to extract information. Leon rubbed his wrist, bloodstains faintly visible on his knuckles. Torture is no longer effective. If he was going to talk, he would have done it after the first punch. If he hasn't by now, more hitting won't change that. "Dad, your punch isn't exactly comparable to a normal person's punch," Aurora remarked, realizing something. "Wait, I need to check if those two are still alive." Leon held his younger daughter back. Relax, I controlled my strength. I've interrogated people before, back during the war, though not very often. Noah raised an eyebrow. During war, intelligence is crucial. If you rarely interrogated prisoners, where did the information come from? Leon shrugged. We just bulldozed through. What information did we need? Noah rolled her eyes in disbelief. Simple and brutal, totally fits my impression of you, Dad, Aurora concluded seriously. But we can't bulldoze through this time, Noah said. The enemy has the advantage, and we're in the dark about too many things. To find the exact location of the Heartskill, we have to get it out of Nacho and his deputy. Leon thought for a moment and asked, Your mother used to know magic that could extract memories from prisoners. Do any of you know how to do that? The three sisters exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. None of you learned that incredibly useful magic. Did you? I didn't either, hee, ouch. Noah elbowed her father in the ribs. Leon reminisced briefly about the days of bantering with Rossvisser. So what now? Aurora asked. Torture doesn't work and none of us know memory magic. Are we just going to sit here and wait? The Sharp Blade trio didn't find Nacho at the manor, so they'll probably report to the Empire right away and they'll begin searching for us, Aurora continued. We don't have much time. We need to act fast. Although they needed to hurry, there didn't seem to be any good ideas to get the two captives to talk. After a moment of contemplation, Leon suddenly spoke up. Do you know about the prisoner's dilemma? Leon opened the storage room door, where only Nacho was tied up, his hands and feet bound, unable to move. Seeing Leon, Nacho scoffed. You monster, why couldn't you just stay in the grave? It's been 20 years, why come back now? At this point, Nacho had regained his composure. Whether Leon had come back from the dead or something else had happened, it was clear that Leon had come for him. But Nacho hadn't survived the last 20 years for nothing. He looked at Leon and spoke slowly. Well, it seems I've fallen into your hands. But even so, the situation must be quite troublesome for you, right? Leon stood in front of him, looking into his eyes without saying a word. You kidnapped me in such a hurry, trying to extract information about the Heartskill. That means it's important to you, isn't it? But you don't have much time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked provoking the royal family. If you can't get the information out of me, then even if you kill me, your plan won't progress, and the Empire will soon be on your tail. The Silver Dragon clan has already been disbanded, Kazmod. You don't have any backup. If you fail, you'll end up in a fate worse than mine. Am I right? Nacho, with 20 years of experience in politics, had learned a thing or two about negotiation. If both sides had chips on the table, there was no need to give up easily. He gazed at Leon, as if showing off to this man who had once seemed untouchable. You're right, Leon admitted, much to Nacho's surprise. Nacho licked his lips, preparing to further analyze the situation and pile on the pressure by pointing out all of Leon's disadvantages. He loved this feeling of being hated but untouchable. That was until Leon took out the dinner knife he had used earlier from his pocket. Nacho panicked, instinctively swallowing. What are you going to do? You can't kill me. You don't dare kill me. I'm a royal and I have the information you need. If you kill me, you'll never find out where the Heartskill is. Besides, afterward, you won't be able to capture anyone else who knows this information. The Empire will immediately tighten its defenses at the slightest disturbance. Leon rubbed his forehead impatiently. Are you finished? Your deputy, Scott, already told me where the Heartskill is, so. Leon shrugged as if disappointed. You're no longer of any use to me. As he spoke, Leon waved the knife casually. The blade glinted coldly in the dim light, flashing before Nacho's eyes. No, that's impossible, Leon. You're bluffing. Nacho tried to suppress the growing terror and anger. Scott would never betray the Empire. Whether or not he betrayed the Empire, I don't know, Leon said. But 10 minutes ago, he betrayed you. My people already knocked him out and took him away. By the time he wakes up, we'll be long gone from the Empire. As for you. Leon tapped Nacho's face with the flat of the knife. Think about it. If you die, who would take your place? That sentence was like a fuse, igniting all of Nacho's buried fears. He began thrashing wildly, but his restraints held firm. Seeing Nacho's violent reaction, Leon smirked inwardly. As expected, this old fox had become too attached to the power he had clawed his way to over the years. His master had been right, these politicians were all the same. "Calm down," Leon said lazily. "The more you struggle, the less precise my knife will be. If you die in too much pain, I'll feel really guilty." His voice was so insincere that it might as well have been written on his face. With that, Leon slowly moved the knife toward Nacho's carotid artery. The blade began to cut into the skin, and blood started to seep out. "Wait," Nacho suddenly shouted. "What? How did Scott describe it to you?" "You don't need to know that," Leon replied. "By this time tomorrow, I'll be walking out of the Empire with the heart skill in my hand. Unfortunately, you won't be around to see it. What a pity." Leon continued lowering the knife. Scott only knows the storage location. He doesn't know the shift schedules or the password for the security posts. Driven by fear and fury, Nacho decided to offer up information to save both his life and his position. If it was just about dying, Nacho wasn't afraid. Ever since he'd tasted power, he knew this day might come. But he couldn't accept having Scott take over the status and power he had worked so hard for. Absolutely not. "Oh," Leon asked, drawing out his words, "aren't you afraid of betraying the Empire? What if someone finds out later?" "Blame it all on Scott," Nacho suggested. Leon raised an eyebrow, fully understanding the implication. "Yeah, sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. Dead men can't talk." Leon, a classic example of that principle, knew it all too well. He took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket, tossing them in front of Nacho. "Write down everything you know about the heart skill. If it doesn't match up with Scott's information, I'll kill both of you." With great difficulty, Nacho grabbed the pen with his tied hands and began writing frantically. Meanwhile, Leon could barely contain the grin threatening to break out on his face. 10 minutes later, Leon stepped out of the storage room, and just then, Noah emerged from the other storage room. Father and daughter exchanged glances, reading the same word on each other's faces. "Success." "Wow, it really worked," Moon exclaimed, turning into her father's biggest fan, showering him with praise. Aurora, witnessing such an interrogation technique for the first time, was equally impressed. "You got the information just by talking them into it. If you capture 2 or more prisoners, the prisoner's dilemma is almost an unbeatable interrogation method," Leon explained. When faced with it, Nacho and Scott only had 2 choices: stay silent or betray each other. But they can't communicate directly. So, whether to stay silent and protect their partner or betray them to save their own skin, who knows? Either way, the advantage is ours. With a few simple interrogation techniques, it's easy to get the information we need. Moon let out a long O of admiration. "That's amazing." She might not fully understand, but her dad was amazing nonetheless. Leon and Noah compared the information provided by the 2 captives. The location of the heart skill matched perfectly. "What should we do with them?" Noah asked. "Knock them out and keep them here for now as hostages," Leon replied. "We don't know what other trouble might come our way. Having hostages is always useful, and even if the Empire doesn't care about them and decides to burn all bridges, we can still deal with them later." Leon nodded. "Good, I'll set up a plan here to keep the Empire's people from finding them." "Got it," Noah replied. Leon looked down at the information in his hands. Once they had the heart skill, they could activate the reversal magic. He had to go back. He must go back. "Rosvisser, wait for me. You have to wait for me." "277. Vol 2ch, 83. Under the cover of night, Leon and Noah infiltrated the Imperial Palace through a secret passage along the outer wall. This passage wouldn't trigger the sensory barrier alarms and was far from the main roads inside the palace, so patrols rarely came this way. According to the intel provided by Nacho, this secret passage had been built 5 years ago, and only people at his level or higher knew about it. Leon couldn't help but admire how far his former colleague had come, working hard to climb the ranks. Working for the Imperial family sure seemed like a great job. But Leon didn't have much time to reflect on his old comrade's success. He had to focus on finding the Heartskill as quickly as possible. Following Nacho and Scott's information, Leon and Noah made their way along the palace's outer edge, carefully moving toward the location of the Heartskill. Just as Nacho had said, there were few patrols around the secret passage, and Leon and Noah soon found the storage facility for the Heartskill. It was an underground structure with only an entrance visible above ground, guarded by 4 fully armed soldiers. In addition to the guards, there was a sensory barrier just as powerful as the one around the outer walls. If they forced their way in, it would trigger the barrier's defense mechanisms, and prolonged resistance would attract more enemies. Only those 4 guards could deactivate the barrier, allowing visitors to safely enter and exit. Leon and Noah pressed themselves against the wall, observing the 4 guards. Nacho's intel mentioned the use of passwords and signals, Leon said. To enter the underground facility, we'll need to give them the correct password. So, we're just going to walk over there and give the password, Noah asked. We have no choice. The guards don't switch shifts, those 4 will be there all night, so we can't sneak in during a shift change. Noah blinked and asked, what if they recognize you? Although 20 years had passed, many personnel had changed within the Empire, but Leon had been a well-known figure back then. His appearance hadn't aged, so there was still a chance they could recognize him. That's a valid concern. After all, this handsome face of mine is quite memorable, Leon said, seriously contemplating the issue. 3 black lines metaphorically slid down Noah's forehead. Her mother loved Leon's sense of responsibility, his bravery, his selflessness, and his strength. But did she also love his narcissism? Mom, you must have been starving, Noah thought to herself. But luckily, I prepared something in advance. As he spoke, Leon pulled a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, along with a silver coin he had taken from Nacho. The disguise wasn't as important as the coin, which symbolized royal status and authority. Back when Leon served in the dragon-slaying army, the Empire had given him a similar token. It looked nice, but Leon had never cared much for such trinkets. He had taken it home, tinkered with it, and turned it into a bell for livestock, hanging it around the neck of his donkey. The bell had added some much-needed fun to the donkey's monotonous, 996, work schedule of grinding grain all day. Leon put on the sunglasses, fiddled with the silver coin in his hand, and then nodded toward the 4 guards, adopting a formal tone of authority. Let's go, Miss Noah. Why did it feel like she wanted to cooperate, but was also deeply annoyed? Was this the same vibe her mom got when dating him back in the day? She was already 23. Couldn't her dad act a little more mature? Despite her internal complaints, Noah cooperated perfectly with him. Yes, Lord Leon. Father and daughter calmly approached the entrance to the underground facility. The 4 guards, hearing footsteps, immediately went on alert. Who goes there? What business do you have coming to the Imperial storage for Western tributes at this hour? The leading guard barked. Leon said nothing, continuing to play with the silver coin in his hand. The coin flipped smoothly between his fingers with practiced ease. Noah stepped forward and replied in a low voice. Western culture is world-renowned. There are too many people during the day, so we've come at night to admire it. The guards relaxed, one of them glancing at the silver coin in Leon's hand. Realizing the man before them was of significant rank, his tone softened immediately. Apologies, sir. The password was arranged by the royal family. No matter who you are, we need to go through the procedure. The password was cleverly woven into the conversation, making the storage facility for the Heartskill appear to be a simple storage room for Western tributes. Anyone unaware of the code would be completely thrown off by the misdirection. Leon quietly breathed a sigh of relief, but still didn't speak, leaving all communication to Miss Noah. No problem, we understand. It's all part of the job, Noah said. We're here for a routine check. Please deactivate the barrier. Yes, ma'am. The guard respectfully nodded and deactivated the underground facility's barrier. Noah glanced back halfway. Lord Leon, we may enter. Ladies first. La Tilda dies first, Tilda. Hey. Her old man really was an actor. Oh, her mother could be a bit of a drama queen sometimes, too. Well, that explained a lot. Like mothers, like father. The two of them calmly walked into the underground facility, one after the other, descending the staircase. As they made their way down, the torches lining the walls ignited one by one, lighting their path. They passed through several layers of stairs until they finally reached the basement where the heart skill was stored. The basement was vast and empty, with rows of stone pedestals arranged neatly throughout. Above each pedestal floated dragon scales, glowing in various colors. As soon as they stepped into the basement, Noah felt a heavy sense of oppression. She frowned slightly, scanning the room full of dragon scales. She knew that this oppressive force came from the scales themselves. The dragons may have perished, but the power within the scales still remained. Noah wasn't very familiar with these scales. After all, heart scales only began to form in dragons after they reached 100 years of age. And she was only 22. There aren't as many scales as I expected, Leon muttered. A lot of the pedestals are empty. Maybe they've already used some, or maybe they're saving space for more, Noah suggested. But the limited number of scales probably means the Empire isn't just collecting any dragon scale. Right. Leon nodded. Yeah, it's common for dragons to live past 100 years. If the Empire were just collecting scales indiscriminately, the number here would be much larger. They must be after something more specific, like heart scales from dragon kings. Noah finished his sentence. And Aurora's reversal magic requires a dragon king's heart skill to work, Leon added. Noah clicked her tongue in frustration. But how do we figure out which scale has properties similar to Lavis magic? If they took the wrong scale and couldn't activate the reversal magic, their risky journey to the Empire would have been for nothing. But Leon simply said in a relaxed tone, "Isn't that easy?" Noah glanced sideways at him. Leon reached into his pocket and pulled out a black bag. "We'll just take them all." This felt a lot like when the Sun Wukong took a job at the Heavenly Peach Garden. (278). Vol 2ch, 84. At the entrance, Leon fastened the black pouch to his waist, filled to the brim with heart scales. He and Noah exited the underground facility, walking calmly toward the entrance. The guards deactivated the barrier, allowing them to leave safely. "Sir, how did the inspection go? None of the dragon scales are missing, right?" one of the guards asked, his tone filled with pride, eager for recognition. "None are missing." "Wrong. None left." "Correct." Although General Leon had never been a thief, he certainly understood the principle of never leaving empty-handed. In response to the guard's question, Leon gave a barely perceptible nod and grunted, "Not bad. Keep up the good work, and I'll put in a good word for you with the higher-ups." Thank you, sir." Leon kept a straight face and stole a glance at Noah, silently exchanging looks. "See, he's even thanking us, Tilda." Noah rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Sir, it's late. We should head back," Noah said. "Yeah, let's go." Leon was about to take a step when he seemed to remember something and turned to the guard. "Don't forget to restore the barrier. We wouldn't want any enemies sneaking in." "Of course, sir." The guards immediately turned around and worked together to reactivate the barrier to its original state. "Safe travels, sir." Father and daughter exchanged a look before starting to walk away. But after only a few steps, a young guard suddenly called out, "Sir, what's that pouch on your waist?" Leon froze, closing his eyes in frustration and letting out a slow sigh. The other guards quickly picked up on the tension and raised their guard. "Sir, you didn't have that pouch when you entered. Please allow us to inspect it." "Sir, we ask that you cooperate and step back." Before he could finish his sentence, a dark figure appeared in front of him, delivering a punch so fast it was invisible to the naked eye, striking his stomach and leaving him no time to react. The nearby guards reacted quickly. "Activate the barrier alarm, there's an intruder, ah." Noah lunged into the air, her knee slamming into one of the guards' faces, knocking him unconscious instantly. Another guard, who was about to trigger the barrier alarm, was easily subdued by Leon. One guard remained. Realizing his 3 comrades had been taken down in the blink of an eye, he immediately dropped to his knees in surrender. Better to live and fight another day than die a hero. Leon scoffed, stepping forward and delivering a swift karate chop to knock him out. Good thing we had them reactivate the barrier before this. If it had stayed down for too long, the sorcerers would have noticed, Leon said, glancing at his daughter. Shall we go, Miss Noah? Noah playfully rolled her eyes and muttered, such a drama king. The father-daughter duo worked seamlessly together and made their escape with the heart skills. They retraced their steps, and not far ahead lay the secret passage out of the palace. Once they passed through it and left the Empire, they could use the stolen heart skills to help Aurora complete the reversal magic. And then return to the past. Who goes there? Stop right there. The royal family just issued an order. Due to the disappearance of a high-ranking official, no one is allowed to move freely within the palace. State your name and rank and approach slowly. Leon's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. Of course, it won't be that easy, Leon muttered. Noah, scale the wall and get out of here. Forget about the sensory barrier. Once you're out, find your sisters and get out of the city. Go back to your mother and complete the reversal magic. With that, Leon handed the pouch full of heart skills to Noah. The Empire's reaction was too fast. It had only been 2 hours since Nacho's disappearance, and they had already locked down the entire palace. A moment ago, Leon had been able to fool the guards with the password, but now, such tricks wouldn't work. This was the Empire's stronghold. Even with all of Leon's caution, the risk of being caught was high. Of course, they had anticipated this risk when coming to the Empire. Taking something as important as the heart skill would never be a smooth operation. Now, the best solution was for Leon to stay behind and hold off the Imperial forces while Noah, with her ability to fly, and her sisters escaped with the heart scales. Noah looked down at the black pouch in her hands, her expression serious. No, this plan won't work. For the first time, Noah rejected Leon's plan. Leon looked at her, surprised, about to say something like, "Don't worry, your dad is strong enough to fight his way out and meet you later." But before he could speak, Noah blurted out, "I'm not leaving you behind. We're going together." Her determined attitude and the look in her eyes were exactly like Rosvisser's. After a moment, Noah hurriedly added, "Besides, only you can activate the reversal magic and return to the past. If you die here, even if we escape with the heart skills, it'll be useless." Yes, the logical reason came afterward, but she had led with her emotions, just like Rosvisser. She really was their daughter, Leon thought, feeling both proud and touched. But there was no time for sentimentality. Leon nodded. "All right, then we'll go together." He had been planning to play the heroic role, staying behind to buy time, letting everyone think he was done for, only to show up later, waving to his tearful family in a heartwarming reunion. But his eldest daughter had rejected his dramatic plan and firmly insisted they stay together, even though she still hadn't called him Dad in the past 3 months. Yet Noah's stubbornness and pride didn't change the strongest belief she held in her heart. She wanted to stay with her family, no matter what. Their brief conversation was interrupted by a shout from the group ahead. "Attack, that man is Leon Kazmod. I'll never forget that face." Of course, someone had recognized him. "Oh really? Is it because I'm too handsome?" Leon smirked. "Quit joking around, old man." With that, Noah spread her dragon wings, lifting Leon by his arms and effortlessly helping him scale the palace wall. As they crossed the wall, Leon and Noah felt the invisible barrier. Breaking through it meant they would soon face an onslaught of enemies. Once over the wall, Leon said, "Your dragon form is too large and noticeable. If we need to use it, we should wait until we reach the city gates. Otherwise, it'll just guide the patrols straight to us." Noah nodded, retracting her wings. Father and daughter had scaled the wall, while the soldiers pursuing them still needed to set up ladders or find an alternate route, giving them valuable time to escape. They quickly moved away from the palace, slipping into a dark alley where Moon and Aurora were waiting with a prepared carriage. "No time to return for the hostages. We need to leave the Empire before dawn," Leon said, jumping into the carriage. "We've got the heart skills, so avoid fighting if possible. there's no need to get caught up with these guys. The worst thing in enemy territory was getting bogged down in a drawn-out fight. Even though Leon had regained some of his strength, he didn't want to risk more combat with the Empire's forces. He hadn't forgotten the real purpose of this mission, getting the heart scales. Now that they had them, it was time to make a swift exit. Aurora cracked the reins, and with a neigh, the carriage sped off. Sitting in the rattling carriage, Leon mused, "This feels familiar." Noah looked up at him. "What, have you been caught stealing before?" Leon didn't explain and instead joked, "I stole your mother's heart and was captured and imprisoned for 3 years. Thanks, I'm going to be sick." Why was it that when their mom told the same love story, it was so captivating and heartfelt, but when Leon told it, it sounded like a comedy routine? Leon's terrible joke lightened the tension a little. He stood up and moved to the back of the carriage, looking out. A patrol had already begun chasing them. Leon raised his right hand, gathering magic in his palm. A moment later, a wolf made of lightning leapt from his hand, charging toward the soldiers in pursuit. A rank lightning magic, Thunderwolf Battlebreaker. But just as Leon had expected, being in enemy territory put them at a serious disadvantage. More patrols were pouring in from both sides of the street, closing in on them. But that wasn't the worst part. Noah glanced up and saw 3 figures leaping across the rooftops, closing in on the carriage. "It's the Sharp Blade Trio," Noah muttered. Leon followed her gaze and saw them too. Sure enough, these 3 were much faster and more agile than the regular patrols. "Hey, old man speeding down there, could you stop for a moment? I'd like a ride," the trio's leader, Kinney, called from above. Leon frowned but quickly responded, "Who are you calling old man?" "Leon Kazmod, I know. You're in your 40s now, right? That makes you an old man." "Captain, based on the timeline, he should be in his 40s, but he still looks like he's in his 20s. Another member of the trio, Giddy, commented. "I don't know, maybe good skincare. Whatever, I'll knock him down and ask him his secret to eternal youth." Leon narrowed his eyes, speaking softly, "You've got a big mouth, huh?" People like this were never easy to deal with. Leon didn't want to fight. After a few more quips back and forth, Leon stopped engaging with the trio of lunatics. But now that the Sharp Blade Special Forces had appeared, it was clear this chase wouldn't end so easily. "Hey, Kazmod, where's Nacho? He still owes us a meal," Kinney shouted provocatively. Leon ignored him, raising his hand to unleash another round of lightning magic, clearing away some of the soldiers pursuing them. "How dare you ignore me? You're just a washed-up has-been, take this." With that, Kinney raised his hand, gathering magical energy. A white sphere formed in his palm, then hurtled toward the street, crashing into the ground and causing a violent explosion. But that was just a warm-up. A second later, more energy spheres rained down from the rooftops, aiming at the speeding carriage. Aurora expertly maneuvered the carriage, dodging the attacks as best she could. "Dad, shouldn't we fight back? That last one almost hit me," Aurora yelled from the driver's seat. "You just focus on driving. Let your dad handle the rest." Leon's mind raced as he quickly ran through his list of abilities. Soon, he came up with a plan. He leapt onto the carriage's roof, crouching low to keep his balance. "Hey, old man, finally ready to take us seriously," Kinney taunted. Leon didn't respond. He simply raised his right hand, gathering lightning into his palm. Kinney raised an eyebrow. "What's that move, old man? Heaven's Retribution, Thunderwolf Battlebreaker **, or maybe your favorite Chidori? Well, whatever it is, none of those will work on us." As Kinney finished speaking, the other 2 members of the trio prepared for their next attack. But just as they were about to unleash their assault, Leon's hand emitted an intensely bright light. The light was so blinding it lit up the entire night sky, making it look like daylight. The trio's vision was completely consumed by the blinding light, leaving them unable to see what was happening on the street below. B-rank lightning magic, blinding daylight. It was a very useful support skill. After a few seconds, the light dissipated, and Kinney's vision returned. He looked down the street at the carriage, now far in the distance. "Damn it, that Leon got us again," Kinney cursed. He gritted his teeth and gave the order, "Chase them. We're going to catch that guy, the so-called greatest dragon slayer, and see if he's got anything left besides tricks. The trio picked up speed, chasing after the carriage. But they didn't notice Leon and his daughters watching them from a nearby alley as they sped past. In the few seconds the trio had lost sight of them, Leon had jumped off the carriage with his daughters and hidden in the alley. But this was only a temporary solution. Kinney may have been a little crazy, but he wasn't an idiot. He would soon realize the carriage was empty. "Quick, let's move before the other patrols find us." "Yes, father." The four of them slipped through the alley, heading toward the opposite exit. But just as they were about to leave, they heard voices coming from the other side of the alley. "I heard Lord Nacho is missing." "Yeah, supposedly taken by that guy Leon Kazmod." "Leon Kazmod? Didn't he die 20 years ago?" "Who knows? All I know is that guy is ridiculously strong, and being sent to capture him is basically a death sentence. So, if we see him, we're pulling the flare and calling for backup." "Got it." It was another patrol. The moonlight cast their shadows on the alley walls, drawing closer and closer to the exit. Leon couldn't be sure how many there were, so he didn't know if he could take them out as cleanly as the last group of guards. If he couldn't take them out instantly, they would send up the signal flare. And then the sharp blade trio would be back, and a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Leon focused intently on the approaching shadows, gathering energy in his hand. He wasn't afraid of facing the sharp blade trio in battle, but he worried about being delayed here, eventually being overwhelmed by the Empire's forces. At this point, they would have to take a gamble. The footsteps grew louder, and the sisters prepared to pounce. But then, the sound of several agonized screams echoed from the alley's exit. "Signal flare, quick, pull the flare." Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out, as if from a silenced weapon. Leon's heart skipped a beat. Had someone taken out the patrol? "I thought I just heard a familiar name." A mature female voice came from the alley's entrance. Low-heeled boots clicked against the stone as the woman stepped over the fallen soldiers and into the alley's entrance. She was wearing a long coat. Though not very tall, her figure was well-proportioned. A silenced pistol in her hand gleamed in the cold moonlight, and her teal ponytail swayed gently in the night breeze. She looked at Leon, her eyes lighting up with recognition. "It's been a while, Captain." "Rebecca." "279. Vol 2CH, 85. 20 years had passed, and as a pure-blooded human who hadn't crossed the space rift, Rebecca had naturally aged and matured in a world where Leon Kazmod no longer existed. The wild, unpredictable energy she once had was gone, replaced by a calm and composed demeanor, evident in her simple greeting, "Long time no see." Although she hadn't grown any taller, her sense of style had improved significantly. She wore slim-fitting pants and a black trench coat that flattered her figure. Her once iconic twin ponytails had now become a single ponytail, likely for easier management. Leon hadn't expected to reunite with Rebecca under such circumstances. He opened his mouth, suppressing his surprise and excitement. "I thought after Master left, you'd be gone from the Empire too." Rebecca holstered her gun and walked over. "Dad's too old to keep moving around the Empire, but I'm still very much alive and kicking, so no need for me to leave. Besides..." Rebecca slightly tilted her head, looking past Leon at the three girls behind him. Following her gaze, Leon realized that Rebecca had never met his daughters before. She had only seen pictures of Noah and Moon when they were younger. So Leon began to introduce them. "Oh, these are my daughters," Rebecca interrupted coolly. "I know." "Wait, you've met..." Before Rebecca could answer, Noah stepped forward naturally, standing beside Rebecca and greeting her with a smile. "Aunt Rebecca." Rebecca's teal eyes flickered with slight annoyance and resignation. She sighed. "How many times do I have to tell you? Stop calling me Aunt. It makes me sound old." "But you're the same generation as Dad. We can only call you Aunt," Aurora chimed in from the back, hands in her pockets, explaining slowly. Yeah, sister and little light are right," Moon echoed. Rebecca crossed her arms, looking up coldly at Noah, who was nearly a head taller than her, and muttered, It's been a few years, and you three only seem to be growing taller. What's going on in your heads? Her ability to roast them had slightly weakened over the years. Listening to Rebecca's banter with his daughters, Leon suddenly realized something. Noah was the reliable informant you mentioned, Rebecca. Noah nodded. 20 years ago, after you disappeared into the space rift, the Empire quickly spread the news. Grandpa Tiger and Aunt Rebecca found out and risked being discovered to contact Mom. That's when we first met. In the mountain cave, where Dad and I decided to stay in the Empire to search for a way to reopen the space rift. If we couldn't find one, we were prepared to avenge you in our own way. Rebecca added, for the past 20 years, Dad and I have been on the Empire's most wanted list. Twice we were caught, but thanks to Martin working behind the scenes in the royal family, we escaped and made it look like an accident. Martin, how's he doing now? Leon asked. In Leon's memory, during the years when he was captured by the Silver Dragons, Martin had reverted to his old, timid self. Leon had always hoped that Martin would learn to be strong and courageous without him around. After all, being born into a noble family, weakness would only make him a target for exploitation. After we dealt with Victor 20 years ago, Martin changed a lot, Rebecca said. Maybe it was because he knew his beloved captain was still alive, or maybe for some other reason. But in any case, your little fanboy has done quite well for himself after taking over his father's position. He took over his father's position. Yep, but don't worry. Martin hasn't been corrupted by power. In fact, thanks to his help, I've been able to get the latest intelligence from the royal family and relay it to Noah. Rebecca glanced at Leon. So, did you manage to get the heart scales? Leon gave the black pouch a shake, revealing it was stuffed full. Rebecca raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Don't tell me you took all the heart scales. Thieves don't leave empty-handed, Leon said with a grin. That's a serious crime, at least 10 executions, Rebecca noted. Is there really any difference between 1 execution and 10? Leon shrugged. You're dead after the first one. The rest would just turn you into ground meat. I hate ground meat, Rebecca deadpanned. After a few quips, the two old teammates looked at each other. Then, as if by mutual understanding, they both extended their arms and embraced. Rebecca pressed against Leon's chest, feeling his solid warmth, fighting back the tears welling in her eyes. She muttered, 20 years ago, when I wanted to hug you, you took half a step back. Things are different now, Leon replied. Moon blinked and, true to form, asked, how are things different? Leon, do you really want to know, sweetie? Back then, I was still in the middle of a passionate relationship with your mom. If I went around hugging pretty ladies while I was away, what would that do to my reputation? But now, your mom and I are old companions, and we both know how much we love each other. A friendly hug with an old teammate isn't going to bother her at all. Second sister, don't ask things you shouldn't. Men get like that when they've been married a long time, Aurora snickered. Rebecca pulled away from Leon and glanced at Aurora, her voice cool. So, pink-haired girl, have you thought about calling me godmother yet? You just told us not to call you aunt, and now you're talking about being a godmother. Aunt and godmother are two different things, so come on, give me a godmother, Rebecca teased. Aurora stomped her foot, looking for help from her sister. Big sis, look, she's bullying me again. Noah waved her hand dismissively, indicating that this was something Aurora would have to handle herself. Even Noah couldn't deal with Rebecca's relentless teasing. Leon blinked, he understood now. It was a classic case of every bully meets their match. When two masters of banter collide, it's all about whose wit is sharper. Clearly, Rebecca had the upper hand over Aurora. Are you planning to leave the city before sunrise? Rebecca asked. Yes, time is tight, and we need to get back and continue working on the reversal magic, Leon explained. Oh, by the way, the reversal magic is. I know, Noah briefly explained it when we exchanged information, Rebecca said. I don't quite understand the theory behind it, but in the end, Captain, you're going to save the world again, aren't you? Sigh, I don't want to, but with great power comes great responsibility, Leon replied with a grin. Perfect, the king of banter was back in all his glory. After 20 years of not hearing her captain show off, Rebecca felt like something had been missing from her life. Now her world felt complete. "But before you save the world, we need to get you out of the Empire, right?" Rebecca said. "Yes, but a few hours ago, we kidnapped Nacho to get the location of the heart skills, and that's already alerted the Empire. Trying to leave now will be very risky." Leon continued, "I was thinking we'd sneak to the city gates under cover of darkness and have Noah and the others transform into their dragon forms to break out. The silver dragons are naturally fast, so it shouldn't be too hard to lose the pursuers." Rebecca's mind worked quickly, analyzing the situation. But over the past 20 years, the Empire has been breeding flying-type dangerous creatures. While they may not be as powerful as dragons, some of them are fast enough to keep up with the silver dragons. If the Empire sends those creatures after you, escaping won't be easy. "I see," Leon frowned at a loss for the moment. Getting in was easy, but getting out was proving difficult. Finding a place to hide temporarily was an option, but who knew how long temporarily would last? They didn't have that kind of time to waste. There were less than 3 months left of the original 6-month timeframe Aurora had set. Time was running out, and they couldn't afford to be tangled up with the Empire. They had to leave the city as soon as possible. "How about this? I'll have Martin arrange for a royal convoy to smuggle you out of the city," Rebecca suggested. "Although the city is under lockdown, there's still a chance. We can take the risk. If we're discovered, you can break out then." Leon thought about Rebecca's proposal. At this point, it was their best option. "How long will it take for Martin to make the arrangements?" he asked. Rebecca raised an elegant eyebrow. "How about right now?" "280. Vol 2CH, 86. Martin had arranged 2 royal cargo wagons for them. Despite the city being under lockdown, no one dared to question a royal wagon. At most, the guards would exchange a few words with the driver and then let them pass. After all, no one could imagine that the Empire's most wanted criminal from 20 years ago would sneak into a royal cargo wagon just after stealing the heart skills. Inside the cargo hold, Leon and Noah sat side by side, cramped into a corner, swaying lightly with the wagon's rapid movement. Noah curled up her long legs, leaning against Leon as she grumbled, "Sometimes I wish my father were a top-level sorcerer who could shrink down at will. Then, at least, we wouldn't be so cramped. Whether a top sorcerer can shrink at will, I don't know. But if he can, he's probably quite rude." Leon played along with her wordplay. Noah smirked, giving him a playful side-eye. "Aurora says your flirting skills are terrible, but I think you're pretty smooth. So, who opened up first between you and Mom?" "Your mother, of course. Do you think it was me?" It must have been when you first returned to the Empire, right? Mom hugged you and said a whole lot." Leon froze, surprised. "She told you about that?" "Yeah." Noah continued, "Mom's not the best at expressing her emotions, and she's definitely not the proactive type in relationships. I can't even imagine how much courage it must have taken for her to say all that to you. She probably thought she would never see you again, so she said it." Leon pressed his dry lips together, falling into silence. As he thought back to how his relationship with Rosvisser developed, it did seem like the turning point was that first parting. Rosvisser had embraced him and said so many things that day. And after returning from the Empire, it was the first time she'd mentioned the idea of confessing her feelings. But Leon had never responded directly. Noah's words made Leon realize something. Rosvisser wasn't great with emotions or with expressing love, but every time she had been the one to take the initiative. Leon still remembered the night Rosvisser had wanted him to say, "I like you." On the surface, it seemed like she was trying to get him to take the lead. But in reality, her desire to hear those words came from her own feelings, because she was already in love and she wanted him to respond. That dragoness, she was so stubborn and proud. And of course, so was he. "Hey," Noah nudged Leon's arm. Yeah. "When we get back, promise me you won't leave Mom again." "Okay." "When we get back," Leon paused, then quickly understood what Noah meant by back. It wasn't about returning to their hidden underground space. It was about going back in time. If fate had generously given Leon a chance to save everything after his near-death experience, then everything would never include Rosvisser. For Leon, she was one of a kind, someone who didn't belong in any category of everything else. In his heart, there was a world that belonged solely to Rosvisser, a world she filled entirely. Leon didn't want to lump her in with whatever grand, save the future, mission he was on. She was his present, the one and only present. As for the future, it belonged to neither of them individually. It belonged to both of them together. I get it, Noah. When we get back, I won't leave Mom again. Noah smiled lightly. And what about us sisters? Are you just going to ditch us? Of course not. Don't be so sure. Noah lowered her gaze, fiddling with her nails as if she didn't care. What if one day you and your lovely wife decide to sneak off for a honeymoon and leave your still young daughters at home? Then you should be happy. Why? Because when we return from the honeymoon, you might have a new little sister. Is your and the Silver Dragon Queen's ultimate life goal just to keep having kids? Expanding the Melqui family line is a noble duty, after all. As dawn approached, the two royal wagons arrived at the city gates. The number of guards had doubled, and all civilian traffic was halted. Every caravan was subject to inspections. Captain, those seem to be royal wagons, right? A newly recruited guard quickly spotted the slowly approaching wagons. The security captain glanced over and nodded. Yeah, you don't see those too often, especially during a lockdown. It's odd that the royals would send out wagons now. The rookie hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll go check it out. Just as he was about to move, the captain grabbed his arm. What is it, Captain? The captain's face was stern. Kid, don't be a fool. Sure, we're in lockdown, but those are official royal wagons. Don't go snooping around like you did last time, inspecting every wagon you come across. The captain recalled how, just a few days ago, this rookie had been far too eager, examining every wagon meticulously as if he were getting paid for 200 gold coins instead of 20. With the city in lockdown and this special case presenting itself, it was a perfect opportunity to teach the rookie a lesson. After his stern words, the captain let go of the rookie's shoulder. Now go, you know what to do. The rookie hesitated for a couple of seconds before stiffly nodding. He turned and approached the wagons. Hey, get a move on, or do you want to be responsible for delaying the royal cargo? The driver snapped impatiently. Forcing a smile, the rookie responded, It's just that these are unusual times, old man. I'll just take a quick look. It won't take long. Please cooperate with us. Cooperate, my foot, the driver barked. There's a whole line of wagons waiting to be checked. By the time you finish, everything will be delayed. Old man, with all the time you've spent yelling at me, I could have finished the inspection already. See that special lane over there? Once I'm done, you can go through. Grumbling, the driver finally relented. Fine, just get it over with. The rookie approached the cargo hold and opened the doors to take a look inside. It was filled with bottles, jars, and several large crates. From the doorway, everything looked normal. The rookie hesitated for a moment, then bent down to step inside. He tapped the crates with the hilt of his sword, producing a dull thud. Meanwhile, at the very back of the cargo hold, Leon and Noah were crouched in preparation for an attack. If the guard found them, they would have no choice but to fight their way through the gates. The footsteps grew closer. Noah watched the floor intently, raising her right hand, sparks of electricity dancing between her fingers. But Leon gently pushed her arm down. Noah looked up at him. SHH. With a finger to his lips, Leon signaled her to stay calm. She could see that Leon, too, was sweating nervously. Fighting their way out would mean facing countless enemies and an unknown number of obstacles. Noah knew her father wasn't afraid of powerful foes, but this wasn't a battlefield for direct combat. It was one fraught with unseen dangers lurking in every corner. The creaking of boots on the wooden floor grew louder. Father and daughter held their breath, shrinking into the corner. Noah was just about to strike. If the guard took even one more step forward, she wouldn't hesitate to attack. Leon's silent release of her wrist was all the permission she needed. But then, the guard suddenly stopped. The captain was right. Why should I work like a dog for just 20 gold coins? He muttered under his breath, chuckled, and turned back. With a thud, the door to the cargo hold closed, and the rookie's voice called out, All clear, old man. Off you go. Don't forget to mention us gatekeepers to the higher-ups. Yeah, just open the gate already, the driver snapped. The wagon began to move, gradually picking up speed. Inside, Leon and Noah finally exhaled in relief. Do you remember that guy? Leon asked. Yeah, a few days ago, he was the one insisting on thoroughly searching every caravan. He seemed like a pretty serious newbie, Noah replied. But in just a few days, he's already learned how to survive in the Empire. Noah shrugged. That was fast. The speed at which one could fall into the mire was always faster than expected. The two royal wagons, carrying the Empire's most wanted criminal and his 3 daughters, sped away from the city. (281) Vol 2ch, 87. As it turned out, Leon's never leave empty-handed strategy was absolutely the right call. After successfully stealing the heart skills and returning to the secret base, Aurora tested a few of them. At first, there were no signs that the reversal magic was working. It wasn't until she had tried more than 10 scales that they finally found one with a magical property similar to Lavi's. The first test of the reversal magic was a success. Now that the energy source was secured, all that remained was fine-tuning and adjusting to ensure that no unexpected mishaps occurred during the reversal process, like tearing her dad into shreds or sending him back in time without his clothes. The workload was immense, and Aurora couldn't afford any mistakes. She worked tirelessly, day and night, perfecting the reversal magic. With less than 3 months remaining, she had to send her dad back in time before it was too late. Only then could they prevent the battle that left her mother in a coma. During this time, Leon was also diligently practicing the *9 gates of hell * technique, as taught by his youngest daughter, putting in extra hours whenever he could. He never neglected his mana refinement and storage either. The Space Rift battle had caught him off guard last time, which allowed Lavi and her allies to trap him in a space barrier after he defeated Stal. But this time, with half a year of preparation and significant progress in the *9 gates of hell, even if the 3 Dragon Kings attacked him directly, Leon would only smile and say, "Time to eat." Meanwhile, Noah and Moon continued their regular missions, ensuring that nothing went wrong in the critical final months. The 4 of them, father and daughters, each played their part, all working toward the day when the reversal magic would be complete. But not even the busy and intense preparations could keep Leon's mind entirely focused. He often found his thoughts drifting toward one thing, Rosvisser. The night before the final deadline, with less than 24 hours to go, Leon went alone to the room where Rosvisser's crystal was kept. He dragged a chair over and sat beside the crystal. Inside, his beautiful wife lay peacefully, her brows relaxed, looking serene and lovely. Her hands were folded over her abdomen, resting atop a photograph. It was a photo taken by a sneaky photographer during a family portrait session. A couple's photo, where Leon and Rosvisser were gazing into each other's eyes, love evident in their expressions. On the back of the photo were the words Leon would never forget. "May the silver light always shine in the eyes of those we love." Leon believed that before Rosvisser lost consciousness, she didn't know whether she would ever wake up again. She had chosen this photo as her sole companion for this unknown, endless sleep. Noah had said that their mother didn't understand emotions well and wasn't good at expressing them. But Rosvisser knew what she cared about and what she couldn't live without. In a world where Leon didn't exist, she had stood her ground alone for 6 months. She was the most solitary queen on the throne, the saddest and most sorrowful wife. Up until the moment she fell into a coma, did she still believe that Leon would return and save everything. For the past few months, Leon had visited this room almost every night, spending long hours alone with Rosvisser. He didn't speak, didn't do anything, he just sat there, silently watching his sleeping wife. But every time he entered this room, it took him a long time to mentally prepare himself. He was scared, terrified, sometimes his legs even trembled. At first, Leon had managed to keep a decent mindset. But as time passed, especially in these last few days, he found himself increasingly afraid to stand by Rosvisser's side, to look at her, to share his deepest thoughts with her. Leon was a man with a sensitive heart, prone to overthinking, but not very skilled at managing his negative emotions. Much like years ago, when the temporary dragon king of the Red Dragon clan, Augur, had told him that the dragons will take everything from you, Leon had spiraled into self-doubt and reflection. That time, he had managed to pull through. And the one who helped him was Rosvisser. Though she wasn't good at expressing her feelings, she understood Leon. She knew how to reach into the darkness of his heart and pull him out of it. So many times, she had been his emotional guide. After all, the queen hadn't lived over 200 years for nothing. Her life experience far exceeded Leon's. But now, with Leon overwhelmed by longing and worry, what could he do? Without Rosvisser, his heart felt like a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. He pushed aside his sinking thoughts, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled. Then Leon reached out and placed his hand gently on the crystal. It was cold, like the harsh reality he now faced. "I miss you so much." If everything went well, he would be able to see her in just 24 hours. But who could guarantee that everything would go smoothly? Leon was rarely so unsure of himself. Because he never feared failure. Fail and you try again. Fail once, try once more. Fail countless times, then try countless times more. He was the guy who never went down easily. But this time was different. If he failed now, he might never be able to hold his beloved again. The weight of it pressed down on his chest like a mountain, nearly suffocating him. This wasn't just a race against time, it was a love that transcended time and space, one he had to save. Could he really do it? "It's late, get some rest." Noah's voice came from behind him. "Aurora says the reversal magic will be ready in just a few hours. You need to conserve your strength." "I'm fine, I feel okay." Leon didn't turn around. He continued to quietly watch Rosvisser, his voice calm, though Noah could hear a faint tremor in it. Noah hesitated, then walked over to stand beside him. That was when Leon noticed, out of the corner of his eye, that she was holding a small, intricately carved wooden box. Though it was delicate, it looked worn and aged. "What's this?" Noah opened the box, revealing an assortment of seemingly unrelated trinkets. There was a black fragment, a Rubik's Cube, a note, an essay, and a family photo. "These are things that are really important to me," Noah said. Leon looked at the items, recognizing them. The Rubik's Cube was something he had made for Moon, and he had given one to Noah too, even though she had acted aloof and hadn't wanted to acknowledge it at the time. The note had Noah K. Melqui written on it, probably from when he had been teaching Moon to write, and had written Noah's name on it as an example. The essay recorded an account of a date Leon and Rosvisser had gone on in Sky City and Noah's thoughts about their love. And of course, the family photo. "I had planned to collect a lot more things to fill this box." Noah continued, "But in the 20 years since you disappeared, nothing new has been added. Each thing has its own meaning, but when tragedy strikes, those meanings become torment. So." Noah conjured dragon fire in her hand and set the wooden box, which she had kept for 2 decades, alight. The items inside, the Rubik's Cube, the note, the essay, the photo, burned away, leaving only the black fragment, glistening in the flames. Leon was startled, trying to stop the fire. But Noah threw the box onto the ground, letting it burn. She held her father's hand, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice choking up. "Whether you succeed or fail, I don't need this anymore. If you change the past and restore the original timeline, the box will return to me, and everything I cared about will come back. But if you fail, you and my sisters will be all I have left. So go ahead, do what you need to do," Leon Casmode. "No matter the outcome, you'll never be alone." A few months ago, as Leon had opened up to his daughter, the future version of her and the past version had started to merge. And now, Leon saw the reflection of Rosvisser in Noah. The person who had always pulled him out of the darkness seemed like she had never truly left him. A few hours later, in the crystal room, Aurora was preparing to activate the reversal magic. The heart scales floated quietly in the magic circle, supplying energy to the spell. The runes began to glow, and the swirling energy in the room picked up speed, creating gusts of wind that clashed in the confined space. Aurora brushed her hair back, smoothing it as it blew wildly in the wind. She turned toward Leon. "Stand here." Leon stepped into the center of the magic circle. "If all goes well, the reversal magic will be complete in 10 minutes. That means, in just 10 minutes, you'll see Mom again." "I understand." The wind howled, and Aurora stood before Leon, her head slightly bowed. "Dad." "What is it?" "Eyes helped, did I?" Leon was taken aback, not quite understanding why his youngest daughter was asking such a question at the last minute. 20 years ago, I didn't get your approval before you disappeared." Yeah. Noah explained from behind them, "So now, praise your youngest daughter." Leon finally understood. He looked at Aurora, stretched out his hand, and ruffled her pink hair. "You did great, Aurora. You're Dad's most amazing daughter." "Really?" "Ahem." Noah cleared her throat, pulling Moon into a hug. Leon quickly corrected himself, "One of the most amazing daughters." Aurora smiled, took off her glasses to wipe her eyes, and put them back on. "When you get back, make sure to remind me not to stay up late reading. I don't want to wear glasses anymore." "I'll remember." Moon, nervously tugging at the hem of her shirt, quietly approached Aurora. She stared at her father, bathed in the glowing light, unsure of what to say. Normally the most talkative of the three, she found herself at a loss for words. Was this a farewell? Or the beginning of a reunion? Moon didn't know. But she knew one thing. "Dad, you're going to save the world, right?" In her eyes, her dad was a hero who could do anything. 20 years ago, he had been, and 20 years later, he still was. "I will, I promise, Moon. Then, when you come back, make me lots of steak. Your steak is my favorite." "Sure, I'll make it with Mom." "Yay." Moon's excitement poured out in a rush, but she knew the remaining time belonged to her eldest sister. She and Aurora stepped aside, allowing Leon and Noah to meet each other's gaze from across the room. Noah stood, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. She looked into Leon's dark eyes and smiled softly. "I'll be waiting for you in the past, Dad." "282. Vol 2ch, 88. On the border of the Silver Dragon's territory, smoke filled the air, and the chaos of war raged around them. Black Sun Dragon King, Bly, and Chaos Dragon King, Jagus, stood side by side. Bly stared at the three women in front of them, their bodies battered and bruised. Despite their exhaustion, they stood firm in front of their queen and the princesses, shielding them with their lives. "I don't understand," Bly said calmly, looking at Anna. "Two maids and a spy, still holding on to protect a dying dragon queen. You could have fled when your queen dismissed the Silver Dragon clan not long ago. Even though it would be seen as desertion, at least you'd save your lives. Isn't that right?" Anna's face was half covered in blood, her broken dragon wings trembling weakly behind her. Her body was close to collapse, but she refused to retreat a single step before her death. "My life belongs to Her Majesty. You have no right to to worry about it," Anna spat, coughing up blood from the effort of speaking loudly. She was too weak to fight any longer. At this point, if the two dragon kings standing before her wished, they could end her life with just a flick of their fingers. But so what? As the head maid of Rosvisser, she would never abandon her queen and selfishly cling to life. "HMPH, still talking tough on the brink of death," Jagus said, his voice oozing with the arrogance and pride of a victor. "Your queen is already at the end of her rope, and those little brats of hers, even if we let them go, how long could they survive in this chaotic world? They'll eventually. Don't you dare insult the princesses." Before he could finish, Milan, the maid, gathered her magic and formed a concentrated water sphere, hurling it toward Bly and Jagus. The two didn't even move. When the water sphere neared them, they simply opened a spatial magic array, easily neutralizing Milan's attack. Running on empty, Bly yawned, clearly growing impatient. He glanced at Jagus. "Shall you or shall I?" "I'll do it," Jagus volunteered. Bly shrugged. He had no interest in competing. Jagus was always the first to flee when danger appeared, but when it came to claiming credit, he was the quickest to step forward. Jagus began walking slowly toward the group, who looked like candles in the wind, on the verge of burning out. Rosvisser, both mentally and physically exhausted, had depleted her magic. She knelt weakly on the ground, using her blood-stained dragon wings to shield her 3 daughters. She looked down at her daughters. At least, up until now, she hadn't let anything happen to her precious girls. A faint, relieved smile appeared on Rosvisser's tired face. "Leon, I've protected our daughters." Noah held Little Light in one arm and clutched Moon's hand tightly with the other. Her 2 younger sisters were trembling uncontrollably, frightened beyond words, huddling close to their elder sister. But as Noah looked back at her mother, she saw something in Rosvisser's smile, an expression of fleeting despair. "So that's it, Mom. That smile is just the calm before surrendering to despair." Noah's pupils trembled slightly. After a moment of thought, she placed Little Light gently beside her mother. "Mom, I'm entrusting Little Light to you for now." "Noah, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to do what I can." Noah. Rosvisser was too weak to stop her daughter. Noah turned and looked at Moon, biting her lip for a moment before speaking. "Moon, I need your help." "Big sister," Moon whimpered, her voice trembling as she clung desperately to Noah's sleeve. "Moon is scared." Noah gently cupped her little sister's face in her hands, looking her straight in the eyes. She spoke slowly and clearly. "You are that man's daughter. I know you can do this." Tears streaked down Moon's face, and she hesitated, but after a moment, she mustered the courage and nodded firmly. "What do you need me to do?" Noah leaned in and whispered something into her sister's ear. "Got it. My Moon understands." "Good." Noah patted her sister's head, just like their father used to do when encouraging them. Then she turned and walked over to where Anna and the others were standing. "Princess, you should go back, we'll hold them off." "Milan, your magic element is water, right?" Noah ignored the suggestion and asked instead. Milan hesitated but nodded. "Yes, Princess." Noah then turned to Anna and Shirley. "Anna, Sister Shirley, can either of you still use dragonfire?" Shirley glanced at Anna and shook her head. "Anna can't, but I can still manage." Though Shirley was also gravely injured, she was in better shape than Anna. At least she could still use dragonfire. "But what do you plan to do, Princess?" Shirley asked. Noah lowered her gaze, looking at her right hand, which bore faint burn marks, scars left behind from practicing the first move her father had taught her countless times. "I'm not going to wait here to die. After all, I am his daughter." Jagus's footsteps grew louder and clearer as he approached. He raised his hand, gathering energy. "Oh, so you're pushing the little ones forward now. It seems you've truly run out of options." Jagus continued to mock them. "Don't worry, little girl, death only lasts a moment, there's no pain in it." As Jagus finished gathering his energy, he was ready to strike. But before he could, Milan and Shirley simultaneously unleashed their elemental magic. The concentrated water sphere and scorching dragonfire collided in the air, instantly creating a dense fog. The fog quickly spread, covering a large area around them. Inside the mist, Jagus's vision was obscured, reducing visibility to near zero. Jagus furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth, shouting into the mist, "What's the point of struggling? Why don't you just accept death?" As soon as he spoke, flashes of lightning and fire lit up a short distance away, piercing through the fog. Jagus remembered that Leon Casmaday's eldest daughter, the girl who had just stepped forward to stand beside the maids, had awakened to the extremely rare lightning element. As for the fire element, it had to be the spy who had just used dragonfire. "They're using the fog as cover to reposition, huh?" Jagus sneered, "How childish." He began walking slowly toward the direction of the lightning and fire. "No matter if it's a feint or a diversion," he said lazily, "I'll kill each and every one of you." But before he could finish his words, a sharp explosion rang out behind him. A small, dark figure leapt into the air, her hand crackling with lightning like an arrow, aimed at Jagus's shoulder. A scorching pain shot through him, and Jagus staggered, barely maintaining his balance. But the one who had ambushed him was already preparing for a second strike of lightning. However, this time, Jagus wasn't going to let her succeed so easily. Even with the cover of the fog, he could precisely track her movements at such a close distance. "Damn brat," he roared, reaching out and grabbing Noah by the throat. The mist began to clear. In the center of the battlefield, Jagus held Noah by the neck, lifting her a meter off the ground. Noah struggled, but it was in vain. In terms of both size and strength, she was no match for the Dragon King in front of her. For some reason, Bly, who had been watching from a distance, felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu. Jagus had already captured the one who attacked him, but why did this scene seem so familiar? Using water and fire elements to create fog to obscure vision, then using twin elemental awakening as bait, followed by a lightning ambush. Jagus looked at the struggling Noah. How could a little brat possibly know such tactics? "I'm not a brat," Noah said, clenching her fist and hitting Jagus's arm, her small tail behind her thrashing with effort. "Oh, then what are you?" "I am the daughter of Leon Casmade." As soon as she said her father's name, the mocking smile froze on Jagus's face. The hand he had around Noah's neck tightened suddenly. "That useless father of yours died long ago, lost in the space rift. It's been 6 months, and you still haven't realized it." "Don't insult my father." Jagus squeezed harder, but the girl in his grasp refused to stop struggling. "Does it hurt, little girl?" Jagus sneered. "Just say the words, 'Leon Casmade is dead, and I'll let you go, or I'll give you a quick death.' How about it?" Noah's heartbeat raced, and her breath came in shallow gasps. Her eyes were bloodshot. "Let go of Princess Noah. Stay where you are, or I'll strangle her right here." Jagus wasn't bluffing. Killing this little girl would be as easy as snapping a twig for a Dragon King. After his warning, he looked back at Noah and spoke again. "Say it, admit your father is dead, that he was a coward and a weakling. He abandoned you, your mother, and your sisters to die alone." Noah grasped Jagus's wrist tightly, struggling to breathe, her mouth opening with difficulty. "My father is not dead, Arg. Say it or I'll crush your neck. Soon, you won't even be able to speak." Jagus tightened his grip further, his arm muscles bulging as Noah's body dangled limply in his grasp. Noah dug her nails into Jagus's arm, her inverted dragon eyes filled with a fury far beyond her young age. The edges of her eyes began to form faint scales, and her body boiled with dragon blood, heated by her rage. "My father is Leon Casmade. He is not dead. He will come back, and when he does, he'll kill every last one of you." Jagus's eyes widened in disbelief. A 2-year-old dragon, where did she get the courage to speak to a Dragon King like this? Well, since you're not afraid to die." He threw her to the ground and transformed into his dragon form. In an instant, his massive dragon wings blotted out the sky, casting a giant shadow over Noah. The terrifying, colossal figure of the Dragon King loomed before Noah. The size difference between them was so extreme it seemed absurd. Jagus bent down, bringing his dragon head right in front of Noah. Just his head alone was several times larger than Noah's entire body. "Not scared enough to wet your pants, little girl," he sneered, his voice dripping with menace. The overwhelming pressure of his dragon's aura descended upon Noah like a tidal wave, crushing her from all sides, making her heart almost stop from fear. Her body trembled, her heart pounded as if it might burst, and yet, her will did not waver. Noah's breathing grew rough, and with shaking hands, she gathered the lightning element once more. She raised her head, glaring defiantly at the massive dragon before her. Jagus was speechless. This child, the daughter of a monster, is a monster herself. How could she not be afraid? How is she still standing? A child attempting to challenge the might of a Dragon King, like an ant daring to fight an elephant. It was ridiculous. And yet, this little girl was still trying to attack him. "Well then, go ahead." Jagus's dragon breath ruffled Noah's hair as he loomed closer. "Let's see what your weak, insignificant power can do to me. I'll stand right here and let you strike. What do you think you'll accomplish? In the end, won't you meet the same fate as your dead father? All of you will die. You, your mother, your sisters, and your maids will all perish. Your struggle is meaningless, little girl." The sharp sound of chirping lightning interrupted Jagus's triumphant speech. A surge of magical energy whipped through the air, causing Noah's hair to fly wildly around her face. Her dragon eyes reflected her father's image, her mind filled with memories of every moment they had shared. Her gaze became resolute, her expression calm. I told you, don't call me a little girl. I am his daughter. I am the daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen. I won't just stand here and wait to die. Then come on, let's see if your pathetic power can even scratch me. I'll stand still and let you hit me, Jagus roared. You'll end up just like your worthless father. You'll all die. Noah raised her hand, lightning dancing around her, gathering into a powerful force. With a shout, she leapt toward the massive dragon in front of her, aiming for his heart. A deafening boom echoed across the battlefield. The light of lightning dominated the war-torn sky. The piercing screech of *Chidori* filled the air, and the immense force of the lightning element surged like an awakened beast. And in that moment, the Dragon King, who had been so full of arrogance and bravado, let out a scream of agony. Aroe. He tried to break free, but the lightning element had paralyzed his enormous body. All he could do was lay there, his great dragon form trapped by the raging thunder that tore him apart piece by piece. How could a child have this kind of power? Jagus forced his eyes open, and in the flashing lightning, he thought he saw the figure of another man standing behind the girl. It's you, is it really you? Is it you? Chidori exploded, lightning flooding over him, reducing the massive dragon to ashes. As the light faded, Noah stood there, staring in disbelief at the sight before her. The Dragon King's body lay in front of her, lifeless. This really happened. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand on her small shoulder. That familiar hand rested gently on her. You did well, Noah. Now, go back to your mother and sisters. I'll handle everything from here. It was her father's voice. Leon Casmade had returned. #283. Vol 2ch, 89. The enormous dragon body disintegrated into ashes, blown away by the wind. Beneath the ashes lay the barely breathing Chaos Dragon King, Jagus. Leon walked slowly toward him. Jagus, struggling to sit up, saw the expressionless man in front of him and panicked, scrambling backward several meters in fear. The arrogance and pride he had displayed just moments ago were now completely gone. All that remained was terror. The fear of death. How are you still alive? Jagus asked, trembling. Leon stood in front of Jagus. Jagus no longer dared to retreat because Leon had stepped on his ankle. There was no doubt in Jagus's mind that if he moved even a centimeter, Leon would break his bones without hesitation. This Dragon King, who had lived for millennia, now didn't dare move a muscle under the oppressive presence of a mere human. Leon looked down at him, his calm gaze barely containing the simmering rage beneath. The last guy who hurt my daughter chose to kill himself by jumping into a space rift. It's a shame I couldn't kill him myself, Leon said quietly. But this time, I won't give you any chance to take your own life. What are you? Jagus began, but before he could finish, 2 lightning swords pierced his hands, pinning him to the ground. Then, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply across the battlefield, mingling with the Dragon King's agonized screams. The sound reverberated through the smoky air. Leon, however, had no love for torturing his defeated enemies. He always sought efficiency in his revenge. Just as Leon was about to finish the job, his attention was caught by another figure not far away. The Black Sun Dragon King, Bly. I recognize him, Leon said slowly. He came with you, didn't he? So, the 2 of you are responsible for all of this. That means... Leon retracted his lightning swords and grabbed Jagus by the collar, dragging his broken body slowly toward Bly. I'll just kill both of you. The sound of Jagus's body being dragged across the ground was dull and ominous, like the scythe of death scraping across the battlefield, sparks flying where the blade touched the earth. Bly's reaction to seeing Leon was the same as Jagus's. First shock, then terror, then despair. For a moment, he even forgot to run. But as the embodiment of death drew closer, Bly snapped out of his stupor. He glanced at Jagus, hanging limply from Leon's grasp. There was no saving him. I need to run. Without hesitation, Bly raised his hand and opened a space teleportation array. He forced himself to tear his gaze away from Leon and used all his strength to move his body, fighting the crushing fear. Stumbling, he rushed toward the portal. If I can just leave here, just get away from this place, whoever wants this job can have it. The Empire can deal with the monster they created. Bly muttered frantically to himself as he lunged toward the array. But before he could make it through, Bly felt a sharp tug on his tail from behind. He knew immediately what had happened. He didn't dare turn around. Instead, he struggled desperately to pull himself into the portal. Just a little more, and I'll be free of this nightmare. But the person behind him didn't budge an inch. To Leon, Bly's panicked writhing looked like a cornered rat, frantically trying to crawl back into its dark, filthy hole. Bly clawed at the ground, leaving 2 long, bloody furrows as he tried to escape. Leon simply held his tail, watching calmly. You're a Dragon King, and this is how you act. Bly had no time to respond to Leon's mocking words. He only wanted to run. To get as far away from here as possible. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free of Leon's grip. His hands were soon bloodied and raw from digging into the ground. Pain forced Bly to pause, and he heard the sound of Leon chuckling coldly behind him. Is that all, Dragon King? How pathetic. With an absurd amount of strength, Leon yanked Bly backward. Then he hurled the barely alive Jagus into the air, and with a flick of his wrist, threw Bly up after him as if they were nothing more than trash. The 2 Dragon Kings collided midair. Leon brought his hands together, then slowly pulled them apart, revealing a spear of pure lightning in his grip. S-rank lightning magic, lightning blade transformation, sky-piercing spear **. He aimed the spear at the 2 Dragon Kings in the air and hurled it with all his might. The spear tore through the sky, breaking through the clouds and piercing both Jagus and Bly. The brilliant lightning exploded in the air, lighting up the battlefield below with blinding radiance. Leon shook his hand, discharging the residual electricity. Not satisfying enough. From afar, Rosvisser, exhausted and weak, looked toward the familiar lightning, a glimmer of hope flickering in her tired eyes. Leon. Mama. Noah ran back from the battlefield, waving her arms, a huge smile on her face. Rosvisser stared at her daughter, momentarily stunned. She knew exactly what that smile meant. In that moment, the Queen's heart, which had been heavy with worry, finally began to light. Her patience and endurance had been rewarded. Rosvisser embraced Little Light, holding Moon's hand, and walked toward Noah, who was rushing toward them. And not far behind Noah was that familiar figure. He still looked the same, standing there nonchalantly after the explosion, pretending to be unaffected by it all. The Queen smiled, burying her face in Little Light's soft hair, her shoulders shaking with emotion. But before Rosvisser could fully compose herself, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet tremble violently. She looked up and gasped. 4 massive dragons descended from the sky, surrounding Leon. Judging by the waves of energy and dragon aura emanating from them, each one of these dragons was as powerful as, or even more powerful than, a Dragon King. Several kilometers away, Nacho Salaman watched the scene unfold and muttered to himself. Kill him, someone kill him. He cannot be allowed to live any longer. He absolutely must die here. He must die today, no matter the cost. 4 combat-type Dragon Kings, Leon Casmade, you're not leaving here alive. Back with Rosvisser, the head maid Anna stared at the battlefield ahead and recognized the 4 Dragon Kings. Your Majesty, they are not like Bly and the other Dragon Kings who specialize in space magic. These ones are pure combat types. Each one of them surpasses even the Bright Star Dragon King, Star, and now there are 4 of them. The flicker of hope that had just ignited in Rosvisser's heart was instantly extinguished. Rosvisser stood frozen in place. She didn't need Anna's explanation. She could already feel the overwhelming, terrifying power of the 4 Dragon Kings. Back then, it had taken both her and Leon working together to force Star to self-destruct. And now, Leon was facing 4 Dragon Kings, each just as strong as Star, all by himself. How strong would he need to be to end this nightmare? On the battlefield, the pressure of the 4 dragon kings surged, their combined auras enough to shred any ordinary dragon into pieces. But the small human figure standing in the center remained unshaken. He even looked like he wanted to laugh. Has Nacho gone mad? 4 of us just to kill 1 human. I thought Bly and Jagus could handle it, didn't expect us to clean up this mess. Less talk, more action. Kill him or the Empire will deny everything. All 4 dragon kings raised their heads, gathering searing dragonfire in their mouths. Dragonfire was the most basic and effective attack for dragons. When a dragon king's power reached a certain level, they didn't need complicated spells. A single blast of dragonfire was enough to destroy worlds. At that moment, all 4 dragon kings unleashed their most powerful dragonfire attacks on Leon. This level of attack could obliterate any being. Even if Leon somehow survived, it wouldn't matter. Whether he died now or later, the outcome would be the same. 4 streams of dragonfire shot from 4 different directions, converging on Leon and engulfing him in a sea of flames within seconds. Ha-ha-ha-ha-his. Die Casmade, die. Without your black gold chariot to protect you, how will you survive this? It's over, it's all over. Leon Casmade, finally erased from existence. Nacho Salaman knelt on the ground, fingers tangled in his hair, laughing hysterically. The scorching flames burned the earth, and even from afar, Rosvisser could feel the hellish heat. The heat wave lifted her silver hair. As a dragon queen, she knew how terrifying this attack was. Rosvisser gritted her teeth, put little light down, and unfurled her wings. Dragging her severely injured and exhausted body, she tried to fly toward Leon. But before she could take more than a few steps, her weak body gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. Shirley rushed forward to help her. Your Majesty. I have to find him, let me go. Rosvisser pushed Shirley's hand away. Leon, I'm going to find you, please, don't die, you must not die. Her voice grew weaker, and she could barely speak. Still, Rosvisser forced herself to move, dragging her body inch by inch toward the inferno ahead. The intense heat evaporated the tears from her eyes, but her gaze never wavered. She only saw the image of the man she loved, the man she was determined to reach. I'm coming, Leon, don't leave me again, I beg you. At last, the clash of dragonfire triggered a massive explosion. The resulting shockwave blasted Rosvisser and Shirley off the ground, throwing them through the air. A gigantic mushroom cloud rose from the battlefield, like a second sun rising. Leon. Before the flames had fully dissipated, one of the dragon kings heard Rosvisser's desperate cry. He turned his head, spotting the scattered remnants of the Silver Dragon clan in the distance. So, the rumors are true, the Dragon Queen fell in love with that human. How disgraceful. But don't worry, I'll help you reunite with him. Worry about yourself first, you filthy lizard. A brazen, arrogant voice came from within the flames. All 4 dragon kings turned to the source of the voice. The fire finally dissipated, revealing Leon still standing. Surrounding him was a skeletal blue lightning structure that protected him from the deadly flames. It was a glowing, crackling shield of raw power. The skeleton radiated blue sparks of energy as it gradually faded, revealing Leon unharmed beneath it. S-rank lightning magic, Sumi's shadow, initial form. I'm happily in love with my wife, who gave you ugly freaks the right to judge. Leon dismissed the skeletal lightning structure and crouched slightly, readying his stance. Then, with a powerful push off the ground, he leapt high into the air. What? How is this possible? How did he survive? Kill him quickly, burn him to ash again. Wait, what is he doing? What kind of technique is that? As Leon ascended into the sky, his right hand raised high above his head, pulling lightning from all around him. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds began swirling ominously above. The lightning crackled and surged, coalescing around Leon's hand, growing stronger by the second. The sky above him roared as bolts of lightning danced through the clouds. At that moment, Leon appeared as if he were a god of thunder descending upon the world. The raw, primal force of the storm obeyed his command. The lightning gathered around Leon, slowly taking the shape of a lion behind him, its form growing more defined with every crackling surge of energy. S-rank lightning magic, Dragon Slayer. This was Leon's signature move, a technique he had only used once before against Star, the bright star Dragon King. Back then, Rosvisser and the other silver dragons had to help him create the storm clouds needed to perform it. But now, he didn't need any help. As the saying goes, if you want something done right, do it yourself. That's the technique he used to kill Star. How is he doing it on his own? Stay calm, he can only strike once and there are 4 of us. He can't defeat us all at once. Just as one of the Dragon Kings finished speaking, Leon raised his left hand, and another bolt of lightning converged in his grip. Before long, 2 lions we can still manage, at least it's not 3. Boom! A third lightning lion descended from the sky. What the hell, is he even human? The Dragon Kings were left speechless. 6 months ago, Leon had needed the help of others just to summon 1 lightning lion. And now, here he was, summoning 3 all on his own. This can't be real. How is this something a mortal being can do? Leon continued drawing lightning from the sky. What was it you said earlier? That I only had 1 lion but you had 4 of you? Well, watch this. Another deafening clap of thunder echoed through the heavens. A 4th lion of pure lightning formed and descended, roaring and crackling with energy. The Dragon Kings were utterly petrified. They stared blankly at the 4 lightning lions surrounding Leon, realizing just how insignificant their massive dragon bodies seemed in comparison. Can you believe it? Constantine actually survived a few rounds against him back then, and we can't even put up a fight. Has Constantine gotten stronger? Who knows? No one will ever find out. The 4 lightning lions circled Leon, their growls reverberating through the battlefield as the Dragon Kings murmured their final words. Leon listened to them with detached indifference and responded coolly. At the time, I hadn't exercised in a while, so I used Constantine for practice. Took me a bit longer than usual. Did that make you think he was strong? Ha, what a joke. Well, it doesn't matter now. You can all go to hell and ask him yourselves. With that, Leon swung his arm, sending the lightning lions roaring toward the 4 Dragon Kings. They roared, fought back, and struggled with all their might. But it was pointless. Leon walked calmly away from the battlefield, ignoring the destruction and chaos behind him. The lightning boomed and exploded in his wake, but he didn't even glance back. At that moment, there was only one thing on Leon's mind, the image of his wife. Leon approached Rosvisser, who stood there overwhelmed. Their eyes met after so long apart, and no one dared interrupt their reunion. After what felt like an eternity, Rosvisser finally spoke. Leon. Leon extended his hand, meeting her gaze. Let's go home, Rosvisser, he said, slowly and clearly. It was just like long ago, when Leon had fled the Empire after dealing with traitors and found himself at a dead end, only to have Rosvisser appear before him like an angel and lead him home. That time, Rosvisser had taken Leon home. Now it was Leon's turn. (284). Vol 2ch, 90. Holding hands was just a pretense. The real intention was the embrace. Rosvisser looked at Leon's large hand, and just as she was about to reach out to take it, Leon grabbed her wrist and pulled her straight into his arms. The queen, already weak and exhausted, staggered and almost fell directly into Leon's chest. Caught off guard, Rosvisser was stunned by the sudden embrace, her entire body freezing in his arms. Leon held her tightly, his arms wrapped firmly around her slender waist, pulling her close as if she might disappear if he let go for even a second. He didn't say anything, didn't do anything, just held his wife, burying his face in her neck, feeling her warmth and the increasingly rapid beat of her heart. Rosvisser finally realized what was happening. Her face flushed bright red in an instant. What is going on here? Oh, Leon Kesmade, now you're embracing me in broad daylight. Everyone is watching, including our daughters and maids, and you just hug me like this. What will you do when no one's around? I can't even imagine. The Silver Dragon Queen's mind went blank. her brain only capable of processing embarrassment as her body instinctively reacted. Her tail, without her control, started turning a faint red before curling upward, like an antenna sticking out of her tailbone. To be honest, even when she had faced the joint attack of 2 dragon kings earlier, Rosvisser hadn't broken out in such a sweat as she was now in Leon's embrace. Nearby, Moon blinked and quietly covered Aurora's eyes. Kids shouldn't be watching this. Noah walked over, covering Moon's eyes. Kids shouldn't be watching this. Milan sneaked behind the princess and covered Noah's eyes. Kids shouldn't be watching this. Apparently, only the maids were allowed to enjoy the show, huh? Shirley was supporting the injured Anna, the head maid covered in injuries, but still committed to the couple she had been shipping. What a shame, Anna lamented. What? Shirley asked. I didn't bring a camera. I would have made a whole photo album out of Her Majesty's adorable embarrassed expressions. Shirley glanced at the still bleeding wound on Anna's chest. Head maid, you're still bleeding. Maybe you should stop shipping for a moment and focus on stopping the blood. It's nothing, it's just a mortal wound. It doesn't matter as much as seeing my ship sail. You've been ruined by your obsession with shipping, Shirley sighed. Meanwhile, Rosvisser remained in her red-hot state. She didn't respond to Leon's embrace. It wasn't that she didn't want to, she just didn't know how. Plus, Leon had her arms pinned to her sides as he hugged her, so she couldn't even lift her hands. All she could do was keep her hands balled into little fists at her sides like a penguin. Her silver tail began to droop slightly, and her tense body gradually relaxed. You're just going to keep hugging me without saying anything, she asked softly. I missed you so much. Whistle tilde tilde tilde. Whose kettle is boiling? Oh tilde tilde tilde, it's the steam coming from the blushing queen. You idiot, there are so many people here. Can't you say something else? She stammered. Nope. Then let go of me, and we can talk when we get home. I won't. Rosvisser. Then what will it take for you to let me go? Say you miss me too, and I'll let you go. Rosvisser slowly turned her head toward Anna and the others, who were all watching intently, eager to hear her say, I missed you too. Even more than they wanted to hear her say, I do. If they weren't so badly injured, they'd probably be making a lot more noise right now. Rosvisser bit her lip. It wasn't that she didn't want to say it. It was just that she was really embarrassed to say it. Anna, Shirley, and Milan would cling to this juicy gossip until the end of time. But knowing Leon, if she didn't say it, no one was going home tonight. All right, fine. I'll say it. What's there to be afraid of? I am the Silver Dragon Queen. I missed you too. Ah, she said it, Her Majesty said it. Oh, Shirley, why did you hit me? Could you wait until Her Majesty finishes speaking before celebrating? Sorry, I got too excited. Leon slowly released Rosvisser from his embrace. The warmth in his arms was from someone whose body temperature had skyrocketed due to embarrassment. Daddy Tilda. With her parents done with their moment, Moon saw her chance to jump into her father's arms. Leon turned, bent down, and picked up Moon, and also scooped up little Light along with her. Daddy, I missed you so much. I thought you didn't want us anymore, Moon said with a pout. Why would you think that, Moon? I'm back now, or I? Leon paused for a moment and noticed that Moon had gained a little weight. He asked with a chuckle, Have you been overeating lately? Second sister ate so many steaks during the first month you disappeared. Little Light explained innocently. Leon blinked in surprise. Why? Because, every time Daddy went away before, if Moon ate steak at Daddy's memorial, you'd come back. Moon answered with utmost sincerity. Got it. Steak is the magic dad summoning ritual. Leon chuckled and rubbed Moon's soft cheek. Well, you'll need to start a diet now. Otherwise, I won't be able to carry you anymore. Dieting for the sake of her health, of course. Moon nodded enthusiastically. Okay, Daddy. Leon smiled, then turned his gaze to Little Light. The two shared a brief look, and then Leon finally spoke softly. Well done, Aurora. The pink-haired girl blinked in confusion, her eyes wide. What did I do? Why is Daddy praising me? It's not about how much time you have. It's about how you use it, Leon said. You did exactly that, Aurora. Before the reversal magic was activated, future Noah had told Leon that in the original timeline, he had disappeared into the space rift before Aurora could ever gain his approval. And for 20 years, Aurora had been longing for her father's praise. So even though she didn't yet understand what had happened, Leon was eager to finally give his beloved daughter the recognition she deserved. Aurora K. Melqueves was undoubtedly the MVP of this entire time-bending rescue mission. I still don't get it, but Daddy praised me so yay, Little Light cheered. And how do you plan to thank Daddy for his praise? Leon teased, leaning his face toward her. Normally, most kids would take the hint and offer their father a kiss, which would make him happy. But Little Light wasn't most kids. Okay, Daddy, get ready, she said. Uppercut. Leon had anticipated it, but still pretended to be knocked out by Little Light's punch, playing along to keep her entertained. Little Light clapped her hands, once again celebrating her victory over her dad. After handing his 2 daughters over to Rossvisser, Leon turned to face Noah. Her little face was covered in dirt, and there was still a bit of blood at the corner of her mouth. Leon raised his hand, gently wiping away the dust and blood from her face. Father and daughter exchanged a silent look, their emotions conveyed clearly through their gazes. Finally, Leon extended his fist toward Noah. Noah understood immediately and met his fist with her own. Was Daddy cool just now? Leon asked. You were amazing, Daddy. You'll be as cool as me one day. Noah chuckled softly, pulling her fist back and stepping forward to hug Leon. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, I'm proud to have a father like you, Daddy. Leon gently patted her back, then lifted her up in his arms and turned toward Rossvisser. What are we waiting for? Let's go home and make Moon some steak. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. $285. Vol 2ch, 91. Daddy, Daddy, where have you been all this time? Moon really thought you weren't coming back, Moon asked, her voice filled with concern. At the dinner table, the whole family sat together for the first time in months. Due to the ongoing war and the fact that most of the Silver Dragon clan had been dismissed by Rossvisser, the dinner was quite simple, and the Grand Temple felt eerily quiet. But the warmth of their reunion was unmistakable. The little dragon girls bombarded Leon with questions, their curiosity most piqued by where their father had been all this time. Rossvisser, sitting next to Leon, hadn't asked a single question from the start. She simply rested her chin on her hand, silently admiring his face. After not seeing her handsome, rugged, and charming husband for 6 whole months, she was determined to get her fill. What? Calling her a shallow queen obsessed with appearances. Well, she wasn't shallow. She was husband-obsessed. Whatever her husband looked like, she would be obsessed with it. Hee. As for Leon, in response to his daughter's questions, he simply replied, Daddy went somewhere far, far away. The girls were still young and far from becoming the cool, mature women, scientist, and neighborhood girl they would be in 20 years. So, Leon didn't plan on telling them about the future just yet. Of course, this was only temporary. Once they grew older, Leon would try to explain it all to them. After all, it was their future, and as his daughters, they had the right to know. How far away, Daddy, and how did you come back? Aurora asked. It was you who brought Daddy back. Leon smiled, his eyes sweeping over his precious girls. Daddy was able to come back thanks to all of you. You were the real heroes. The 3 little dragon girls exchanged confused glances. They looked at each other with wide eyes, clearly not understanding what their father meant by that. Noah scratched her head. I don't really get it, but as long as you're back, Daddy, that's all that matters. Yeah, Leon agreed. Since Noah had brought it up, Leon added, this time Daddy won't ever leave you again. I promise. Some promises were better spoken out loud. After all, when unexpected things happen, it's too late to make promises. That was something Leon had learned from this journey through time. If something similar were ever to happen again, at least Noah would have the promise of knowing that, even during brief separations, they would always reunite in the end. Because this man had never broken a promise. Noah blinked, momentarily stunned, then lowered her eyes, her face turning slightly red as she nodded. I understand, Daddy. Good, now let's eat. Moon, Aurora, you two should eat plenty as well. Yes, Daddy, the two younger girls chimed in. The children resumed eating, finishing their meal quickly. After dinner, Moon wanted to keep asking Leon more questions. But Noah, after glancing at her mother, who was clearly in a dreamy state, and her father, who seemed eager to spend some quality time with his wife but didn't want to be too obvious in front of the kids. Understood. This was where Noah K. Melquevs needed to step in as the ultimate wingman. Moon, little light, let's go check on Anna and the others. Once we've helped with their injuries, we can come back to see Daddy and Mommy, Noah suggested. Little Light had no objections. She understood that Noah was trying to give their parents some alone time. Moon was a bit reluctant, but still obediently followed her sister's lead. So, the three little ones hopped down from their chairs and left the dining room in single file. It turned out that Noah's approach was spot on. Leon didn't even try to stop her when she suggested taking her sisters away. At that moment, Leon recalled his childhood when his master would forbid him from going out after dinner. But every once in a while, his master would encourage Leon to go out and play with friends, even giving him some extra allowance and telling him he could stay out as long as he wanted. His master's wife always quietly approved as well. Back then, Leon had been too young to understand. He thought his master had finally learned to relax and let him have some fun. It wasn't until he started living with Rosvisser after marriage that Leon realized why parents sometimes so eagerly sent their children out to play. Once the girls had left, Leon finally turned his attention to his wife. No, not his wife. His infatuated woman. She rested her face on her hand, her silver hair cascading down her face. Her dimples were adorable and perfectly shaped, and her eyes, long and slender, curved into crescent moons as she smiled. The affection radiating from her was practically overflowing. Leon scooted over a bit. "Why are you just staring at me? Aren't you going to eat?" "Oh, you weren't shy earlier, hugging me in public and saying you missed me. Now, when I'm just looking at you, you suddenly feel embarrassed." The queen teased, her eyes twinkling with laughter. "That earlier, I was just overwhelmed with emotion after not seeing you for so long. It clouded my usually sharp mind." Leon stammered, "And besides, I hugged Noah and the girls too. It was just a hug, what's the big deal? A hug doesn't mean anything." "Your sharp mind gets clouded that easily." "Of course, I'm very easy to overwhelm." "Then maybe you should work on that." "None of your business," Leon shot back, giving her a sideways glance. Rosvisser chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. "So, does this only happen when you're around me?" Leon frowned, sensing something odd in her tone. "Why does that sound so strange?" "HMPH." The queen let out a soft snort, shifting her gaze away from him. She lowered her head and began to absent-mindedly play with the food on her plate with her fork. "So tell me, where exactly have you been these last 6 months?" Leon dropped the playful attitude and took a moment to gather his thoughts before explaining everything about the future timeline. After listening, Rosvisser was stunned. She could understand spatial magic, sure. But accidentally traveling to the future, that was beyond the realm of normal spatial magic. Wait, I have so many questions," Rosvisser said, trying to wrap her head around it all. "So future Little Light developed the reversal magic that sent you back to the present, and everything you just did was the key to changing the future, right?" Leon nodded. "So by changing things, the reality where our daughters lived in the future won't exist anymore." "No, it will still exist," Leon explained. He thought for a moment and then said, "Think of it like this. If future Little Light wore glasses because she developed nearsightedness, but from now on, I keep an eye on her health and make sure she grows up without any problems, she won't need glasses in the future. But the reality of her wearing glasses will still have existed." Rosvisser pondered his words for a moment. "Oh, so, in other words, you disappearing into the space rift or the reversal from the future won't create a separate timeline." "Exactly. According to Little Light, time is a linear stream. If you change something in the past, it doesn't branch off into a new timeline. Instead, that change affects the future. Rosvisser's eyes lit up with understanding, and she nodded thoughtfully. So, by helping you return from the future, our daughters won't disappear, and everything we do now will directly impact their future. That's right, Leon said. In other words, as long as we keep this family together and make everything as beautiful as it once was, the future versions of our daughters will also get to experience that happiness. The queen paused for a moment, a slight frown crossing her face as she muttered, HMPH * fake family. What was that? Leon asked, not catching her words. Nothing. Rosvisser took a sip from her glass before continuing. So what you're saying is that as long as we're happy now, our future daughters will be happy too. Exactly. It's an interesting point, isn't it? Leon said with a smile. We don't need to worry too much about the future, because if we take every step seriously in the present, the future will always turn out beautifully. Rosvisser raised her eyebrows in amusement. Oh, you've certainly picked up some wisdom. Looks like you've improved more than just your dragon-slaying skills in the past month. You've even advanced in cultural matters. Leon was taken aback. You're actually praising me so directly. Well then, your words are pretty sweet too. The queen chuckled, reaching out to lightly pinch Leon's chin before leaning in close to his ear. And since my words are so sweet, don't you want to have a taste? She whispered playfully. *286. Vol 2ch, 92. Is this little dragon using her beauty to seduce this general again? Hee. Such a simple trick, let me tell you today Well, I'll take the bait. Leon grabbed Rosvisser by the wrist and pulled her into his arms, letting her sit sideways on his lap. Oh wait, rather than saying Leon, let her sit on his lap. It would be more accurate to say that she took the opportunity and sat on him willingly. Rosvisser wrapped her arms around Leon's neck, their noses brushing lightly against each other, her soft lips hovering just above his skin, teasingly close. This seductive trick was something she had clearly mastered over time. So why haven't you kissed me yet? My great hero, Rosvisser whispered softly, her voice full of tenderness and temptation. It's been too long. What's been too long? 6 months too long. Rosvisser blinked, and so, I've forgotten how to kiss you. Forgotten, seriously. Can someone forget something like this? An instinct engraved deep in their very DNA. How about forgetting your head in the future while you're at it? You're just finding excuses, aren't you? Don't think I can't see through this. Fine, not making the first move, huh? Well, in that case, let's refresh our memories on the art of teasing. Oh my, that's such a shame. I've also forgotten how to kiss. What a problem, Rosvisser said in a sweet, playful voice. Leon glanced at the way she was sitting on his lap, then at how she was holding onto his neck. Not to mention the seductive look in her eyes and the teasing tone in her voice. Your smooth and skillful moves say otherwise, he remarked. Sorry, darling. It's just like how I used to only win crucial rounds. What do you mean? I only win important matches, and I only forget important things. Oh dear, my mind is just so clumsy. Rosvisser leaned forward slightly, her soft chest pressing gently against Leon's. What should we do, my dear husband? Say something, won't you? She whispered seductively. Leon's eye twitched slightly. Stop it, you teasing dragon. I just ate, don't make me lose my appetite. The couple continued their playful back and forth, neither wanting to give in first like they used to, letting their impulses take control. Though they both knew that giving in would mean mutual satisfaction, every tug-of-war between them was a battle for power in their relationship, and neither wanted to lose. Their black and silver eyes reflected each other's image. They were so close, their breaths mingling, and they could hear the other's heartbeat quickening. After being apart for 6 months, their desire had grown far beyond the usual longing after a brief separation. *********. Rosvisser's silver tail slid across the floor, then slowly coiled around Leon's ankle, winding upward until it wrapped gently around his calf. The flexible tip of her tail slipped under his pant leg, teasing the sensitive area behind his knee. It tickled, making him tingle in the most sensitive spots. Leon inhaled her familiar, pleasant scent and finally decided to give in. He gently cupped her delicate face in his hands and kissed her on the lips. Their lips met, parting and rejoining as if tasting each other's essence. After the gentle prelude came a deeper, more intimate exchange. They had both lied. 6 months apart had not made them forget how to kiss each other. If anything, the time apart had only intensified their desire for one another. They were more passionate now than ever, lost in the kiss, unable to pull away. As the kiss deepened, Leon's hand slowly moved from Rosvisser's face, gliding down the smooth curve of her neck, passing over her slender collarbone, and resting on her soft chest for a moment, adding a bit of intensity to their long-awaited reunion. Then, his hand drifted downward toward her stomach. However, as his fingers brushed over her ribcage, Rosvisser suddenly flinched, letting out an involuntary groan. Leon froze, quickly pulling back. "Did I hurt you?" "No," Rosvisser winced, furrowing her brow. "It's just, well, after so many battles, of course I've accumulated a few injuries." She gently touched her lower ribs, forcing a smile. "I think I got hit by a rock while in dragon form a few days ago. It still hasn't fully healed." Seeing her like this, it was clear the injury hadn't healed at all. It seemed like she had been hit just yesterday. Leon immediately helped her up and guided her to a nearby chair, giving her a moment to rest. "You've been enduring the pain all this time because the girls were around, haven't you?" he asked as he began examining her injury. "Am I?" He lifted Rosvisser's shirt slightly, his fingers brushing against her warm, soft skin, so smooth and delicate. But there were also several scars. It seemed these 6 months had been difficult for her as well. Leon's brow furrowed as he gently pressed on her ribs, asking her if it hurt. Rosvisser held onto her shirt and quietly said, "It's fine. With a dragon's healing abilities, these kinds of injuries will heal on their own in a few days." "But it still hurts, doesn't it?" Leon replied, lowering her shirt. "I'll go get some painkillers from Shirley later." Rosvisser didn't argue, nodding in agreement. "All right, then should we head back to our room?" "Yeah." Rosvisser pressed a hand to her ribs and slowly stood up. Just as she was about to take a step, she noticed that Leon was still sitting in his chair. "Are you not full yet?" Rosvisser asked. "It's not that," Leon muttered, rubbing his thigh, a pained expression crossing his face. Rosvisser noticed his discomfort and asked with concern, "Are your legs hurt?" Leon shook his head. "Looks like that fight earlier was my limit, after storing up so much magic and opening the 9 gates of hell, finishing off those dragon kings took everything I had. Even walking feels like a challenge now." Normally, facing 4 dragon kings would have been a tough battle for Leon. And though the recent fight made it seem like he had defeated them effortlessly, the truth was that his rapid depletion of magic, combined with the side effects of the 9 gates of hell, were now catching up with him. Rosvisser was momentarily stunned, then shook her head with a bitter smile. She walked over to Leon and helped him to his feet. "I get it. You didn't want the girls to worry, so you've been hiding your pain this whole time." Leon smiled weakly, allowing her to help him up. With their arms around each other's shoulders and their hands on each other's waists, they slowly made their way out of the dining room and down the hall. "But if I had more magic, I wouldn't be struggling just to walk right now," Leon said. "But it seems like the dragon mark has reached its storage limit. When I try to gather more magic, the mark stops absorbing it, and all the extra energy gets taken by that mysterious thing inside me." Rosvisser's expression changed slightly, and she pursed her lips. "I might have a way for you to store more magic." Leon glanced at her. "What way?" The queen gave him a mischievous smile. "Do you really want to know?" Seeing her sly smile, Leon felt a bit uneasy. He swallowed nervously and asked, his voice trembling, "It's not some weird method, is it?" No, don't worry. It's not weird at all," Rosvisser reassured him. "Once I'm healed, we can give it a try." "Oh wait, hold on. Why did you say we instead of I?" "287. Vol 2ch, 93. A day passed, and Leon still didn't know what method Rosvisser had in mind to help him store more mana. All she said was, "I'm injured right now, so it's not the right time for any intense activities." They would have to wait until both of their injuries healed before discussing it further. Leon pondered over her words. Intense activities. No matter how I think about it, that doesn't sound like a good thing. Sitting in the gazebo in the front yard of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, Leon gazed up at the bright, cloudless sky. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, closing his eyes in an attempt to empty his mind. His body was still in a state of extreme exhaustion, and even the simplest task of gathering mana caused a burning sensation in his magic circuits. And that was just a symptom of mana overexertion. The side effects of using 9 gates of hell were also tormenting him, with his bones and muscles aching intensely. These side effects couldn't be eased with medicine. He would have to endure them as they gradually faded away. Leon estimated it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for a full recovery. In fact, he rarely pushed himself to such extremes in battle. But clearly, those Dragon Kings were dead set on killing him. If he had held back even slightly, he wouldn't be sitting here contemplating life in a dragon's courtyard. He'd already be playing another round of revival with old Constantine. However, after this battle, Leon suspected that the Empire would no longer choose to confront him head-on. In just one day, they had lost 6 Dragon Kings while trying to kill a single human, an accomplishment that would have taken General Leon 6 months in the past. The efficiency of this downsizing was something even Leon found hard to handle, let alone the Empire and their dragon allies. So from now on, the Empire would likely resort to different tactics to deal with Leon. As for what those methods would be, they would have to take it one step at a time. Before long, Rosvisser emerged from the temple's main entrance, glancing around briefly before spotting Leon in the gazebo. She gracefully walked over to him. Hearing her footsteps, Leon turned his head and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Well, well, isn't this a rare sight, Your Majesty? You're actually wearing casual clothes." Rosvisser was indeed dressed quite casually today, wearing nothing but a simple white sundress and a pair of delicate sandals that revealed her cute, rounded ankles. The warm breeze gently lifted the hem of her dress, revealing her shapely legs beneath. It was no wonder Leon was surprised. Normally, whether inside or outside the sanctuary, Rosvisser always dressed formally. It was rare to see her so relaxed. Rosvisser sat down beside him, stretched out her long legs, placed her hands on her knees, and gazed down at her shoes with a faint smile. Most of the clan members have been sent away, and there's hardly anyone left in the sanctuary, so I decided to dress more casually. Leon blinked. "So, with all your subordinates gone, does that mean you can't call yourself a queen anymore?" "What, just because I'm no longer a queen, you think you're no longer my captive?" "Hey, you." Not happy with that, Leon huffed and turned his head away, refusing to argue with her. He muttered begrudgingly, "Fine." Rosvisser chuckled. "I've already sent Anna and the others to regroup the clan. In the meantime, we'll rebuild the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, so I'll have about." She did a quick mental calculation before continuing, "About a week off. And since it's my vacation, there's no need to dress formally." Leon sat beside her in silence, listening to her speak while his gaze slowly drifted down to her delicate, white feet. He wasn't one to admit it, but Rosvisser's feet were indeed beautiful. Those feet were like the masterpiece of a sculptor, elegant and perfectly proportioned. Her skin was soft as jade, and her pale pink toenail polish added a playful touch. It was perfectly natural to admire beauty, right? Who cared which part of her he admired? It was beautiful, and it was fine to appreciate it. Sensing Leon's gaze, Rosvisser wiggled her toes playfully before suddenly lifting her leg and resting it on Leon's lap. "Here, take a good look. As the queen, I'm giving you permission to look as much as you want. If you're not satisfied with just looking, you can touch." "Whoa, whoa, whoa, take it away, take it away. Such a lewd and improper thing shouldn't be this close to someone as pure as me. It's an absolute disgrace." Rosvisser drew in a sharp breath, narrowed her eyes, and squeezed her words through clenched teeth. "You're quite the righteous man, my dear captive." With a cold snort, The queen lowered her leg and neatly covered it with her dress. Of course, I've lived an upright life. Do you really think I'd have a foot fetish? Absolutely not. Then why were you staring at my feet for so long? I bet you didn't even hear half of what I said. I was listening. You said you're going on vacation. For how long? 3 days. I'm going to kill you, you foot-loving pervert. Rosvisser turned to grab Leon by the neck, but Leon was quicker, tucking his chin in to avoid her grasp. After a few failed attempts, Rosvisser gave up. She pouted and crossed her arms. You're such a coward, Leon, always shrinking away, never bold enough to say what you truly like. Please don't scold me, big sis. I'm really hurt, Leon said, playing along. Rosvisser glared at him, puffing up her cheeks. This scoundrel, he's certainly grown in strength since his trip to the future, but his thick skin has also gotten thicker. Fine, if that's how it's going to be, I'll make you admit it. You like my feet but won't say it out loud. Well, today, I'll make you confess. Forcing Leon to do things he didn't want to do, say things he didn't want to say, or admit things he didn't want to acknowledge was one of Rosvisser's greatest joys in life. She loved watching him squirm with reluctance and helplessness. What, just because I can't beat him in a fight does mean I can't mess with him when I get the chance. That's how I maintain my status in this family. Come on, let's go have breakfast. Rosvisser stood up and headed toward the sanctuary. Leon followed closely behind her. When they entered the dining hall, Moon and Aurora had already finished their meal and left. Only Noah remained. Good morning, Dad, Mom, Noah greeted them. Good morning, Noah, Leon and Rosvisser replied, sitting down at the table. Breakfast was simple: bread, milk, jam, and a vegetable salad. Leon skillfully spread jam on a slice of bread, making sure it was evenly distributed before placing another slice on top. Then, he handed it to Rosvisser. Here, he offered. Rosvisser smiled but didn't take the bread. Instead, she leaned in and took a small bite. Leon grimaced in disgust. Can't you just take it yourself? Why are you being so grumpy? Has 6 months apart made you lose your patience with me? Leon drew in a sharp breath. Oh no. She's up to something again. Whenever Rosvisser acted like this, it was best to play along. Definitely not the time to argue with her. Especially with Noah still here. He had to keep up the image of Rosvisser's loving husband. So he held the bread and fed her bite after bite. Anyone watching might have thought the queen was pregnant again, the way she was being pampered like this. Rosvisser slowly savored each bite, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she looked at Leon. She chewed elegantly, in no rush at all, contrasting sharply with Leon's impatient yet silent demeanor. I'm thirsty, Rosvisser said. Leon grabbed the glass of milk and handed it to her. Rosvisser took a delicate sip. The creamy milk slid down her throat, rich and warm, but a bit of it lingered at the corner of her lips. That small streak of white against her red lips looked, well, quite provocative. The milk slowly dripped down to her chin, and only then did Rosvisser seem to notice. Without hurry, she wiped it away with her finger. Oops, my bad, how unladylike of me. You're more like a pervert than unladylike, you dragon. Only Noah wouldn't notice the innuendo in this, but if she did, who knows what shocking things she might write in her next parents' love essay. Leon grumbled inwardly, but continued feeding the queen her bread. After a few more bites, Leon opened his mouth to make a sarcastic comment. But before he could speak, he felt something gently brushing against his calf. Looking down, he saw Rosvisser's foot. She had crossed her long legs, slipped off one sandal, and was leisurely rubbing her soft, bare foot against his leg. The pressure wasn't too much, but it was enough to make him feel a little ticklish. What's wrong? Rosvisser asked, feigning innocence. Your foot. Halfway through his sentence, Leon glanced at Noah, who was still eating. He pursed his lips and lowered his voice. Our daughter's still here, don't push it too far. What's that, honey? Speak louder. I can't quite hear you. Each deliberate pause was accompanied by a gentle scrape of her foot along his leg. Her smooth sole pressed against his calf, and her dainty toes flexed and relaxed in sequence. The sensation was undeniable. Meanwhile, at the table, Rosvisser leaned on her hand. smiling sweetly as if she had no idea what was going on beneath it. "Dad, Mom, I'm finished," Noah said, putting down her utensils and hopping off her chair, running toward the door. Rosvisser calmly withdrew her foot, slipping it back into her sandal, and reminded her, "Be safe while you play." "Okay, Mom." With that, Noah left the dining hall. As soon as her footsteps faded, Leon dropped the bread he was holding onto Rosvisser's plate and glared at her. Rosvisser blinked innocently. "Honey, why are you mad at me again? Looks like it's time to teach this fire-playing dragon a lesson." Without a word, Leon stood up, bent down, and scooped Rosvisser up in his arms. Rosvisser gasped, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck. "What are you doing?" Leon remained silent as he carried her out of the dining hall and up to the bedroom. Rosvisser chuckled softly but still feigned innocence. "Leon, don't bully me, okay? I was wrong." "Now you admit you were wrong. Too late." Oh, he's back to his no, turning back from an explosion attitude. Well, it's time to revisit the married couple's classroom again. "288. Vol 2ch, 94. Rosvisser's soft body was tossed onto the large bed. She squeezed her legs together, clutching her chest, wearing an expression of innocent vulnerability. But the strap of her dress had silently slipped off, exposing her smooth, rosy shoulder, which seemed to glisten faintly in the sunlight. "I know you're in a hurry, but it's still daytime. Can't you wait until tonight?" Rosvisser said softly. "You started it." "I was just teasing you. Why are you taking it so seriously?" "I'm not mad. I just thought I'd tease you back." Leon pulled off his shirt, revealing his solid upper body. Although Rosvisser was still playing the role of the innocent maiden, she couldn't help but widen her eyes a little at the sight of his familiar, perfectly toned physique. Last night, they had both been too physically and mentally exhausted from the ongoing battles to fully appreciate each other. They had simply collapsed into sleep. But now, with the morning sun streaming through the window, there was time to admire this man's perfect body. Hemtilde. She made a mental note. From now on, she'd make him serve her shirtless. After all, wouldn't it be nice to enjoy a meal while admiring such a delicious view? She thought this to herself but pretended ignorance, asking innocently, "Are you hot? Why are you taking off your clothes?" "I'm not hot now, but things are about to heat up." "Well then." Before she could finish, Leon pressed down on her, his movements practiced and familiar, clearly the actions of a long-time couple. Rosvisser responded immediately, eager to meet him halfway. After all, after a little playful teasing, it was time to get serious. This didn't interfere with her plan involving her feet. But just as things were about to become more intimate, a sharp pain shot through her side. "Ah, wait, it hurts a little." Leon, despite being an eager husband, wasn't one to let his impulses control him entirely. Knowing his wife wasn't feeling well, he wouldn't force things. He paused, his hands gently resting on Rosvisser's shoulders. After a brief hesitation, he whispered, "We can leave it for another day." Rosvisser, seeing the reluctance on his face, couldn't help but smile. This man, as stubborn as he could be, he still had a conscience. Despite how far things had progressed, he didn't want to push her past her limits and worsen her injury. But this was all part of Rosvisser's plan. As Leon was about to get up, she suddenly grabbed his wrist. "If you really want to, I can be on top. That way it won't put pressure on my ribs." Leon hesitated. But then he thought about it and decided, "No, it's better to wait until you're fully healed. There's no rush for this." "Yeah, I've already made the first move, and now you're acting all shy. Where did that overbearing attitude of 'I'll take control' go, Leon?" Rosvisser knew she couldn't be too eager. If she pushed too hard, Leon might catch on that she had other intentions. Leon sat on the edge of the bed, and Rosvisser slowly sat up, leaning in close. She rested her chin on his shoulder, pressing her warm body against his back. Her delicate fingers traced the muscles of his arm as she whispered gently, "It's okay. If you want it, you don't have to hold back. Don't underestimate my body. I am a dragon after all." As she spoke, her hand slid from Leon's arm to his chest, feeling his heartbeat steadily quicken under her warm touch. Her soft, bell-like laughter echoed in his ear, her breath brushing against his skin. Look at you, your heart's racing so fast, yet you're still holding back. Have you become distant from me after being apart for 6 months? Leon, unable to resist the Dragon Queen's relentless coaxing, found himself caught in a battle of wills. After a brief internal struggle, he slowly lifted his hand and placed it over hers. Rosvisser smiled knowingly. She leaned in and pressed a light kiss to his earlobe. Come now, just like before, we both know each other so well, don't we? Her long dress slipped away, her silver hair cascading down as her flawless body was revealed to him. The intricate dragon markings that glowed softly on her smooth skin seemed to enhance her allure. Leon's hand rested on her slender waist just enough to grip. She leaned forward, her breath brushing his face. Her red lips teased his nose, as if savoring a delicate dish. Rosvisser placed a gentle kiss on the center of his brow. You were right, Leon, it really is getting hotter. As they explored each other's bodies, seeking out the memories of their shared past, every inch of skin, every quiet moan, every racing heartbeat felt familiar. Seeing the growing desire in Leon's eyes, Rosvisser smiled secretly. Hemtilde. Though she wanted to go all the way, her injured body simply couldn't handle it, so. Leon, wait, hold on, it still hurts. Stopping now was completely different from stopping before things started. Stopping at this point, that was practically torture. Leon's face showed a brief moment of embarrassment. The dragon markings had already lit up, the dam of desire was already broken. How could he just stop here? But Rosvisser was injured, and he couldn't force her. What if I help you in another way? Rosvisser suggested. Leon raised an eyebrow. What way? Rosvisser lay her head on his chest and rubbed her foot along his calf. With this. Leon's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he understood. So that's what this was all about. From their idle chat in the courtyard earlier, this dragon had been setting up her plan all along. She intended to stop him right at the most crucial moment, leaving him trapped in a state of frustration before offering her solution. And she really was injured, making a normal session impossible. So she used this as an excuse to get him to willingly agree to her alternative. Leon fought against the dragon markings reacting within him, gritting his teeth. You set me up again. Rosvisser giggled softly. Oh my, you figured it out. With her chin resting on his chest and her fingers slowly tracing circles on his cheek, she continued teasing his leg with her foot. So what will you do? Hold back or accept my proposal? You. Leon turned his head away, refusing to answer. But Rosvisser knew his silence meant consent. HMPH, you clearly want my help, but you just can't bring yourself to say it, huh? Rosvisser was now thoroughly enjoying herself, reveling in exposing Leon's thoughts. Let me ask you this, do you like my feet? No, I don't, Leon denied it. Really, not at all, Rosvisser laughed. Well then, I guess I won't help you, you can deal with it on your own. She started to get out of bed. Wait. Hearing him call out, Rosvisser turned back, her lips curling into a triumphant smirk. Changed your mind. I like them okay. Rosvisser wasn't done yet. She continued her playful torment, asking, like what? Leon's face was flushed, and his body was reaching its limit. He had no choice but to give in. Your feet. Whose feet? Yours. And who likes my feet? I do. Rosvisser leaned back into him, whispering softly in his ear. Say it all together, Leon. I like your feet, Rosvisser. Huh, finally admitting to being a foot fetishist, huh? You perverted wolf Tilda. Leon glared at her, clearly irritated by her smug, teasing smile. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the back of her head, forcing her to meet his eyes. I am not. Rosvisser, still kissing his nose, responded lazily like a victor. You just admitted you like my feet, and yet you still deny it, naughty boy. Actually, Rosvisser, it's not just your feet, I like every part of you. Rosvisser's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. He turned the tables on me. (289). Vol 2ch, 95. Rosvisser lay on the bed, one long leg lifted high into the air. The warm sunlight streamed through the thin curtains, casting a soft, golden glow on her smooth skin. She elegantly rotated her ankle, as though admiring the perfect contours of her leg. Usually, Rosvisser wasn't this vain. But today's breakfast had been quite enjoyable. So dirty. So indecent. And it's all yours. Small, shimmering droplets glistened under the sunlight. This feeling was like a delicate, silken thread, tracing a sensual path down her leg, adding a layer of allure. Rosvisser gently swung her leg, savoring the pleasant sensation as it slowly trickled down, leaving a tingling trail of warmth behind. She controlled every movement with almost artistic precision, ensuring that the process was elegant and clean, without letting a single drop fall onto the pristine white sheets. Otherwise, cleaning up would be quite a hassle. Leon closed his eyes, unable to watch. Please just wash it off already. What's the rush? I'm someone with a cleanliness obsession, and even I'm not in a hurry to wash it. So why are you? Rosvisser's tone was calm and leisurely. Or maybe you feel particularly ashamed for dirtying my feet and legs like this, Leon. He had thought that after 6 months apart, the Dragon Queen would have toned down her playful antics a bit. But to his surprise, not only had she not toned it down, she seemed to have taken it up a notch. It was like parents coming home after a year of working away and seeing how much their child had grown. The first thing they would say was always the classic, "You've grown so much." In reality, if the child had been with them the entire time, the parents wouldn't notice the gradual change in height. In the same way, if Leon had been around Rosvisser continuously, he wouldn't have noticed how her playful tricks had evolved in his 6-month absence. Looks like he just found another reason to stay by her side. The sticky thread on her leg gradually cooled, losing its initial sensation. With that, Rosvisser's interest waned as well. "Help me wash it off. Why don't you just take a bath? Whoever makes the mess cleans it up, right? You were the one who got it on me." There was no point in trying to argue with a woman, especially a woman who had lived over 200 years. Leon grimaced, got out of bed, and went to the bathroom to fetch a basin of warm water. Rosvisser laid a blanket on the edge of the bed and sat on it, ensuring that nothing from her legs would accidentally touch the sheets. Leon placed the water basin beneath the bed, and Rosvisser tentatively dipped her foot in. The temperature was just right, not too hot, not too cold. After living together for so long, Leon had learned how to adjust the water to her exact preferences. "You put thought into this," Rosvisser praised with a smile. "HMPH, I just didn't want you nagging me." Leon gently pressed down on the top of Rosvisser's foot, letting the water cascade over it. "If the water were too hot, you'd say I did it on purpose. If it were too cold, you'd say I wasn't being attentive. So I figured I'd save myself the trouble and get it right." Rosvisser's smile widened. Her gaze shifted from Leon's face to the water basin as she spoke with a touch of pride and satisfaction. "Stop pretending. You care about me. You want to take care of me. Dragon Queen, I swear, I'm about to throw this foot bath water in your face. Wow, half an hour ago you were saying you loved everything about me, and now you're threatening to splash foot water in my face. See, you really can't trust a man's words when he's in bed." Leon finished washing her foot and carefully cleaned off the remaining traces from her calf and inner thigh. "You don't trust what I say in bed, and you shouldn't trust what I say outside of it either. After all, what kind of prisoner would speak the whole truth to their queen every day?" His fingers and palms, roughened from years of combat and practicing magic, left a distinct sensation as they glided over Rosvisser's legs. Rosvisser didn't mind the roughness. In fact, she liked it. Leon's touch always gave her a sense of security. Speaking of which, something just came to mind. "What is it?" "Before you entered the space rift, did you say something to me?" Leon's hand paused mid-wash, and he pursed his lips, trying to play dumb. "No, I didn't say anything." "No, you definitely said something," Rosvisser insisted. "You turned around, called my name, and said something else. But the sound of the magic currents was too loud, and I couldn't hear clearly. But I could see from your lips that you said something." Leon lowered his head, speeding up the washing process to hide his growing unease. You must have imagined it. People tend to see things when they're nervous. While he had decided back in the future that he would be more open with Rosvisser once they reunited, saying those 3 words out loud, especially during a foot bath, felt a bit too forward. Besides, there was no ceremony to it. Even though Rosvisser usually acted like she didn't care about anything, except for their assignments, Leon knew she actually valued things like ceremony. Take her birthday, for example. Initially, she just wanted to mess with Leon a bit. But when she saw the surprises he had carefully prepared for her, the joy and satisfaction in her eyes had been unmistakable. So those 3 words definitely needed to be said. But at the right moment. Seeing that Leon had no intention of speaking, Rosvisser snorted. Fine, don't say it, after all. Leon slowed down his washing, wondering if she was mad. Were they about to enter another round of marital bickering? To his surprise. After all, I'll get you to say it eventually. Rosvisser spoke with a pout. I'll make you admit that you care about me, that you can't stand being away from me, that you feel like dragon markings are crawling on your skin when you don't see me for a day. Cosmod, just you wait. Oh. Your Majesty, that's quite the direct yet roundabout statement. A lot of this is probably what you'd like to say to me, isn't it? Leon could guess the hidden meaning behind her words. It was just like that night on the balcony when she got him to drink, then gently coaxed him into saying he liked her. These were clearly her own feelings, but she insisted that the other person say them first. Not because of anything other than her strange sense of competition. Understanding this, Leon chuckled softly, grabbed a towel, and slowly dried off her leg and foot. Well, I'll be waiting then. Let's see whether you get me to say it first, or if you end up giving in and admitting it yourself. Hey, what are you doing? Before he had finished drying her foot, Rosvisser pressed it firmly against his chest. From his half-crouched position, Leon's gaze traveled up her pale, smooth leg all the way to the edge of the bed, a sight that was both provocative and intimate. I'm certain you'll be the one who can't hold out, Leon. If Leon was going to challenge her, how could she not push back? After all, teasing each other was what they did best as a couple. Leon sighed with a smile, shaking his head as he moved her foot away from his chest. He stood up with the basin in hand. He didn't want to continue this conversation. It would go on forever if he did. Once he stood, Leon glanced down at the water in the basin and asked, Your Majesty, I have a rather strange request. Rosvisser's face darkened instantly. You are not drinking my foot bath water. Leon grinned. Get dressed. Let's go out for a walk later, shall we? $290. Vol 2ch, 96. The couple walked out of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, spending some time playing with their daughters in the backyard before wandering into the nearby hills. Along the way, they encountered many of the Silver Dragon clan members who had been summoned back. Every time they saw Leon, they excitedly called out, Your Highness, before enthusiastically greeting him. It felt like a celebrity fan meeting. After finally reaching a relatively quiet cherry blossom grove, Leon exhaled in relief. Wow, I didn't realize I had such a high reputation among your Silver Dragon clan. Who would have thought, just a few years ago, I was close to wiping them all out. Don't bring up that time when you got backstabbed. If anyone was close to being wiped out, it was you. Rosvisser laughed. But honestly, your reputation in my clan is undeniable. Dragons may appear to revere violence and brutality, but beneath that, it's all about respect for strength. She stood beside Leon, gazing with him toward the distant Silver Dragon Sanctuary, continuing her explanation. In the Dragon Clan, as long as you're powerful, everyone will respect you. Leon nodded thoughtfully. He recalled that his standing among the Silver Dragon Clan had indeed been building ever since the battle with Constantine. Before Constantine, when Silver Dragon Clan members greeted Leon, it was, Good day, Your Highness, thank you for your hard work, uttered with no real emotion. But after the battle with Constantine, things shifted too. Your Highness, can I get your autograph? My child has been a fan of yours since they were young. Lady, please, I've only been married to your queen for 3 years. How could your child have been a fan since they were little? This change in attitude, wasn't simple opportunism. The Silver Dragon clan had always shown Leon basic respect and courtesy. But after the battle, his strength and personal charm had elevated that respect to a whole new level. Of course, a lot of it has to do with you as well, Rosvisser added. You were the leader of the Dragon Slayers, after all. You've always had that commanding presence. Flattered by the Queen's compliment, Leon rubbed his nose, trying to suppress a grin. When do I get to sit on the throne in your Silver Dragon sanctuary then? Rosvisser blinked, playfully swatting his backside with her tail. Dream on, a little praise and you're already forgetting your place. After a brief pause, Rosvisser added with a mysterious smile, but about that throne we discussed earlier, I've been thinking about it. I might redo it during the sanctuary's renovations. Huh, what throne are we talking about again? Rosvisser rolled her eyes at him. Never mind, you'll find out eventually. Oh. The couple continued their slow walk through the cherry blossom grove. Before they left the house, Leon had brought a camera with him. It was the perfect time of year, with the cherry blossoms in full bloom. The beauty of the scenery, combined with the beauty of his wife, meant that even an amateur photographer like Leon could take professional-looking shots. Especially when that beauty was Rosvisser, who looked stunning without even trying. She didn't need to pose or do anything fancy, just standing there was enough to create a perfect composition. So the moral of the story is, having a wife like Rosvisser is a real blessing. At the very least, whenever they went on trips and took photos, she would never complain about Leon's photography skills, because her beauty made every shot look amazing. After snapping a few more photos, Rosvisser noticed that Leon wasn't bothering to check the preview on the camera, so she asked, "Aren't you going to see how the pictures turned out?" Leon shrugged, "No point." "No point." "Yeah, you're so beautiful in every shot that I don't feel like comparing which one looks better." Rosvisser chuckled softly. She wasn't sure if Leon was praising her or if he was just too lazy to sort through the photos. But she didn't comment further. They continued their leisurely stroll, stopping occasionally to take more photos. Eventually, they took a break by a small stream. "You told me that in the future, I fell into a deep coma from overusing my power," Rosvisser asked, her curiosity piqued by the stories Leon had shared about his 6 months in the future. Leon nodded, "Yeah." "So, during those 6 months, there was no one around to argue with you?" Rosvisser smiled playfully. "You must have felt so lonely." "Of course, I was lonely. I dreamed every night that I was arguing with you." "Oh, I see." Leon blinked. "What do you see now?" "You dreamed about me." "You really know how to find sugar in everything, don't you, Dragon Queen?" Leon teased with a laugh. But as he thought more about Rosvisser's comment, the smile faded from his face. Being without Rosvisser hadn't just meant no one to bicker with. He remembered those last few days before completing the reversal magic. Leon had felt utterly defeated, as though his very spirit was crushed. He had wished countless times that Rosvisser could have been there with him. She was always so understanding, always knew how to comfort him, how to untangle the knots in his heart. Sometimes, it's hard to recognize the value of certain things, or people, until they're gone. In those 6 months, Leon had learned many things. One of them was to cherish the people you have in front of you. He turned to look at Rosvisser. She was smiling softly, gazing ahead, her dimples making her look both playful and mischievous, as if she was already thinking of new ways to tease him. Leon quickly shifted his gaze back to the camera in his hands, fiddling with it for a while. Then something came to mind, and he asked, "By the way, in the future, Aurora mentioned something called a heart skill, a protective dragon scale your clan possesses. Is that right?" At the mention of the heart skill, Rosvisser's smile faltered, and her silver eyes trembled slightly. "Yes, why?" "Your grandmother examined you after you fell into the coma. She said your heart skill was there, but wasn't functioning. Apparently, the dragon heart skill only starts forming after the age of 100. Leon paused, thinking carefully before continuing. "Does that mean the heart skill you have now isn't your original one, but a new one that formed later?" Rosvisser bit her lip lightly, not denying it. She nodded. "Yes, that's right." "So, what happened to your original heart scale?" Rosvisser averted her gaze. I lost it." Leon stared at her shocked. You lost it. Yeah. Leon moved in front of her, gently cupping her face with both hands, making her look at him. You lost something as important as a heart skill, and that thing is supposed to be part of your body. How could you lose it? Clearly, this flimsy excuse wasn't fooling Leon. If she kept spinning this story, it would only raise his suspicions. After a moment of thought, Rosvisser replied, I placed it somewhere safe. Leon raised an eyebrow. Somewhere safe? What place could be safer than your own body? And why would you even take it out? That would only harm you, wouldn't it? Rosvisser lowered her gaze, her silver eyes glancing toward Leon's chest. After a long silence, she finally said, When I say safe, I don't mean protecting the heart skill itself. I mean, I needed to protect something even more important. Though, originally, her intentions had nothing to do with protection. Leon narrowed his eyes. Now you're talking in riddles, I'll tell you more when the time is right, Rosvisser interrupted, but not now. Leon opened his mouth, wanting to press her further. But he knew Rosvisser well. When she didn't want to talk about something, no amount of questioning would get her to open up. Even though he was worried about the implications of her missing heart skill, he knew he would have to wait until she was ready to explain. After the conversation ended, a brief silence fell over the couple. Leon busied himself by flipping through the previews on his camera. Rosvisser glanced at him, hesitating for a moment before suggesting, How about we visit the border? Leon didn't hesitate to agree. Sure, let's go. (291). Vol 2ch, 97. The Silver Dragon Territory Border. Months of war had left the area barren, the land scarred by magical clashes. It would take some time before it could return to its former state. Leon and Rosvisser walked slowly through the forest. Rosvisser, sensing Leon's lingering unease after their conversation about the heart skill, tentatively reached for his hand. They had been through so much together, fights, laughter, challenges. Even though they often playfully competed with each other, they were mostly honest when it came to important matters. That was precisely why Rosvisser's secrecy about the heart skill weighed heavily on Leon. It wasn't just because she hadn't told him right away. It was because losing the heart skill was incredibly dangerous for her. Leon didn't want anything bad to happen to her. And after learning that, in the future, Rosvisser had fallen into a coma because she no longer had the protection of her heart skill, it only made Leon more anxious about why she had removed it and placed it in a safe place, especially without explaining it to him. Throughout their walk, Leon remained silent, staring down at the ground. Rosvisser decided to cheer him up. After all, she didn't want their daughters noticing something was wrong when they returned home. She tried linking her arm with his. When Leon didn't pull away, she became bolder, slowly slipping her slender fingers into his larger hand. Finally, their fingers intertwined, the tips lightly resting on each other's skin. They often kissed and enjoyed the intimacy that came with it, but holding hands, that was a rare occurrence. It wasn't because holding hands was any less exciting than kissing. It was just that this simple, intimate act while being fully awake and conscious of each other felt a little unfamiliar to them. When they kissed, the dragon markings they shared would resonate, and the pleasure of being entangled with each other would make them dizzy with happiness. Even without the magic, the hormones and dopamine released would put them in a kind of pleasant, dreamy state. In short, their minds weren't particularly sharp in those moments. All they wanted was to be lost in each other. But holding hands didn't have the same effect. It allowed them to remain fully aware of their surroundings, while maintaining a gentle, intimate physical connection. This kind of closeness, while staying completely present, was strange for them. So they didn't hold hands often. Even when they were alone, they usually just walked shoulder to shoulder. Rosvisser's hand had felt cool at first, but after a while, with the warmth passed between their palms, her hand soon grew warm. Leon, remembering something, asked, "Does your cold hands and feet thing have to do with losing the heart skill?" Rosvisser blinked in surprise, lowering her eyes before nodding slightly. Leon opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Rosvisser thought about making a joke, saying something like, It's no big deal. We have heating pads at home, and worst case, I can always summon a bit of dragon flame to warm myself up, Tilda. But just as she was about to speak, she felt Leon tighten his grip on her hand, as though trying to lock in more warmth for her. "What are you doing?" she whispered. "Until you get that damn scale back, I'll just have to take extra care of you." "Tusk." Rosvisser smiled, her pale cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Well then, do as you like," she said, gently swaying their linked hands. "But what if I never get my heart scale back? What will you do?" "I'll just chop off my hand and tie it to your wrist." I was hoping for a slightly more romantic answer. Well, no need to push further. After all, there was no alcohol or outside danger involved. Getting Leon Cosmod to say something like, "I'll take care of you," was already a big step forward. Rosvisser knew her husband well, and she was satisfied with that. The couple continued their walk through the forest. After about half an hour, they arrived at the border of the Silver Dragon territory. Beyond this point, it was no longer their land. Leon stood near the boundary, glancing around. "Are you looking for something?" Rosvisser asked. "My military medal." Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. "What military medal?" "Constantine's head." Just as criminals often return to the scene of their crime, General Leon liked to revisit the site of his victories, admiring his trophies. "Oh, you mean that?" Rosvisser said. "When the Empire and the other dragon clans attacked a few months ago, they took Constantine's head." Leon frowned. What use could they possibly have for a dead dragon's head? Rosvisser shrugged. "Dragons don't have a habit of collecting heads. I'm guessing the Empire took it back to use as some kind of propaganda tool for recruiting the dragon slayers." Leon chuckled and nudged her with his shoulder. "You've got quite the imagination, but you might be right. The Empire is definitely capable of pulling a stunt like that." Rosvisser smirked. "So, what made you decide to join the dragon slayers back then?" The couple sat down on a large boulder at the edge of the forest. "It was my master," Leon explained. "He was a retired dragon slayer himself. After adopting me, he raised me with the mindset of a dragon slayer. When I came of age, he sent me to the Dragon Slayer Academy. Once I graduated, I joined the army." Rosvisser's eyes softened as she asked, "And if your master hadn't sent you to join the Dragon Slayers, what do you think you would have done?" Leon leaned back on the boulder, one hand propping him up while the other still held Rosvisser's. He tilted his head to look at the sky. A few birds flapped their wings overhead, and the wind rustled the leaves, making a soft, soothing sound. "I probably would have saved up some money, then moved to a remote countryside," Leon mused. "I'd open a ranch, raise some cows and sheep. Oh, and donkeys. I'd definitely have to have a donkey or two. Then, I'd marry a woman who's not too pretty, but not ugly either. Have a sweet little daughter. And then I'd just wait for time to slowly take me away. I think that would have been the life I wanted." When Leon had woken up from his 2-year coma, he had dreamed of such a life. The idea had always been tucked away deep in his heart, a quiet fantasy he had never shared with anyone. It wasn't a shameful secret, but it did seem a bit far-fetched. Born in the wrong era, trapped in a time of war, how could someone as skilled as Leon ever live such a peaceful life? Rosvisser propped her chin in one hand, using her other to trace slow circles on the back of Leon's hand with her finger. After a moment, she said, "Once the next Silver Dragon King is crowned, we can live that life." Leon blinked. "What?" "We'll move to the countryside, open a ranch, raise some cows, sheep, and donkeys, and live there with our daughters." She paused before adding with a smirk, "Though I'm afraid the not too pretty, not too ugly, wife part won't come true." Leon turned to look at Rosvisser's perfectly chiseled profile, grinning as he picked up where she left off. "Because the woman playing my wife is far too beautiful." "You flatterer." "You're the one who led me into saying that. How does that make me a flatterer?" "I don't care, you're a flatterer, always saying sweet things to get on my good side. Who knows what tricks you've got up your sleeve?" Rosvisser teased with a mischievous smile. "Yeah, you're right. I'm definitely planning a coup to steal the throne from you." After a bit more playful banter, Leon changed the subject. "Speaking of my master, you've seen him and Rebecca recently, haven't you?" Rosvisser nodded. "Yes, After learning about the space rift, they've been looking for ways to bring you back from the Empire. She paused before adding, we were supposed to meet up again in 3 months, so we've got about 20 days left. Just in time. You'll come with me to see him and put his mind at ease. All right. Leon agreed, though his expression seemed a bit distracted. Rosvisser blinked her pretty eyes, leaning closer. What's on your mind? Do you remember what I told you yesterday about how, in the future, our daughters were trained by Claudia Poseidon of the Sea Dragon clan in our absence? Yes, but the Silver Dragon clan has never had any formal relations with the Sea Dragon clan. It doesn't make sense that Claudia would take care of them, let alone train them. Right, and it turns out that the book my master gave me, 9 Gates of Hell *, was written by Claudia. She also taught that technique to Aurora. Leon narrowed his eyes. As wild as it sounds, do you think my master might have some connection to the Sea Dragon clan? Rosvisser considered this. It's not impossible, but relations between 2 dragon clans would have to be handled very carefully, or it could cause unnecessary tension. We'll have to wait and ask your master when we meet him in 20 days. Leon nodded. It's strange, I only recently found out my master was a powerful dragon slayer. And now he might have ties to the Sea Dragon clan. What else is that old man hiding from me? Rosvisser chuckled softly, tilting her head to rest it gently on Leon's shoulder. Even elders may have their reasons for not being completely honest. Are you using my master to justify your own secrets? Looks like you caught me. Leon laughed, letting Rosvisser lean into him as the breeze rustled through the trees, and sunlight bathed their shoulders in a warm, peaceful glow. (292). Vol 2ch, 98. Moon lay sprawled across her bed, her little tail hanging lazily over the edge, swinging back and forth. Her droopy hair matched her mood, slumped down over her head without any bounce. Second sister, stop moping. Dad and Mom are back, Aurora called from the balcony. At the sound of that, Moon immediately perked up. She bounced off the bed, her short legs propelling her quickly toward the balcony. But when she looked over the railing and saw her parents walking hand in hand, completely wrapped up in each other, her excitement quickly faded. There's no way they'll have time to play with me like this. Seriously, do Dad and Mom not love me anymore? She pouted. Noah, the eldest, walked over and patted Moon's head. Don't say that. It's been a while since they've seen each other. Let them spend some time together. Moon's hair wiggled, as if in thought, and then suddenly shot upright. Oh, big sister, remember that kissing operation we came up with at the beach to make Mom and Dad kiss? Noah paused, thinking back. Indeed, during their beach trip, the 2 sisters had come up with a plan to get their parents to kiss, thinking that it would make their mother pregnant. They staged a little drama by pretending their mom needed CPR, resulting in a hilarious and chaotic scene. Although they both ended up getting a playful scolding from their dad, it had been fun. I remember, what about it? But it's been so long and Mom's tummy is still flat, Moon said, tilting her head. There's no sign of a baby. She remembered how, when their mom was pregnant with Aurora, her belly had gradually grown. So, you're still hoping for another baby sister? Noah asked. Moon eagerly nodded. Yep. Aurora, standing between her 2 older sisters, looked up at Noah and Moon, then asked with an innocent expression. What, second sister, are you bored of me already, even though I'm only a year old? Moon immediately pulled Aurora into a tight hug. Of course not, Aurora Tilde, you're my favorite. Then why do you want another baby sister? The more the merrier, you know, Moon said, rubbing her cheek against Aurora's soft face like she was cuddling a cute kitten. Aurora allowed herself to be squished for a moment, then looked over at Noah. So, big sister, are you guys going to do another kissing operation to make them kiss and have another sibling? Noah stroked her chin, seriously considering the idea. Well, Dad's been pretty exhausted lately, and he hasn't been teaching me any new magic. Since there's not much else to do, we might as well restart the operation. Aurora blinked her big eyes and asked, So you two think that if you make Dad and Mom kiss, they'll give us another baby brother or sister, right? You're so smart, Aurora, Moon said, praising her. Aurora smirked but didn't answer. Who told these two that kissing leads to babies? She thought. Creating life is definitely a more complicated process. Even though she didn't fully understand what that more complex process entailed, she was sure it wasn't as simple as just kissing. But Aurora glanced between her two older sisters. Noah was acting like she was just going along with it for fun, while Moon was bubbling with excitement at the thought of another sibling. Neither of them seemed to realize that their plan wouldn't actually make their mom pregnant. Well then, Aurora's lips curled into a mischievous smile. In that case, I'll just pretend I don't know either. After all, getting mom and dad to kiss sounded way more fun than giving them a biology lesson. Little light, what are you smiling about? Moon suddenly asked. Oh, I just remembered something happy, Aurora replied. What's that? That we're about to get a new sibling. Moon squealed and hugged Aurora again, rubbing her cheek against her little sister's face. You really do want a new sibling, huh? Yeah, sure, Aurora said, already eager for the game to start. So, when do we begin? Do we have a plan? Back during the beach trip, Aurora had been too young to actively participate in their kissing operation, but now she was all in. Her mischievous soul was practically dancing at the thought of seeing the plan unfold. We don't really have a plan yet, Moon admitted, sounding a bit deflated. But Noah, standing nearby, spoke up calmly. Actually, I've got a plan, but I'll need your help. Really, big sister? That's great. Moon's mood instantly flipped back to excitement. Aurora tried to keep her grin in check. I'm happy to help, big sister. After dinner, Moon dragged Leon to the sanctuary's back garden. Leon noticed that Rosvisser had also been brought out by Noah. The couple had originally planned to spend their evening doing their own things. Rosvisser was going to check in with Anna and the others about the progress of summoning back their clan members, while Leon had been planning to brew a potion to help Rosvisser's injuries heal faster. But before they could even get started, their daughters had pulled them into the garden, claiming they wanted to play a family game. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged glances, and with a silent agreement, they decided to go along with it. It was rare for their daughters to be so enthusiastic, and neither of them was in a rush to get back to their tasks. The five of them sat cross-legged on the grass. Noah pulled out a box of chocolate sticks from her pocket. She took one out and began explaining the rules of the game. The rules are simple. Each person holds one end of the chocolate stick in their mouth, like this, she said, demonstrating by biting down on one end of the chocolate stick. Then she turned to Moon, speaking around the stick in her mouth. You pass it to the person next to you, and they bite the other end. This will cause the chocolate stick to break in the middle. After Moon passes it, she'll give it to the person on her left, and so on. The game continues until someone can't break the stick, and they'll be the loser. As for the punishment, the loser has to choose between telling a truth or doing a dare. Any questions, Mom and Dad? Leon and Rosvisser both shook their heads, agreeing to the game. Great, let's get started. Noah replaced the chocolate stick and passed it to Moon. Moon bit the other end, breaking the stick in half, then turned to pass it to Aurora. Aurora was no fool. If everyone kept breaking the chocolate stick right in the middle, there'd be no way to control how short it was by the time it got to their parents. And Aurora was determined to make sure that by the time the chocolate stick reached her mom and dad, it would be short enough to force them into a kiss. With quick thinking, Aurora took a smaller bite, snapping off only a tiny piece. Neither Leon nor Rosvisser paid much attention to her little trick. It was just a family game, after all. Getting too serious about the rules would only ruin the fun. Aurora, with a devious grin, held out the now significantly shorter chocolate stick to Rosvisser. Mom, it's your turn, she said, the chocolate wobbling slightly as she spoke. Rosvisser quickly caught on to Aurora's plan, at least the part where Aurora was trying to ensure that she or Leon would be the loser. Clever little girl, Rosvisser thought with a smile. She leaned forward, and her warm breath brushed over Aurora's face. The sweet scent of her mother's presence made Aurora's cheeks flush slightly. It smelled so nice. When Rosvisser leaned in close, Aurora instinctively tilted forward as well. But instead of taking the chocolate stick, Rosvisser planted a soft kiss on Aurora's cheek, whispering, "Little rascal." Aurora's face turned bright red, and her tail twitched upward in surprise. "Just take the stick, Mom." "Oh wow, Mother Dragon asterisk," Leon thought as he watched. "You're not only skilled at teasing your husband, but now you're doing it with the kids too. Maybe I should let you handle them while I take over running the Silver Dragon clan." Rosvisser laughed softly, then took the chocolate stick from Aurora and turned toward Leon. Leon glanced at the chocolate stick between her lips, which was now so short that only a tiny piece was visible. In order to grab it, he'd have no choice but to kiss her. Leon hesitated. Meanwhile, Moon clenched her little fists in excitement, her eyes glued to the scene in front of her. "Kiss, kiss, kiss, bring on baby number 4, she whispered excitedly. Rosvisser, sensing the challenge, looked at Leon with a smug, playful expression. She loved every chance she got to challenge Leon. As the strongest dragon slayer, for Leon to lose to her, even in something as simple as a chocolate stick game, was immensely satisfying. If breaking a chocolate stick could lead to her victory, she would make it happen. After all, the queen's bite is unbreakable. (293) Vol 2ch, 99. Leon stared at the tiny nub of chocolate sticking out from between Rosvisser's lips, barely the size of a soybean, and couldn't help but swallow nervously. It was so short that there was no way to avoid kissing her if he leaned in. While kissing Rosvisser or holding hands when they were alone wasn't an issue, doing it in front of their daughters was an entirely different matter. Leon's face would turn beet red if they kissed in front of the kids. But that smug look on Rosvisser's face told him she didn't mind at all. In fact, she seemed to be relishing in Leon's awkward hesitation. If he didn't give up, he'd have to kiss her. If he admitted defeat, he'd lose to Rosvisser in the game. No matter how it played out, the queen would win, which was why she was so pleased. Leon saw through her little scheme, and after a moment of hesitation, he sighed and said, "I forfeit." Better to admit defeat than to kiss her in front of the girls. He wasn't about to give them the idea that he was madly in love with their mother. Come on, Dad, you gave up." Moon pouted, her little tail swishing in frustration. Even Noah seemed surprised that the usually invincible Leon would admit defeat so easily. Was kissing their mom in front of them really harder than defeating 6 dragon kings in a 10-second battle? Luckily, Noah had a backup plan. "Well, since you forfeited, Dad, you have to choose between a truth or a dare as your punishment," Noah said. Leon, ever the good sport, replied, "I'll go with truth." Sitting calmly on the grass, Rosvisser rested her chin in her hand, watching the interaction between her husband and their daughters. She didn't really care whether Leon picked truth or dare. She'd left the decision in their daughters' capable hands. Besides, she knew she could always tease some secrets out of him later, like in the middle of the night when they were alone. I'll ask. Moon immediately raised her hand, bouncing with excitement. "Dad, when you and Mom." "Hold on, second sister." Aurora quickly clamped her hand over Moon's mouth before she could finish. Moon blinked her big eyes. "MMMF." Aurora turned her mischievous gaze on Leon. "Dad, how can a brave man like you, who fears nothing, choose the easy route of truth? If it were me, I'd choose dare. But I guess I'm just a kid and don't understand your deep thinking." Leon's eye twitched slightly. Was his youngest really trying to challenge him with a reverse psychology trick? Did she really think he wouldn't pick up on her meaning? He smirked internally. "Nice try, kiddo, but your little trick won't work on me." "Oh, sweetheart, I just chose truth because I wanted to get through the punishment quickly so we could move on to the next round," Leon explained. Aurora raised an eyebrow. "Really, Dad, that's the reason? I guess I was wrong to think you were scared of a little dare. Silly me." Noah, playing along, added, "Yeah, I thought he was just afraid of taking the dare. I mean, who knew our dad was so focused on efficiency? I'm so moved I could cry." Moon, meanwhile, looked around confused. "What are you guys talking about? Why does this feel weird?" At this point, Leon was starting to squirm, feeling like he was being cornered. "Come on, you can't really think I'm afraid of." "Oh, I think you're afraid," Rosvisser chimed in with a smirk, delivering the final blow. Leon shot her a glare. Rossvisser. I'm not afraid. Who said I'm afraid? A dare? Fine, I'll take it. Leon puffed up his chest, trying to salvage his pride. Rossvisser discreetly flashed a victory sign to the girls, who nodded back in silent triumph. Clearly, the dare tactic was always going to be the most effective way to trap their dad. Leon, having fallen for the bait, boldly asked, "What's the dare? Bring it on." "Dad, you don't need to be so nervous. It's really simple, Tilda," Noah said, her tone calm and collected. "Just kiss Mom." It was like a thunderclap. Leon froze. Seriously, am I really doomed to this fate no matter what I do? If he hadn't forfeited, he'd have had to kiss her. If he did forfeit, the dare still made him kiss her. Why is she so obsessed with me kissing her in front of the kids? Meanwhile, Rossvisser remained calm as ever, though a slight blush crept across her cheeks. She wasn't particularly opposed to some public displays of affection, especially if it helped maintain the family's happy image. The only one making a big deal out of it was Leon, who still got flustered even though they'd been together for ages. If not for the girls' clever setup, he probably wouldn't have the guts to kiss her in front of them. Can we switch it to something else?" Leon tried to plead. Aurora shook her head. "Nope, Dad, are you really too scared to do it?" Before Leon could respond, Noah chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "The man I admire doesn't even have the courage to kiss his own wife. How disappointing." "I can," Leon burst out. "I'm not scared at all." Suddenly, Leon was struck by the realization that his daughters had entered a strange, rebellious phase, something he mentally dubbed the little dragoness phase. Especially now that Aurora had joined her two older sisters, their antics were becoming more and more daring. Maybe he needed to rethink the whole third child idea. What if the next one ended up being even more of a troublemaker than Aurora? This house was chaotic enough as it was. "Hurry, Dad," Moon clapped her hands chanting, "Kiss Mom, kiss Mom." Leon's face was beet red as he glanced at Rossvisser, who was watching him with an amused smile. "I'm telling you, your dad is easily embarrassed," she teased. "Even when we're alone, he gets shy just holding my hand." "Lies, that's a total lie. I'm super brave." Leon quickly defended himself. So why are you hesitating when our daughters just want to see you kiss me?" Rossvisser asked, her smile growing wider. Her expression clearly said, "I'm teasing you, and you can't do anything about it." Great, Leon thought bitterly. "I've got 3 mischievous little dragons, and their queen pulling the strings." "I'm not hesitating. I was just worried you'd be upset," he muttered. "Why would I be upset? Go ahead, kiss me." Rossvisser leaned in slightly, closing her eyes. "Come on, Dad, we even covered Aurora's eyes for you," Moon called out. "Aurora." Moon had her hands over Aurora's eyes, though she was peeking through her fingers to make sure she didn't miss anything. Leon sighed, took a deep breath, and then placed his hands on Rossvisser's shoulders. Her face was as beautiful as ever, and seeing it up close, his blush deepened even more. "Why am I hesitating?" he scolded himself. "It's just a kiss, and we've done this a million times." He slowly leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. Rossvisser tilted her head slightly, brushing her lips against his in a gentle, familiar motion. It wasn't a deep kiss, just a soft, tender one appropriate for the moment. "Okay, done. Are you satisfied now?" Leon asked, pulling away with a sigh of relief. Moon was bouncing with excitement. "Satisfied, satisfied. We're going to have a new baby sister soon, I just know it." Aurora glanced at her overly excited second sister, wondering if she should break the news that kissing wasn't actually how babies were made. After a moment of thought, she decided against it. Telling Moon would only make her sad. But if she didn't tell her, Moon would stay happy, eagerly anticipating a new sibling. Their parents would be happier too, able to be affectionate without sneaking around. And Aurora herself would get to enjoy all the mischief along the way. So in the end, keeping quiet would make everyone happy. Yes, Aurora grinned to herself. "I am the Silver Dragon, clan's true goddess of mischief." (294) Vol 2ch, 100. With the successful completion of Operation Kiss 2, the only thing left for the Dragon Sisters to do was wait for their mother's belly to start growing. It was a long process, but the little dragon girls weren't in a rush. They knew these things took time. For the next few days, Noah and Moon didn't come up with any new schemes, and with nothing exciting happening, Aurora found herself a little bored. As someone born with the soul of mischief, Aurora found it unbearable to go too long without some fun. She even considered sneaking up on her dad and throwing a classic uppercut his way, just to shake things up. But her eldest sister, Noah, had warned her that their father was still in a weakened state, and it would be best to wait until he was feeling better. With no choice but to wait, Aurora sighed and dropped her plan. That morning, Aurora wandered aimlessly around the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, looking for something to do. When she entered the main hall, she saw her mother, Rosvisser, discussing something with a few maids in front of the throne. Curious, Aurora blinked her bright eyes and walked over to join them. "We need to expand the throne a bit," Rosvisser was saying. "Right now, there's barely enough room for 2 people to sit comfortably, and if I want to lean back and relax, it's too cramped." Anna, one of the maids, nodded. "Understood, Your Majesty. I'll contact the craftsmen immediately and have them redesign the throne." Rosvisser nodded. "Good, and make sure it's done quickly." Anna hesitated. "Quickly, Your Majesty, is there some urgency?" The Queen's face turned bright red as she quickly averted her eyes. "No urgency. I just thought it would be a nice surprise for the clan members when they return to see the sanctuary fully rebuilt." Anna seemed to understand. "Ah, I see. Of course, Your Majesty. I'll take care of it right away." "Good, get to it." Anna bowed respectfully and left the hall. Rosvisser let out a quiet sigh of relief, but then she felt a slight tug on her skirt. Looking down, she saw her little Aurora staring up at her with curious eyes. A warm smile spread across the Queen's face as she bent down to pick her daughter up. "What is it, sweetie? Do you need something from Mommy?" Rosvisser asked, holding her daughter close. "Mommy, are you remodeling the throne?" Aurora asked. "Yes, that's right. It's been a long time since we updated it, so I thought now would be a good time." As she spoke, Rosvisser settled onto the throne with Aurora in her lap, gently bouncing her daughter as they both looked out at the vast, empty hall. Aurora's expression turned thoughtful, and after a moment she asked, "Mommy, don't you think our Silver Dragon clan is a bit small compared to the other clans?" Rosvisser's silver eyes flickered slightly, her heart skipping a beat. Even little Aurora had noticed. It was true, the constant wars had drastically reduced the population of the Silver Dragon clan. Dragonkind, in general, followed a philosophy of quality over quantity, nurturing fewer but more powerful warriors. But when war broke out more often than their population could sustain, it became difficult for the dragons to recover as quickly as other races. In the worst-case scenarios, dragon kings would sometimes be forced to disband their clans, scattering their people to ensure the survival of their species. If Leon hadn't returned in time, Rosvisser feared she might have had to issue such a disbandment order, and even if she had tried to call them back, there wouldn't have been many left to answer. Aurora had unwittingly reminded Rosvisser of the gravity of the situation. As the queen of the Silver Dragons, it was her responsibility to address their dwindling numbers. "Yes, there aren't many of us left, but don't worry. Mommy will take care of it," Rosvisser said, stroking Aurora's hair. "How are you going to do that, Mommy?" Aurora asked, tilting her head. Rosvisser hesitated. It wasn't an easy problem to solve. Dragons could reproduce asexually through a method called cocoon birth, which didn't require a partner or months of pregnancy. However, the downside was that creating a dragon cocoon drained the dragon's energy, leaving them in a severely weakened state, something that could prove dangerous if enemies took advantage of their vulnerability. The Silver Dragons were still recovering from the recent wars, and with Leon currently in a depleted state, it would be risky for Rosvisser to put herself in such a weakened position. If any enemies caught wind of it. "It's a bit complicated, sweetie, but if you're interested in learning about how a clan develops, I'll teach you when you're older." "Does that sound good?" Rosvisser offered. Aurora's eyes lit up. "Yes, thank you, Mommy." Smiling, Rosvisser kissed her daughter's nose before setting her down. "Now go play with your sisters, okay? Mommy has some work to finish." "Okay, Mommy," Aurora chirped and ran off. After she was gone, Rosvisser leaned back on the throne, her gaze drifting across the vast, empty hall. Her beautiful face was tinged with worry. How can I boost the population quickly? She thought to herself, absent-mindedly brushing her hand over her stomach. Suddenly, she sat bolt upright, a mischievous smile slowly spreading across her face. "I've got it," she whispered to herself. A few days later, in the evening, Rosvisser approached Leon with a serious look on her face, claiming she had something important to discuss. Leon was sitting in her study, flipping through ancient books. "What's going on? You're being awfully secretive." "My Silver Dragon clan needs to expand its population," Rosvisser said, getting straight to the point. Leon paused, setting his book down and looking at her. "So what? You want me to take down a few dragon kings for you or something? If you need me to help with population growth strategies, I'm afraid that's out of my league." "Who says you can't help?" Rosvisser said confidently. "And how exactly am I supposed to help you?" Leon asked. "I don't know the first thing about managing a clan. Wait, expanding the population." Leon's mind raced as he thought over her words. "Wait a second, she's not suggesting." "You're not talking about having a third child, are you?" Leon asked cautiously. Rosvisser blinked in surprise, but instead of answering, she turned the question back on him. "Why? Do you want another one?" "What? No way. I've already had 3 kids with you, and that's more than enough. There's no way I'm having a third," Leon declared firmly. His voice rang out with finality as he made his position clear. "I, Leon, would rather die than have another child with you." Rosvisser smirked, crossing her arms and tilting her head slightly. "You say that, but it's not really your decision to make, is it? It's mine." Leon blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" "The power to prevent pregnancy lies with me, not you," Rosvisser said, casually admiring her fingers in the study's soft lighting. "Which means whether I get pregnant or not depends on whether I choose to use the blocking spell after we, you know." Leon's mind whirred as he remembered how Aurora had been conceived. Rosvisser hadn't used the spell after their encounter during the blood seduction incident, which led to her getting pregnant with Aurora. So technically, she wasn't wrong. The choice was hers. "Okay, fine, but that doesn't mean you can control me. I'm not some puppet that dances to your tune," Leon shot back. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow, her smile turning mischievous. "Oh, so you're saying you'll never touch me again? Is that it?" "You're telling me you won't ever let me ignite your dragon marks again." "You're saying you don't want to kiss my ankles and knees anymore." "Enough." "And what about the bunny outfit? You're saying you don't want to see me in that ever again." Leon slammed his hand on the desk. "All right, Melkevi, you don't need to threaten me with our private moments. I'm not the type to sell my soul for a little physical pleasure." Rosvisser laughed softly as she walked toward him, slipping off her shoes to reveal her pale, delicate feet. Her bare skin glided across the wooden floor silently as she approached. She stopped in front of him, leaning over with a playful glint in her eyes. "You're really not that type of man." "I am that type of man." Leon quickly gave in, unable to resist the allure of the woman standing before him. After all, who could refuse the sight of Rosvisser in a bunny outfit? Rosvisser smiled, gently pinching his cheek. "Okay, enough teasing." Leon straightened up, sensing that she had something serious to discuss. "So, how can I help with increasing the Silver Dragon population?" "Promotion." "Promotion." Rosvisser patted Leon's shoulder with a grin. "Yes, Casmode, you and I together are the best promotion there is." TL note, please don't skimp on the stars for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. 295. Vol 2ch, 101. A few days later, at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, nearly all the tribe members had been summoned back. Rosvisser stood at the podium, delivering a passionate speech about their recent victory. The crowd below was stirred with excitement. Though she wasn't fond of public appearances, as a queen, she excelled at rallying her people and stirring their emotions. Leon stood among the crowd, listening quietly. Surrounding him, the Silver Dragon tribe members all tried to edge closer to their prince. Hey, you're pushing me. I was here first, you're the one pushing. What do you mean you were here first? Prince, wasn't I standing here first? Prince, it was me, I even greeted you just now. Leon gave a helpless smile. Everyone, calm down, calm down. Let's all listen to Her Majesty's speech properly. Inner thoughts, asterisk, if you don't start listening to my wife's speech seriously, I'll string up you second-class knights and give you all a good beating. After Leon's half-hearted attempt to calm the nearby Silver Dragon members, they quieted down and focused on Rosvisser's speech. After summarizing their victory, Rosvisser didn't try to offer empty promises to the tribe. She was a leader who dealt in practical matters, and this time, the situation truly required the cooperation of the entire Silver Dragon tribe. Take a look at your fellow tribe members beside you. Have any of you noticed something? Rosvisser asked. The tribe members glanced around, but no one spoke up. There was an unspoken rule during a leader's speech. While a leader might pose a question, it was rarely meant to be answered directly. It was more of a rhetorical device, meant to naturally lead into the next part of the speech. If the leader wanted an actual response, it would have been arranged ahead of time. Rosvisser scanned the faces of her people and continued. Perhaps you've already realized, compared to a few years ago, there are far fewer of us now. Relentless wars have drastically reduced the Silver Dragon population. If we continue like this without making any changes, the next time war comes, we might not even be able to preserve our last flame. Rosvisser didn't hold back, directly addressing the crisis her people were facing. As she expected, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Her Majesty is right, if we want to defend our home, we need enough numbers. But given the reproductive nature of our race, it's impossible for us to recover our population quickly. Should we ask Princess Yisha for reinforcements? Princess Yisha's situation is the same as ours. They just ended a war as well and are still recovering. Asking for soldiers, I doubt she can help. Then, what about using chrysalis birth? If we use the chrysalis method, the mother becomes extremely weak after producing a dragon cocoon. If enemies invade during that time, we'd be in trouble. So, large-scale chrysalis births aren't a viable solution either. This is quite the headache. Rosvisser listened to their discussions quietly. After a moment, she raised her hand slowly. The crowd immediately fell silent. I've considered all of your points. Indeed, each option has its drawbacks. While we nurture the next generation of silver dragons, we also need to guard against opportunistic enemies. Finding a perfect solution isn't easy. But everyone, while we're racking our brains, trying to solve this with traditional dragon thinking, have we perhaps overlooked something right in front of us? Rosvisser smiled, giving them a little tease. Something right in front of us, what is it? I don't know, Prince, do you know? Leon smirked to himself, thinking, your thinking is why you're becoming an endangered species. But he couldn't entirely blame these second-class knights. After all, Rosvisser had just said they needed to think outside the traditional dragon mindset. And once they did, the answer would be obvious. What Rosvisser was referring to was, how long are you planning to stay low in the crowd, my dear? Rosvisser tilted her head slightly from the podium, strands of hair falling gracefully as she smiled, showing a rare gentle side in front of the tribe. That sweet, my dear, completely ignited the gossiping souls of all the dragons present. Wait, am I hearing this wrong? Did Her Majesty just call the prince my dear? What? Whoa, this is a public setting, how can they be so improper, but give me more, I love it. I figured at most she'd call him husband, since they've been married for 3 years now, but my dear, wow, I'm at a loss for words, folks. Everyone, clear the way, let the professionals handle the gossip. And with that declaration, Shirley and Milan raised 2 flags in the middle of the crowd. Shirley's flag bore a simple, clear slogan. Restore the glory of the silver dragons, it's our duty. As for Milan's flag, it had a more cryptic message to the dragons. Life continues because of love. Dreams are illuminated by children. What does that mean? I recognize every word, but I have no idea what they mean together. Oh look, the prince is going up on stage. One reminder was all it took to to redirect everyone's attention back to the podium. Leon stood beside Rosvisser, lowering his voice. I told you, Empire slogans about having more kids don't really resonate with dragons. That's fine, I'll just explain it to them, Rosvisser responded, shrugging. Leon shook his head, but said no more. Now, I'm sure everyone is familiar with the man standing beside me, Rosvisser began, wrapping her arm around Leon's. 3 years ago, we met, fell in love, and built the family we have today. In these 3 years, we've been blessed with 3 lovely daughters. I wonder what you all think of them. Shirley cheered from below. Lady Noah is the best. Immediately, others joined in. Lady Moon is the cutest little dragon, no debate. In that case, I'll claim Lady Aurora. Sorry, everyone. See, this was the part of the speech that had been planned beforehand, and it worked like a charm. It seems you all adore our little princesses, Rosvisser continued. And as you know, since I've become Leon's wife, all our children have been born through live birth. In the past, chrysalis births were the norm among the dragon race. Compared to live birth, chrysalis-born dragonlings are thought to inherit more of their mother's power. And since chrysalis birth doesn't require a partner, there's no risk of betrayal from one's mate. The dragon race deeply valued pure love. But that didn't mean there weren't exceptions, dragons who turned their backs on their partners. Although rare, for those who placed so much importance on pure love, such betrayals left wounds that were difficult to heal. This was another reason many dragons preferred chrysalis births. The Silver Dragon tribe listened attentively to their queen, waiting for her to continue. I'm not here to insist that you all fall in love with someone, for love is free. It transcends age, status. Rosvisser glanced at the man beside her and whispered so only he could hear, and race. Leon blinked in surprise, then a subtle smile crept onto his face. He tightened his grip on her hand. But trust is the hardest thing to transcend. True, I can't promise the one you love will return your affections. This fear of betrayal has caused many of us to close our hearts. Before I met Leon, I was the same. I even wondered if I had lost the ability to love. But then I met this man who changed my life. Leon took a deep breath. In a sense, yes, he certainly had changed Rosvisser's life. I didn't understand what love truly meant. Some say love is at first sight. Others say love is in the small moments, day by day. But my husband has shown me what real love is. Leon quietly turned his gaze toward the beautiful silver-haired woman beside him. Her speech was no longer as fiery or impassioned as before. Instead, she spoke softly, her silver eyes trembling slightly, as if recounting a beautiful fairy tale. Love is understanding someone's flaws and still choosing to stay by their side. Love is knowing the world might end tomorrow, but choosing to spend today with him without any regrets. Love is the opportunity to witness the most beautiful side of this world. And so, what I want to say is, I've never believed Leon would betray me. Because from the moment we fell in love, we had eyes only for each other. (296) Vol 2ch, 102. Late in the evening, Leon leaned against the balcony railing, gazing out at the temple's backyard. Thanks to Queen Rosvisser's passionate and heartfelt, and slightly manipulative speech earlier, the Silver Dragon's interest in having children had reached unprecedented heights. Now, they were throwing a party in the courtyard. Of course, there wasn't a direct cause-and-effect relationship between wanting children and holding a party. That would be a bit too literal for the Silver Dragons. They were simply celebrating the fact that their tribe had weathered the latest crisis and, under their queen's leadership, were now on their way to a brighter future. Leon's eyes fell on the silver-haired beauty in the crowd. She stood out, radiant, the firelight illuminating her delicate face as she laughed, linking arms with the maids and dancing around the bonfire in a traditional dragon dance. Her plan had been progressing smoothly, and she had already achieved initial success. Most of the tribe members were slowly becoming brave enough to open themselves up to the idea of falling in love with someone. A few days ago, when Rosvisser had first mentioned this idea to Leon, he had asked her whether it was for the tribe's revival or if it was something she truly believed in. Rosvisser had thought about it and answered that it was both. In the past, she would never have allowed her emotions to influence her decisions. But after spending so much time with Leon, Rossvisser had started to change quietly. She was willing to embrace new ideas and put them into practice through her commands. She was also willing to use her own relationship with Leon as an example to help the tribe better understand what true love looked like. Even after 50 years as queen, she was still evolving. One of the things Leon admired most about her was her relentless curiosity and determination. They were quite alike in that way. Beyond just their physical attraction, they shared a deep appreciation for each other's admirable qualities. Leon exhaled slowly, turning his gaze to the night sky. He wasn't much of a drinker, so he hadn't joined the Silver Dragon's bonfire party. Besides, Rossvisser's speech earlier had been so emotionally stirring that whenever Leon thought about it now, his toes curled in second-hand embarrassment. And what was all over the courtyard? Pieces of Leon's metaphorical goosebumps. He winced, thinking back to the overly sentimental scene, narrowing his eyes at the dancing female dragon, muttering under his breath. Was all that really necessary? So cheesy. Shaking his head to rid himself of the awkward memory, Leon left the bedroom and made his way to the sisters' room where Noah and her siblings were staying. It was late, and the children were already fast asleep. Leon stood at the door for a moment, just looking in without disturbing them, then quietly left. Next, he headed to the temple's grand hall. Rossvisser's new throne had been completed, and before the bonfire party started, she had told Leon to wait for her there. It had all been very mysterious. He had no idea what she was planning. His eyes fell on the new throne at the top of the stairs, and he mused to himself, is she going to show off her new workplace? At best, it was the Queen's throne. At worst, it was the Queen's office cubicle. Either way, it worked. Leon hesitated for a moment before walking up the stairs to the throne. Wow, it's a lot bigger than before. You could fit 2 people on this, he said as he carefully sat down. The moment his backside touched the cushion. Leon closed his eyes, savoring the way the soft seat perfectly cradled his body. In that moment, he had an epiphany. No wonder they rebuilt it. This isn't a throne anymore. It's a VIP luxury recliner. Rossvisser, you've grown soft. How could a workaholic like her allow such a comfortable seat? I suggest moving this to my bedroom. You can just get a little stool for yourself. Leon shifted into various positions on the throne. Lying horizontally, vertically, legs in the air, flipping over like a fish, hanging upside down, standing on one leg. This is amazing. Leon, who had seen much in his life, couldn't help but praise it. This throne supported so many different ways to rest. Rossvisser had really put a lot of thought into it. But after enjoying himself for a while, Leon began to wonder. Something's off. With her personality, she wouldn't just rebuild a throne for no reason. She's not one to indulge in consumerism. He stroked the armrests of the throne, confused about why she'd gone out of her way to reconstruct it. And even though it was still called a throne, what kind of Dragon King's throne was this spacious? It was so spacious, Leon could practice his military drills on it. I guess I'll ask her when she gets back. If it's just an excuse for extravagance, I'll have to teach her a lesson. Leon waited on the throne, time slipping by. The bonfire in the courtyard burned low, and the sounds of the party slowly faded. Leon was starting to feel drowsy. In a daze, he heard the sharp click of heels approaching from behind the throne. He didn't need to turn around. The rhythm of the footsteps told him exactly who it was. Little Lion Tilda, my little Lion Tilda, are you here? She was humming some random tune, her words slurred. She must have drunk too much. Leon kept his gaze forward, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He had no intention of greeting her. Out drinking so late, and she still remembers this is home. It wasn't until the faint scent of wine reached his nose that Leon finally looked up at her. Rossvisser's cheeks were flushed, her gaze unfocused, her face glowing with a slightly silly smile, and she was holding half a bottle of wine in her hand. Good morning, she greeted him. How much did you drink? Rossvisser thought for a moment, trying to remember. She raised 2 fingers. Just 2 bottles and you're like this. If you can't drink, don't. 2 cases. Eh. Leon raised his thumb in silent acknowledgement. Rossvisser squinted, giggling, and then without any hesitation, she sat down on Leon's lap. She wasn't a delicate, slender woman, she had the healthy curves of a queen. When she sat on Leon's lap, he could clearly feel her weight. You really don't hold back, do you? Leon teased, though his hands instinctively supported her waist to prevent her from losing balance. This is the temple. What if someone sees us? It's fine, no one will see, Rossvisser said. I gave them the night off. Tonight, it's just the 2 of us in the whole hall. Leon sighed. So, what was this all about? Did you just get drunk and forget the way back to the bedroom, so you want me to carry you? Of course not, I remember the way to the bedroom perfectly. Rossvisser proudly puffed out her chest. Leon doubted that. Then tell me, which floor is our bedroom on? 3rd floor. Rossvisser raised 5 fingers. It's on the 4th floor. I meant the 4th floor. Yeah, the 4th floor. She quickly corrected herself, lowering 2 fingers. This is ridiculous. Leon slapped his hand over his face. Great. No saving her now. He pulled her hand down, sitting up straight and bringing his face closer to hers. Put down the bottle. Let's go to bed. No. Why not? You're clearly drunk. It's rare that it's just the 2 of us. Going to bed this early would ruin the mood. Leon snorted. What mood are you talking about? Let's just go to bed. I said no. Rossvisser stubbornly clung to his shoulders, her tail wrapping around his leg. Her breath, warm and tinged with the scent of wine, brushed against Leon's lips. He had to admit, Rossvisser, when slightly tipsy, was even more irresistible than usual. Her face was flushed with a rosy glow, like the aftermath of a night of passion. She was full of allure, and just a glance made Leon's heart itch. Leon couldn't argue with her, so he resigned himself to waiting until she sobered up a bit. She sat on his lap in a relaxed position, her soft chest pressing against his, close enough that their lips were almost touching. Her lips brushed against his, teasingly close but never quite making contact. She knew that if she kissed him now, Leon wouldn't refuse. But she deliberately held back, stoking the fire between them, letting it grow even hotter. How was my speech today? Rossvisser asked. You want the truth. Of course. It was too cheesy, my skin's still crawling from it. How was it cheesy? Didn't you see how much our people approved of us? It shows that our act as a loving couple has really won them over. I'm just using that to push my plan for promoting live births. HMPH, idiot, you don't understand anything. Leon's thoughts stirred as he tightened his hold on her waist. Then he asked, so, all those things you said in your speech, were they from the heart? Rossvisser raised an elegant eyebrow. What do you think? Of course not, she said, leaning down, resting her head on his shoulder as she playfully toyed with his earlobe. It was all just to make them believe in love. I had to make it sound touching. You didn't take it seriously, did you? I did. Are you going to take responsibility? At that, Rossvisser suddenly sat up, a flicker of surprise and delight crossing her tipsy face. She huffed and replied, Then you're in trouble. I'm not taking responsibility. Everything I said was a lie. If you took it seriously, that's your problem, not mine. Is that so, Rossvisser? Leon's hand slid down to the base of her tail, gently stroking it with his fingertips. Rossvisser's body went weak for a moment, though her voice remained stubborn. Of course it is. I don't love you. Not at all. She lay on Leon's chest, her fingers unconsciously tightening around his shirt. Rossvisser bit her lower lip, the alcohol clouding her mind as a sudden wave of frustration surged up inside her. Finally, she grabbed hold of Leon's collar, sitting up abruptly to look him in the eye, and with absolute confidence, she denied everything she had just said. I like you. Everything I said earlier was true. I've fallen in love and it's a disaster. What are you going to do about it? Leon had already figured out that the tipsy dragoness was just being contrary. Given the amount she had drunk, it was only a matter of time before she spoke the truth, so he hadn't been in any hurry. Why are you laughing? She pouted. I'm only saying this because I'm drunk. Tomorrow morning, when I'm sober, I won't admit to anything. Got it, say something. She playfully pushed his shoulder. Leon continued to smile softly. Sitting up straight himself, He kept one hand on her tail while the other gently stroked her smooth, delicate back. Say more, Merquisser. I don't want to. Didn't you say that since you're drunk, nothing you say counts, and tomorrow you won't admit to any of it? So, if that's the case, saying a little more wouldn't hurt, right? Getting a drunk dragoness to talk was as simple as coaxing a child. And Leon was a master at handling children. Sure enough, Rosvisser wavered. She turned her face away, her flushed cheeks burning even brighter as she murmured like a shy child, "What do you want to hear? Say you want to be with me forever." Rosvisser pouted. "No, Tilda, stop pinching my tail, you bad man." She made a half-hearted attempt to push Leon's hand away, but he still held her tail firmly. "Say it, you want to be with me forever." The blush reached the tips of Rosvisser's ears. She bit her lip, wanting to say it but too embarrassed to speak. Forever together, even if she was drunk, saying something like that still made her shy. This damned man, always taking advantage of her when she was vulnerable. I want to be with you, forever." As soon as the words left her mouth, Rosvisser buried her face in Leon's neck as if she were trying to hide from someone. She clenched her toes, even her tail tip curling up, finally understanding the second-hand embarrassment Leon had felt earlier during her speech. It wasn't until she heard Leon's soft laughter that Rosvisser raised her head, lightly tapping his chest with her hand. "Are you satisfied now?" "Very satisfied." "Enjoy it while it lasts, Leon. Tomorrow, I won't admit to any of this." Leon calmly brushed his hand across her flushed cheek, then slowly slid his hand down to her neck, gently guiding her closer. He gazed into her alluring, slightly tipsy silver eyes and whispered softly, "Then let's make tomorrow come a little later, Melkvi." (297) Vol 2ch, 103. In the vast hall of the temple, soft, intoxicating sounds of passion echoed. A bottle of red wine lay tipped over on the steps, its contents spilling out, cascading down the stairs. On the throne, two bodies were entwined in a passionate embrace. Leon now understood why Rosvisser had ordered the throne to be rebuilt so spaciously. Not only was it wide, but it could also accommodate two people and support a variety of intimate positions. She hadn't become complacent. She had become enlightened. "Is this why you had me wait for you here tonight? For this?" Leon teased. Rosvisser's eyes were half closed, her face flushed with a deep blush, wearing a contented smile. She rested her head on the armrest of the throne, her body swaying gently in rhythm, her tail lazily moving behind her. In a soft voice, she replied, "I told you before, we were bound to do this here someday." The alcohol had heightened her sensitivity, making it difficult for her to even complete a sentence. Rosvisser slowly opened her eyes. With her head resting on the armrest, she saw the grand hall of the temple reflected upside down in her gaze. The temple was vast, luxurious, and completely empty. But the love between her and Leon filled the space, as if their bond was so intense it occupied the entire hall. The tiled walls reflected her face, her silver hair disheveled, her eyes dazed. The once lofty queen, indulging in pleasure on her own throne with a human, it was a sight she found both loathsome and intoxicating. Yet Rosvisser reveled in this self-loathing. Though she had once prided herself on her cleanliness, she now let Leon kiss every inch of her body. Though she was a workaholic, she had designed the throne not for business, but for a more enjoyable use with her fake husband. Though she once believed herself to be emotionally cold and detached, she had fallen in love with a man she never should have. In public, she was the cold, aloof queen. In private, she was a wife who fully embraced the pleasures of intimacy. She found herself trapped in the shame and disgust of her contradictions, unable to escape. Once again, Leon's rough hand closed around her neck. Rosvisser smiled. "Try squeezing me again, Leon." As soon as she finished speaking, the grip on her neck tightened slightly. "I just did, what now?" Leon's voice was low and deep. Rosvisser's fingers brushed over his wrist, her lips grazing his fingertips. "This is rebellion, prisoner." "Is that so, Your Majesty? I've got a lot more rebellion in store. Care to try it?" "Go ahead then, show me." Her dragon eyes turned hazy white, her blush deepened, but she stubbornly continued her duel with Leon. Let's see what you've got. Rosvisser had a bit of a submissive streak. Just a little. And Leon knew exactly how much of that little to use. He always ensured that she was satisfied without truly hurting or humiliating her. In a relationship, playing with each other's limits is normal. But every game is built on mutual respect. First and foremost, Rosvisser was Leon's wife, and only after that, his partner in their playful power games. After Leon's relentless, offensive, the couple completed their first round of passion on the newly renovated throne. Rosvisser's slender arms hung weakly over the armrest of the throne. She smiled tiredly, eyes closed, savoring the lingering sensation of pleasure. Her hand accidentally brushed against the cool tiles of the floor, which brought her back to her senses just a bit. She raised her gaze to Leon, who was resting beside her. Rosvisser grabbed her discarded dress from the floor, loosely draped it over her body, and stood up, walking barefoot down the steps of the throne. Her neck was covered in kiss marks, her delicate back dotted with red marks as well. Her silver hair hung loosely down to her waist. Seeing her dress herself, Leon silently pulled on his pants, leaving his upper body bare. In the quiet hall, the Silver Dragon Queen stood at the top of the steps, her back to the half-naked man seated on the throne. Leon. Simply promoting live births won't be enough to truly strengthen the Silver Dragon tribe. Rosvisser spoke softly. As queen, I also need to become stronger in order to better protect my people. Do you understand? Yeah, I understand. So what do you plan to do? Do you remember a few days ago when I told you that you needed to store more magic power? Leon nodded. I remember. But didn't you say your body hadn't fully recovered yet, so you couldn't use that method right now? Rosvisser turned around, spreading her arms. I've recovered now. We can use it. Want to hear the details? Sure, tell me. This method isn't too complicated. In fact, it was inspired by you. Leon raised an eyebrow. Inspired by me. When you found that your body couldn't store magic power, you began using your dragon mark as a storage organ, channeling magic into it for later use. Rosvisser continued, but there's a limit to how much a dragon mark can store. It's enough to keep you powered up for about 10 minutes, right? Yeah, taking down those 6 Dragon Kings was my limit, and that was only with the support of the 9 Hell's Gate. Leon added, if it weren't for the 9 Hell's Gate, we probably would have been in real danger that day. You could say that, but in the end, the skills you've learned are yours. As long as you can defeat your enemies, that's what matters. Leon smiled. True, go on. So, my idea is this. If one dragon mark can store enough magic for 10 minutes of full power, what if you had 2 dragon marks? Wouldn't that double your combat time and strength? Hearing this, Leon's eyes lit up, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face. 2 dragon marks, I thought you could only have 1. Who said that? Dragon marks are essentially magic arrays. You can have as many as you want. Rosvisser paused, biting her lip as if conflicted about what to say next. But the more dragon marks you have, the more intense the sensations they produce. Do you remember a long time ago when I placed a dragon mark on your asterisk black gold war carriage and forced you to wear it when we did it? Leon thought back. Yeah, that had been a long time ago. Rosvisser had taken him to her private treasure vault in the back of the mountain, and it was there that he had worn the asterisk black gold war carriage for the first time in 2 years. But to his surprise, the grooves of that armor had been, well, thoroughly marked by the female dragon. Leon had spent over an hour in bliss, overwhelmed by the dual dragon marks. And that time, it had nearly killed him. Even just recalling it now sent a chill down his spine. Yeah, I remember. That level of sensation was just from an external dragon mark. If you had a second dragon mark on your body, the intensity would be much greater. Rosvisser explained, but theoretically, the magic storage would double as well. True, but that's just a way for me to get stronger, right? Didn't you say you also wanted to become stronger? Leon asked. Rosvisser nodded. Exactly, that's why. I'm going to have a second dragon mark placed on my body too, just like you. I'll use it to store more magic power. Leon scratched his head. That does sound simple enough, but if dragon marks are really that useful, won't others be able to do the same thing as us? Wouldn't that mean we don't have much of an advantage? Rosvisser smiled faintly, clasping her hands behind her back as she slowly approached. She leaned forward slightly, her dress slipping down to reveal the pale skin of her chest and the dragon mark etched there. She took Leon's hand and gently placed it on her chest. For most dragons, dragon marks are shackles. They are symbols of restraint, the shackles of pure love, the chains of loyalty. Because in a lifespan that spans centuries, who can guarantee they will love only one person? But you and I, Leon, we will be together forever. Isn't that right? (298). Vol 2ch, 104. We'll be together forever, won't we? As Rosvisser finished her words, the temple fell into a heavy silence, so quiet that they could only hear each other's breathing. Rosvisser stood on a lower step, looking up at the half-naked man sitting on the throne. Their silver and black eyes locked, and it felt like invisible sparks were crackling in the air between them. Noticing Leon's unusual expression, Rosvisser hurried to clarify. When I say together, I mean objectively, like living together, not that kind of together. Her voice got softer and softer as she spoke, until she finally averted her eyes, staring at the polished floor, and whispered, "Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." "Good, just. You want to grow old with me." "Rosvisser, you understand nothing." Rosvisser stomped up the steps, stopping in front of Leon, hands on her hips as she angrily protested. "Who wants to grow old with you? I won't let you see what I look like when I'm old." Leon blinked. "Wait, you're refusing to grow old with me just because you don't want me to see you age. Mind your own business. Anyway, the term grow old together doesn't fit." Rosvisser thought for a moment before quickly coming up with a different explanation. "You're my prisoner, tied to me for life, helping me develop the functions of the dragon marks. It's only natural." Clap, clap, clap. Leon couldn't help but applaud. "Brilliant, Your Majesty. Whenever you can't find a good reason, you always use the prisoner excuse. It never fails." Rosvisser couldn't be bothered to argue further. The more she explained, the messier it got. She was just repeating what he made her say earlier. "We'll be together forever." What's wrong with that? Is it really so ambiguous, so cheesy? Does it really represent our mutual affection? It doesn't represent anything at all. And now this damn man kept bringing it up again and again. How annoying. Rosvisser stepped forward, sitting down on Leon's lap once more. This position made her slightly taller than Leon, so she lowered her gaze to look at him while wrapping her arms around his bare shoulders. "Enough nonsense, idiot. If you agree with my suggestion, let's inscribe the second dragon mark now." The current dragon mark only allowed Leon to maintain full power for 10 minutes. Though he was able to take down 6 dragon kings in that time, it was still Leon's limit. After the battle, Leon would become extremely weak, and Rosvisser would have to help him walk. And on the battlefield, unexpected situations could arise at any moment. The enemy wouldn't always give him the luxury of retreating easily. So, increasing his magic reserves was absolutely necessary. Leon nodded. "No problem, I accept." "Oh, you really do accept." Rosvisser's fingers lightly teased the back of Leon's neck as she tilted her head, her silver hair cascading down. "Just remember, 2 dragon marks means twice the desire. Don't blame me if you end up constantly clinging to me. It wouldn't be very dragon slayer-like of you." Leon chuckled softly and grabbed her wrist, leaning in close, his nose brushing against the curve of her ear. Rosvisser knew he was about to say something to counter her, probably something along the lines of "you should worry about yourself first," or "I can handle it." She knew this man too well. So she was ready to fire back in response. However, Leon whispered, "You should be careful, Melkvi. I'll make you pass out, just like that time after you woke up from the bloodlust." She had miscalculated. He had turned the tables on her. Rosvisser shoved Leon's shoulder, pushing him back against the throne. "Stop bragging. I'm a noble dragon queen. What makes you think your weak human body can conquer me? Maybe in another 200 years. I tilde am tilde, a tilde no tilde blee, dragon, queen tilde. Leon mocked her words in a sing-song voice before adding, "Sorry, your majesty, but your noble dragon queen body has already been shaped by this human." Shut up. Rosvisser couldn't take it anymore. Her face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she punched Leon's arm. Leon stopped teasing her and, adopting a more serious tone, said, "All right, let's begin. Is there anything I need to do?" Rosvisser shook her head. "No. Just like when I inscribed your first dragon mark, lie down and you don't have to do anything." Okay. Lying down and getting an upgrade. This version of the world is destined to belong to Leon Casmode. Though there might be some side effects afterward, it was overall a power boost. Leon obediently settled back into the throne. Rosvisser slowly raised her right hand, silver magic swirling in her palm. "Where do you want the mark?" she asked. "Oh, I get to choose the spot." "Of course, our dragon magic is quite user-friendly." Leon pretended to ponder for a moment before grinning. "How about on my butt? That way, no one will notice it." Rosvisser rolled her eyes. "Be serious, idiot. Where do you want it?" "Right below the current mark." "You mean your lower abdomen?" "Yeah." Tusk. Rosvisser clicked her tongue and shook her head, giving Leon a look of disdain as if saying, "I didn't know you were that kind of person." Leon blinked in confusion. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" "You sneaky pervert," Rosvisser muttered with a hint of resentment. Leon was even more baffled. "How am I a pervert?" "You just are. Now shut up, I'm about to start. Are you sure you want it on your lower abdomen?" Leon was about to argue further but decided against it. "Yes, I'm sure." "All right, here it comes. It might feel a little hot." Ahem. Rosvisser gently pressed her hand against Leon's lower abdomen. A slight burning sensation spread across his belly, but it wasn't particularly painful. Silver light flashed briefly as Rosvisser lifted her hand, but both of them froze. Leon's abdomen showed no sign of the dragon mark. Where's the mark? Did the magic fail?" Leon asked. Rosvisser was equally perplexed. She had never encountered this situation before. Or rather, most dragons wouldn't encounter this kind of problem, since no normal couple would be crazy enough to try inscribing 2 dragon marks on themselves. Rosvisser's eyes flickered, and her gaze landed on Leon's exposed right arm. She took a closer look and saw that a dragon mark had appeared there. It's there," she pointed to Leon's arm. Leon turned to look. Sure enough, there was a silver dragon mark coiling around his arm. His arm was muscular, so the mark looked quite fitting, powerful, but with a hint of flair. "It does look pretty cool, but why did it end up there? Didn't you place it on my stomach?" Leon moved his arm, not feeling any discomfort. Rosvisser was still a bit confused. The book said you can choose the location of the dragon mark, so why did it shift? Leon thought for a moment before guessing. Maybe the first mark's location can be chosen, but the second one is random. The queen nodded in realization. That's definitely possible. Leon snorted. "Just earlier, you said dragon magic was very user-friendly. Now it's all randomized." Rosvisser poked him in the chest and retorted, "User-friendly means embracing the thrill of the unknown. Don't you get it?" Leon scoffed before asking, "So, now it's your turn. I can't wait to see where your second dragon mark shows up." He paused for a moment, then grinned mischievously. "If it ends up on your tail, you'll have to keep it hidden from now on." "HMPH, what's wrong with showing it? Dragon marks are a sign of my love for my husband, so what if it's visible?" "And who's your husband?" Leon teased, smug. "You." Rosvisser cut herself off and said instead, "All right, enough, be quiet. I need to concentrate." Leon shrugged, making a zipping motion across his lips. Rosvisser gathered magic power in her hand once more. After a moment, she placed her palm on her own abdomen, silently praying. Please don't let it appear in some weird place. Even though she had confidently said that showing her dragon mark wasn't a problem, she still worried it would end up in an awkward spot. That would make things really embarrassing during intimate moments with Leon. The heat surged, then gradually faded. Once the inscription was complete, Rosvisser let out a sigh of relief. She loosened her dress and looked down at her abdomen. "Is it there?" Leon asked. Rosvisser, blushing, looked away. "No, it's not." "What? It didn't inscribe?" "No, it's just, my chest is too big, I can't see my stomach." That's a reason I hadn't anticipated. Leon was genuinely surprised. Rosvisser sighed, standing up and awkwardly tugging at her dress. "I guess you'll have to check for me." Leon couldn't understand why she was acting shy now. "We've already seen everything about each other so many times, why are you being bashful?" "This is different." All right, it's different." "Well then, Your Majesty, lift your dress a bit and let me check your abdomen for a dragon mark." Why did his words make it sound so strange? The proud Silver Dragon Queen, now having to lift her dress to show someone her belly to check for a mark. How embarrassing. Rosvisser bit her lip, her face flushed, as she slowly lifted her dress inch by inch. Her smooth, white thighs came into view, the black lace of her undergarments peeking out from beneath the skirt. Higher up, her smooth, flat stomach was revealed, but there was no mark. Leon shook his head. "There's nothing, it must have appeared somewhere else." Rosvisser dropped her dress, checking her arms, shoulders, thighs, and even her tail, but found no dragon mark. She scratched her head in frustration. Where could it have gone? Leon raised a hand, motioning for her to turn around. She complied. Leon checked the back of her neck and her upper back. No mark. "Oh, could it really have ended up on your butt?" "Absolutely not." Barefoot, Rosvisser hurried down the stairs. "I'll go find a mirror and check for myself." Leon watched her flustered retreat, shaking his head with an amused smile. Then he stood up and dressed, following her back to the bedroom. By the time he opened the door, he found Rosvisser sitting on the edge of the bed, looking utterly defeated. He walked over and asked, "What's wrong? Your expression tells me the mark isn't on your butt." Rosvisser's face was bright red as she hung her head, her knees pressed together, her voice barely audible. It's on my lower back." Leon's face flushed as well. "You're so lewd, Your Majesty. Let me see." $299. Vol 2ch, 105. Rosvisser quickly covered her lower back, and with a swift move that seemed practiced countless times, she dove into the bed, pulling the blanket up to her mouth, leaving only her small nose visible for breathing. Her movements were fluid, almost as if she had rehearsed them over and over. Leon stood by the bedside, amused, watching her wrap herself tightly in the blanket. With a smile, he asked, "What's wrong? I just want to take a look." From under the blanket, the Queen explained in a low, justified voice, You haven't realized our current situation." Leon raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Now that both of us have 2 dragon marks, the desires we feel will be amplified, transmitted through the marks," Rosvisser said. "To put it in simple terms, before, if we wanted to, do it, we'd need to kiss or engage in something intimate to trigger a reaction in each other's dragon marks. But now, you might just look at a part of my body and want it." Leon thought for a moment about her words, then shrugged and spread his hands. "Do I look like the kind of person who lets the little head control the big head? When it comes to these husband and wife matters, yes, you are," Rosvisser declared with certainty. "That's unjust, Your Majesty. I'm just asking for a look. I promise I won't do anything." Leon raised 3 fingers, swearing, "I swear, just one look." Seeing Leon's serious expression, Rosvisser bit her lip, torn over whether to let him see. Although the 2 of them had explored every inch of each other's bodies before, so much that they knew even the location of every mole on their private areas, exposing such a sensitive part of herself voluntarily was a whole different level of embarrassment. When she lifted her skirt in the temple earlier to show Leon her belly, she had already felt like dying of embarrassment. And now he wanted to see her most sensitive spot, her lower back. Rosvisser hesitated, biting her lip for a long time before finally saying, "You can look, but you absolutely cannot touch." "Got it." Okay. Rosvisser let out a deep breath, as if mentally preparing herself. Then she sat up in bed, tucked her tail away, and sat with her back facing Leon, slowly lifting the back of her skirt. Her round hips were covered in black lace, and just above the lace, in the hollow of her lower back, was the newly inscribed dragon mark. The mark moved with her breathing, a combination of sensuality and allure. However, the dragon mark extended beyond her lower back. A small portion of it stretched down toward her tailbone, disappearing beneath the lace. Leon rubbed his chin, furrowing his brows slightly. Your dragon mark sure picked an interesting spot. Have you looked enough, you pervert? Rosvisser blushed, her voice flustered. Let your tail out. I want to see if the dragon mark changes position when it moves, Leon said. Your tailbone and lower back are so close, I wonder if the mark shifts with it. So that's what he was after. Rosvisser had almost thought the rascal just wanted an excuse to touch her tail again. She obediently complied, releasing her tail. The dragon mark remained on her lower back, but as her tail unfurled, part of the mark shifted, extending toward the base of her tail. When dragons moved their tails during daily activities, they naturally let them hang down. So, the dragon mark being hidden under her tail wasn't something anyone would see. Unless some perverted dragon found enjoyment in lifting someone's tail for fun. If that ever happened, Leon would zap the offender into dust long before they could lay a hand on his wife. It's under the base of your tail, Leon noted. Hearing this, Rosvisser sighed in relief. Well, that's a good spot at least. At least it didn't show up in any strange places. And by strange places, you mean your butt. Shut up, do you have some obsession with my butt? Rosvisser snapped. I'm obsessed with your entire body, your majesty. Die, you idiot, you're so annoying. Do married men just grow more shameless and thick-skinned as time goes on? This dog of a man still didn't understand his place, daring to speak to the queen like that. Rosvisser grumbled to herself as she lowered her skirt and lay back down in the blankets. I'll deal with you another day. For now, get into bed and sleep. Oh, are you sure you're okay sharing the same bed with me now? Leon teased. Rosvisser blinked, confused as to why he was asking. Why wouldn't I be? You said earlier that the dragon marks would make us more reactive. What if I accidentally touch your hand and you get all over me? What then? Rosvisser rolled her eyes toward the ceiling, exasperated. Don't flatter yourself, idiot. Even if you held my hand all night, I wouldn't have any thoughts about you. All right then, since you say so, I'll just have to be brave enough to keep sleeping next to you. No one's forcing you. If you don't want to, feel free to sleep in the courtyard. Leon grinned and walked to the other side of the bed, changed into his pajamas, and slid under the covers. Then, under the blanket, he reached out and took hold of Rosvisser's hand. Despite not being able to see, Leon found her hand under the blanket with practiced ease. Whether it was because the queen had subtly placed her hand close to his, or Leon was just that familiar with her, their hands naturally intertwined. Once they were holding hands, their fingers laced together effortlessly. Leon, evaluating the sensation, remarked, Nothing special, what about you? I feel nothing either. In fact, I'm getting sleepy. Hess, after just 1 year of living together, there's already no feeling left, huh? Rosvisser shot him a sideways glance. There are only 2 types of people who can lie in bed together without feeling anything. Leon turned his head to look at her. Oh, and what are those? Pure friendship or an old married couple? Well, Your Majesty, you've really put me on the spot here. After 3 years of marriage, we're already an old couple, huh? Leon said dramatically. Idiot, I said we're in the pure friendship category. Whatever you saw. The playful banter came to an abrupt stop. Leon's heart skipped a beat. After that single missed beat, his breathing began to quicken, and his body temperature gradually rose. He felt Rosvisser's fingers twitch slightly in his hand. That meant she was feeling the same way. Holding hands suddenly became incredibly intense. With just the simple act of linking fingers, their minds filled with all sorts of imagery. Rosvisser had always loved the feeling of Leon's hand caressing hers, and now, just the memory of that sensation was enough to flood her senses. Her other hand gripped the bedsheet tightly as she struggled to suppress the stirring in her body. Leon's Leon. Don't say my name. Usually, when they reached the peak of passion, Rosvisser couldn't help but call out Leon's name. But this time, she was just saying his name, and yet, when those 2 simple syllables left her lips, they sounded so Seductive. I'm serious, Leon, I feel something's off. Leon glanced at her and replied, What's wrong, my dear dragon? Weren't you just saying that even if we held hands all night, nothing would happen? Rosvisser licked her dry lips, trying to pull her hand away. But with Leon's broad hand gripping hers tightly, the sensation was just too good. She didn't have to do anything. Just holding hands with him was enough to fill her with pleasure. Although it was dangerous to get carried away, the feeling was utterly intoxicating. After a brief struggle, Rosvisser gave in. And at that moment, Leon was experiencing the same thrill. Hey dragon, do you smell that? Smell what? You smell amazing. Hi. She heard the sound of him shifting closer. The man beside her slid over, wrapping his arm around her waist under the blanket. Rosvisser, you smell so good. "300. Vol 2ch, 106. The overwhelming sensations brought on by the double dragon marks shattered their self-control entirely. No matter what method they tried, no matter what position, it wasn't enough to quench their desire for each other. Once wasn't enough. Twice wasn't enough. 3 times wasn't enough. More, they needed more. Even when the sheets were soaked through, even as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, even when their bodies were utterly exhausted, they still wanted one more. It wasn't just the dragon marks, it was more like an addictive drug. Once it touched you, there was no going back. Rosvisser lay with her eyes closed, lips parted slightly, but she couldn't make a sound. She was utterly spent. Her body had already reached the limits of exhaustion 2 hours ago. Yet she continued to accept Leon, pushing her dragon queen's body further, surrendering to every attack from the dragon slayer. Another wild, sinful frenzy, and the couple had lost count of how many times it had been. A feeling of fullness overwhelmed her. Rosvisser clamped her legs together, lying on her side as her body trembled uncontrollably in light spasms. Leon, I'm so tired. Leon lay beside her, reaching out to brush the damp strands of her hair aside. Let's stop here, Rosvisser. This is too much. Rosvisser gave a weary smile. You said that 3 hours ago, but the moment I touched you, you pounced again. Leon chuckled wryly, then don't touch me. The queen, overwhelmed by fatigue, let out a soft laugh and gently rested her forehead against Leon's broad shoulder. That always made her feel safe after such exhaustion. How can I not touch you, idiot? There were only 2 occasions when Rosvisser would speak her true feelings. One was when she was drunk. The other was when she had finished her work and her mind wasn't fully clear, craving rest in Leon's arms. Now was one of those times. She draped her pale, delicate arm across the chest of the man beside her, her warm palm caressing the dragon mark on his chest. The glow of the dragon marks was finally beginning to fade. Looking at the dragon mark on his arm, it too had calmed down. Rosvisser sighed in relief. Finally, it's over. No matter how strong the reaction from the dragon marks, they were still bound by the couple's physical limitations. If they pushed any further, they'd be walking around holding onto the walls for support. Seeing the dragon marks, reactions subside, Leon also raised his hand, gently placing it on Rosvisser's slightly cool hand. After a moment of silence, Leon suddenly asked, By the way, now that the dragon marks are so sensitive, will they affect our daily lives? Or worse, if they activate during a fight, it could be dangerous. It was a valid concern. Imagine if Leon was fighting some fearless dragon lord, and suddenly, his wife back at home got worried about him, and then, boom, dragon mark activated. The enemy dragon lord would see General Leon's chest and arm glowing with purple light, thinking he was about to unleash some ultimate attack. But no, General Leon just wanted to cuddle with his wife. The opposing dragon lord, excuse me, can you show some respect here? This would be beyond ridiculous. Rosvisser shook her head. No, it won't. Whether or not the dragon marks resonate depends a lot on our conscious thoughts. Conscious thoughts? Like what you just mentioned, worrying about the marks during a fight? That's simply not going to happen. Rosvisser explained, while fighting, of course, you may worry or think about your partner, but it's entirely different from the idle thoughts you have when relaxed. It's not the dragon marks that differentiate those feelings, but us. She gently pulled her hand away, slowly moving it upward until it rested on Leon's neck, lightly tracing his strong jawline with her fingers. You're not thinking about taking me out on a date in the middle of a battle, are you? General Leon pondered seriously for a moment before answering with an earnest tone. It's hard to say. Since most of the dragon lords I've fought are weaklings, I might just think of you in the middle of a fight. Rosvisser playfully slapped his arm, laughing. What do you mean all the dragon lords you've fought are weaklings? Am I one of those weaklings too? No, you're definitely not weak. After all, I've never fought a dragon lord until dawn before. You're awful. Rosvisser pulled her hand back, shifting to the other side of the bed, deliberately creating some distance between them. Leon didn't follow her. The two of them simply lay there, staring up at the ceiling. After a while, Rosvisser said, judging by the intensity of the resonance earlier, there's no issue with the second dragon mark. So, we can use it to store more magic. Yeah. The second dragon mark wasn't meant just for more intense assignments, though, admittedly, that may have been a slight motivation. Its primary purpose was to make them stronger. The more magic they had, the more spells they could cast during battles. But this still isn't enough, Rosvisser said. Simply increasing our magic reserves won't be enough to turn the tide of battle. I need another way to strengthen myself. Leon looked at her and said, You're a silver dragon, focused on speed, fundamentally different from dragons like Constantine and Star, who focus on offense. Forcing yourself to increase your strength might come with unpredictable risks, don't you think? Rosvisser nodded. There are risks, but I don't want to. She trailed off, hesitating whether to continue. Don't want to. Rosvisser closed her eyes, her lips curling into a faint smile. She slowly turned her head, opening her beautiful silver eyes to look at the man beside her. I don't want to always hide behind you. I want to stand beside you, Leon. Leon's pupils contracted slightly as he met her gaze. When we fought Star, didn't we fight side by side? You're already strong, Rosvisser. We may have fought together, but breaking through his absolute defense, Dusk Bell, and neutralizing his final explosion. Those were all thanks to you. Rosvisser smiled bitterly, her voice tinged with self-deprecation. A prisoner outshone the queen, how embarrassing is that for me? That's nonsense, silly. Leon gently caressed her cheek, speaking softly. Without your timely intervention, I wouldn't have walked away from Star's explosion unscathed. I would have at least been injured. Oh, so my role is just to make sure you get fewer injuries. Well, that's not what I said, Your Majesty. That's something you made up on your own. Rosvisser playfully slapped his arm, then lay back down. I've actually thought of a way, she said. Leon sighed inwardly. Of course, his wife was stubborn. Once she decided on something, not even 8 dragons could pull her back. But he was still willing to listen. What is it? Have you ever heard of primordial magic? (301). Vol 2ch, 107. Primordial magic. I've heard of it, but not much, Leon said as he recalled some vague memories. He continued, back in the Dragon Slayer Academy, those old professors mentioned primordial magic a few times. They said primordial magic was a form of magic created by the ancestors of certain races using the purest energy at the dawn of this continent's chaotic beginning. It doesn't involve elemental changes like lightning, fire, or wind, and it doesn't have any complex transformations like *thousand birds or thunder wolfbreaker *. Primordial magic is simply released through pure energy, and the effects it can achieve are vastly different from the elemental magic that is now common and widespread. But as for the details, I'm not too clear. The Academy didn't offer any courses on primordial magic, so we didn't delve too deeply into it. Rosvisser nodded in approval as she listened to Leon's explanation. Primordial magic has existed on this land, *Samel*, since its creation. It's been over 1 million years. Not only humans, but even dragons have very few records about it. But one thing is quite certain. Leon raised an eyebrow. Oh, what's that? Tiamat, the dragon god. According to ancient texts, it was one of the founders of primordial magic. Dragon god, Tiamat. It was another name Leon had never heard before. But this time, the title wasn't just Dragon King, it was Dragon God, a level that seemed even higher. If Tiamat was one of the creators of primordial magic, then it must have existed long before human history even began, so it made sense that Leon had never heard of it. In the records of the dragons, it is said that all dragon clans are descendants of Tiamat, the dragon god. Over 1,000,000 years ago, Tiamat created powerful primordial magic to resist the chaos of the world. In the end, Tiamat, along with the ancestors of several mysterious races, completed the great feat known as heaven-splitting. But because it had exhausted all of its power, Tiamat was on the brink of death. Before it died, Tiamat divided its remaining power into several seeds, which slowly grew over the course of countless years and eventually evolved into the various dragon clans we have today. And during that evolution, primordial magic faded into the river of history, replaced by the elemental magic we now know. As Rosvisser gave her lesson on dragon history, Leon's thoughts shifted, and remembering what she had said earlier about wanting to strengthen herself, he asked, "You're not thinking of practicing primordial magic, are you?" Rosvisser turned her head slowly on the pillow to look at Leon, a smile playing on her lips. "Yes. Now that we have the dragon marks to store more magic, it should be possible to use primordial magic." Primordial magic was fueled by pure energy. Although Rosvisser's element was fire, as long as she didn't release the stored energy, it would remain in its purest form, residing within her body. However, using primordial magic would still require a tremendous amount of energy. To solve the energy problem, Rosvisser had decided to use the same method as Leon, using the dragon marks to store magic. "But you just said that there are very few records about primordial magic. If you want to practice it, won't it be difficult?" Leon asked. "Of course it will be difficult, but relying on fire magic and the magic I've learned over the years isn't nearly enough," Rosvisser said. "If I want to drastically increase my power in a short amount of time without resorting to extreme measures, primordial magic is the only way, Leon." "I see." Rosvisser's eyes sparkled. "So you're agreeing to let me practice primordial magic?" Leon sighed, lifting his arm and placing his hands behind his head as he stared at the ceiling. "What choice do I have? As my master used to say, when your wife tells you she's going to do something, she's not asking you, she's informing you." Rosvisser perked up with interest, propping herself up on one arm, her head resting in her hand, as she poked Leon's arm. "Any classic examples?" Leon thought for a moment before answering. "There was this one time when my master's wife got bored at home. She bought a bunch of sewing supplies and said she wanted to do some embroidery, earn some extra money, to help out with the household. At first, my master said it wasn't necessary. The ranch income was more than enough to support the family. Worst case, they could sell the donkey for some extra cash. But his wife pouted and insisted on doing embroidery, kind of like how you pout when you want something," he added with a grin. The queen immediately kicked General Leon in the thigh. "Tell your story properly, don't drag me into it." Leon grinned through the sting of the kick and continued, "So, my master had no choice but to let her try. But she wasn't very good at sewing and kept pricking her fingers. In the end, after a month and countless bandages, she finally finished a piece called Asterisk Donkey Eating Grass Asterisk. But after that, she never touched the sewing kit again. She said that, compared to passing the time, her fingers were far more valuable." Leon sighed dramatically. "So you see, if your wife wants to do something, don't stop her. She'll eventually trip up and give it up on her own." The more Rosvisser listened, the more she realized something was off. When it finally clicked, she shoved Leon's chest. "You're mocking me, aren't you?" "Heavens no, I was just sharing a fun little story from home. How could I be mocking you?" Leon replied, feigning innocence. "You're mocking me, you're mocking me," Rosvisser exclaimed, landing 2 more kicks on Leon's leg. This time, Leon caught her ankle in time. "Didn't I say, when you're pouting, you look exactly like my master's wife." "This is not pouting, I'm trying to kick you." "With your foot." "Of course, what else do you kick with?" Why do I feel like this is a reward? At that, the queen quickly pulled her foot back under the blankets, hiding it from sight. You, shameless, self-absorbed, thick-skinned married man, go sleep on the couch. Since she'd already called him thick-skinned, Leon decided to fully embrace it. Sleep on the couch. Didn't hear that. I'm staying right here on this bed, thank you very much. After a bit of playful tussling, both were too tired to continue and eventually settled down to rest. Under the covers, Leon cautiously reached out to Rosvisser. When she didn't resist, he gently took her soft hand in his. After a moment of silence, Leon spoke, "Have you really decided, Rosvisser?" "Yeah, primordial magic might not be the only way, but it's the most effective way for now." Leon blinked and then asked, "Rosvisser, aside from protecting the clan and our daughters, it feels like you have another reason. What is it? Can you tell me?" At his question, Rosvisser bit her lower lip, turning her head to look at him. "You really want to know?" Leon met her gaze, nodding. "Yes." The sound of fabric rustling filled the room as Rosvisser shifted her body, her smooth skin brushing against the sheets. She leaned in closer, gently gripping Leon's chin, her fingers trailing over the scars on his face as she looked into his deep black eyes. "A long time ago, you were constantly upset, worried about losing me and our daughters because of what Augur said. That night, I talked with you a lot, and you finally let go of that burden. But words alone aren't enough, Leon. That's why I need to show you with my actions. I want to prove that I care about this family as much as you do, about our daughters, and also." Warm breath brushed against Leon's skin, followed by the soft, sweet sensation of her lips. She kissed him gently at the corner of his mouth. "The man I love." TL note. Dear readers, we've reached the end of Volume 2 of Shut Up, Malevolent Dragon. I don't want to have any more children with you. Thank you for sticking with Leon and Rosvisser's journey through every twist and turn. Your support keeps me motivated to continue telling their story. As we close this chapter, I hope the themes of love, strength, and vulnerability have resonated with you. There's much more to explore, especially with the mysteries of primordial magic and the dragon god, Tiamat. This isn't the end. Volume 3 promises even more excitement and surprises. Thank you again for reading, and I hope you'll join me in the next volume. With gratitude. Santos.